Hello, 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 and welcome to a beautiful, beautiful day on Boxing Day in South Africa here at Centurion. Merry Christmas to you all, and we've got live cricket right here from Centurion. This is One World Sports Radio, bringing you as the official digital radio broadcaster the South Africa versus India Test Series. India, the best team in the world, trying to conquer the final frontier, and South Africa trying to prove to the world that they are back in business. We've gotten, my name is Mpho Mutwani, and I'm joined by Tepo Taylor and Chris Tyndale. How are you doing, gents?
Yeah, very, very well, thanks. And you. So good to be at a live cricket match. Unfortunately, no fans today, but the fact that there's cricket in South Africa and it's against the best team in the world, it's unbelievably exciting.
Yeah, I must say I'm very grateful to the Indian team for coming down South Africa in the midst of the pandemic. That's why we don't have any fans here. But the cricket must go on, the show must go on, and was our Boxing Day Test cricket.
Yes, that is true. We've got the toss happened earlier today. Virat Kohli of India won the toss and chose to bat. There are a couple of changes in the sides from the last teams. Tepo, the South African team, has two changes. Who are those changes?
The first one for the injured Heinrich Nokia, Marco Jansen, he's going to come in to replace after having a very great India A series.
And the second change?
Quickly gonna.
The second change.
Oh, it's Temba Bavuma. He came in. This is from the West Indies series. He was injured there, so he comes in
And
for Carl Verena, yes.
And then Tim from Chris. Sorry, Tim's in Cape Town. Chris, from an Indian perspective, what does the 11 look like?
Yeah, so there were some interesting discussions, especially around number 5 for India. Jinkya Rahani's been in a bit of sorry form recently, averaging 19.7 in 2021, but he's always been very good in South Africa. And so I think they've picked him there ahead of Shreyas Iyer and ahead of Hanuma Bahari. So neither of them on the side. So the side we're going to see today, we're going to see Mayank Agarwal and KL Rahul open. Obviously, Rohit Sharma is injured with a hamstring. Shabnam Gill's also out. So KL Rahul is really the only other opening option outside of Priyank Panchal, who is in that squad.
And we see a moment of, we are experiencing the Black Lives Matter moment here at Centurion. The entire South African team is kneeling, including the management staff. And we are ready to go. And as you can hear from the stadium announcement, the opening bowler is Kagiso Rabada. He has 3 slips, a gully, a point, a man at extra cover. You've got mid-on, as well as a short leg to start off with. And then the one fielder out in the deep is fine leg. We're ready to go, and we're ready to push on. India looking to conquer South Africa once more. They haven't done that. It's the last place in the world they need to do, and South Africa looking to make sure that they start off this summer on a good note.
KL Rahul facing the first delivery. He's played at Centurion once before, scored 10 and 4 on that occasion. He's only played 2 games in South Africa, hasn't really been able to put his mark
Averages 7.5.
Yeah, and all similar numbers in Australia. So this will be a test for him. Obviously, very good in India and in Indian conditions.
Yes.
But these spicier seam wickets.
Remember, you can tweet into us at OneWorldSR. We'll read your comments. You can also send some through on YouTube. We're seeing a few coming through as well. We are live. Tell your friends, share it out wide, and let everybody know that there may not be radio broadcasting, but we are live digitally to assist that for you. We're ready to go. Kagiso's got the red cherry, and he's ready to bowl to KL Rahul, and he decides to take a little bit of a moment, a breather. It's the first ball of the summer. Hopefully not a Steve Harmison.
Yeah, hopefully closer to one of those Mitchell Stark deliveries from
some fans here, some management and CSA people clapping him on. This one's a full back of a length ball straight onto the bat. First up.
Yeah, straight to the man at gully there. Not a bad start. Decent line and length just outside that off stump. But bangs it in quite quickly. Glad to see him coming in with as much pace. And Test cricket is gotten underway here with KG Rabada.
So KG's bowling from the pavilion end here at Supersport Park. And we have the second ball, 3 slips, looking really good. Short one, and KL Rahul ducks underneath it. Him as the vice captain would be wanting to get a lot more runs, as Chris was saying, that he hasn't had a great time in South Africa.
And very much the same for his opening partner, Mayank Agarwal. Hasn't played in South Africa before, but a superb average in India, just short of 84. But then outside of the subcontinent, just 27. So both of these batsmen have a lot to prove in South Africa.
Kagiso coming in for the third ball of this over. Short outside the off stump, and he's let that go through. It's actually not too short. It is back of a length, but it's rising. So you're seeing a little bit of the hardness of this wicket. It's reacting favorably to the fast bowlers.
And if the practice pitch is anything to go by, a huge amount of bounce in it for the seamers. Obviously, Marco Janssen's going to get bounce on near any pitch, but watching him on the practice wicket coming in from 6'8", just unbelievable bounce.
Do you think Marco Janssen just pipped Duan Olivier largely because maybe he's a left arm seamer? Oh, that's a beautiful ball outside the off stump from Kagiso. Just KL Rahul not knowing what to do, come forward, come back. He just stood his ground there and just let the bat. He was hoping that there was no edge there, but he left it outside the off stump.
Yeah, it can be. There's obviously a million factors going into it, and it's hard to tell which is the defining one. Obviously, offers a little bit more with the bat, and also, that 6'9" frame. Although both he and Duan Olivier able to get a lot of bounce. He was also part of the South Africa A side when Duan Olivier wasn't.
And that's on the money, full onto that off stump, defended back by KL Rahul. It's been a very good over from Kagiso Tshepo.
It has been pretty solid. Hasn't been erring on his lines, as you've been saying, just a little bit back of a length. So we've been seeing KL Rahul playing lots of the shots on the back foot. We also saw some images of the pitch there, tons of green, a few, maybe not cracks, but a bunch of green veins there, which would be great for the fast bowlers. A little bit of wind as well. It's not too hot, so not too difficult to field either.
Good fast bowling conditions, and that one just beats the bat off outside KL Rahul. What an over to start this series. It's going to be attritional, and Kagiso is right on the money.
Attritional indeed. Line length, pace, power, and all from the pavilion end. Now, keen to see who's going to be the bowling partner of KG Rabada. Looks like it's Lungi Ngidi at the Henops River end. It's good to see him back in Test cricket. He's been out of the game for quite some time now, and what he needs is some overs under the belt. Didn't really get much 4-day cricket. First it was injury, and then it was COVID. So keen to see him perform here.
Yes, Chris, the last time Nkiti played was in that West Indies series. He didn't get a lot of overs in that time.
No, he didn't. But I guess South Africa in general didn't get a lot of overs there. It was a pretty dominant bowling performance whilst we were there. But we've also seen Lungi Ngidi at Centurion a few times, and this is definitely one of his hunting grounds. He was man of the match in that game against England here the last time he played a test at Centurion.
Yes, so no runs of that first over. First one to start off with a maiden, and we're good. Marco Janssen wearing the number 70. He's fielding at mid-off. Lungi's field, 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off. You've also got a short leg in place there. As the first runs off the bat in this series, it's a full ball driven out. Temba could not stop it, but he will chase it down to that extra cover boundary. And 2 runs ensue. The first 2 runs off the bat, and they come off the bat of Mayank Agarwal.
His first runs in South Africa, obviously his first match in South Africa as well. The opening partnership was something that India struggled with the last time they were here in 2018. The highest partnership they managed across those 3 matches for the opening stance was just 30. So
yes,
that could be one of the defining features of this series as well.
But I think
exactly
also
how these two perform.
I think also Rohit Sharma's injury was what made this opening partnership a little bit more solidified. As this one just outside the off stump, rising off of a length, and great catch from Quinny. Caught that just around his midriff height, so he's getting a little bit more bounce as well. Is Lungi, and we'll be wanting to see him get on the button, because remember, Lungi made his debut against India
in Centurion.
And he was man of the match there. So he was man of the match on Test debut and T20 debut. One of just 3 players to be man of the match in 2 different format debuts.
So we've got that short leg. You've also got the 2 other fielders on the leg side. It's fine leg and mid-on. That's Marco Janssen's tall frame at mid-on. So on outside the off stump, and let go by Mayank Agarwal. The key to the series tip was how the Indian batters manage the bounce.
Lots of bounce here, and we know that the Kookaburra new ball can do a little something here. A very difficult place to bat, South Africa. So the Indian team will be keen to make big runs, a defendable total.
Also worth noting, this is the first time that these two have opened the batting for India together. I think India have gone through, obviously that's with the injuries of Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, but India have gone through 14 different opening combinations in the last 2 years. So struggling to nail down exactly who's opening for them, and those injuries do not help.
GT steaming in from the Henops River end for the third ball of this over. Fourth ball, I beg your pardon, outside the off stump. And left alone by Marank Agarwal. The other question for the Indian side, especially these two, is patience. You know, you need to get through the first hour at Centurion, and then the batting will become a little bit easier, especially with the thoughts of last series where they really did struggle at the top of the order.
That's exactly what Dean Elgar was saying in his press conference, is you just need to survive the first day. Make sure you don't take that backward step.
Yes. Dean Elgar also said something very interesting as the ball goes outside the off stump. No runs there. One more ball left in this over. He also said something very interesting. He said he wanted to land the first punch. Yeah. What does that mean, Tsepo?
Get the early wickets, get the early breakthrough, really get a foothold in this game early and dominate from the get-go. And with the bowling attack that South Africa have, you'd hope that they'd achieve that. Lungingidi and Kagiso Rabada, two of the threatening three. It's sad not to have Heinrich Nortje, but the South Africans will feel if they strike early, they can really control this game.
Giti coming in. That one hard off the bat out to the fielder at backward pointed to, bounced on its way to go there, but really good to see that in this over they had a mix of balls outside the off stump for them to leave, and then other balls that came off the bat to try and entice the Indian batters to play through that vacant cover region. But a really good start for both sides. I think South Africa would be happy having India 2 without loss after 2 overs, but India as well having navigated this period. It's a very tough period. You still got another few more overs from this pairing, but they've done well so far.
They have. We saw some wobble seam deliveries there, and as you were saying, that off stump line, keen to get the batsmen playing, keen to get them to try to get bats on ball, and then maybe get something off the edge, get those 3 slips in action.
12th and 13th man. We'll talk about that. Oh, there it is. First ball from Kagiso. Well, first ball of the second over from the pavilion end, West Lane end, for those who are diehard Supersport Park fans. Getting in onto those pads and bringing in that fielder at short leg, who is under the helmet. I just can't see who that fielder is. Rassie van der Dussen under the helmet. Who would have thought?
That's interesting, because we've often seen Keegan Peterson as the man under the lid in tests for South Africa since he's come in. Even when he's come in as 12th man, he's been under the lid.
Next ball from Kagiso outside the off stump, off a very good length there, just slightly more back of a length, and it goes out to the wicketkeeper. That's Quinton de Kock. Speak about the one selection thing, Tepo. The question South Africa had was obviously who was going to replace Duan Olivier. Was it going to be Marco Jansen or Heinrich Nortje? Was it going to be Mark Jansen or Duan Olivier? The selectors have gone with Mark Jansen. We'll talk about this after this ball that just goes outside that off stump. And good to know that Kel Rahul knows where his off stump is. He's letting it go through, and Kagiso just keeps on probing.
Yeah, just going to the discussion you're having about selection, it's very sad not to see Heinrich Nortje. He's been one of, if not the best bowler in the South African lineup, but most people would have expected Duan Olivier to come into the attack, especially with his domestic form. 28 wickets, right, Chris?
Yeah, 28 wickets at 11.14. Although basically, if you're a Lions bowler this season, you're taking wickets. And he was the standout even amongst them.
This ball outside the off stump and left alone by KL Rahul.
Yeah, but Marco Jansen played in the SAA versus India A series in Bloemfontein, and he was the pick of the bowlers. Not just that, he could also wield the blade. So he gives you that left arm variation. Instead of just having 3 right-handers, he gives you that height as well at 6'8", as Chris said. And he also gives you something with the bat. So an all-round...
Kagiso in on that off stump, getting a forward defensive out of KL Rahul. Very hard off the bat there. The South African slip cord and just getting there throat's a little bit warm there to start the appealing.
So an interesting decision from Virat Kohli to bat. We've seen that has been the trend in internationals at Centurion recently to bat first, but in the domestic format, a lot of sides have opted to field, and the fielding sides have actually won all 4 games in the last 2 years that have had a result.
Gakiso bowling the last ball of his second over, rising off a length outside the off stump. Kelro, who shoulders arms, lets it go through. End of that over, South Africa, India are 2 without a loss after 3.
I would expect that as the days go on, the pitch would start to deteriorate. But as you're saying in the domestic circuit, they're only 4-day games. So most of the games didn't really get results. And the ones that did, the first batting team didn't win. But maybe on the 5th day, something could happen. And that's probably what India are expecting here. Cracks to start opening up. But with that said, the weather doesn't say that. Has been a lot of rain here in the high felts. Cloud cover even now as we speak. So I'm not expecting too many cracks to develop throughout this test.
Same field, 3 slips, Gully backward point for Lungingiti to start off at the Henham's River end. He's giving it. It was a fuller ball outside the off stump, and it's driven out with a square drive to the point boundary. The South Africans will not be dismayed by that, because that's what you want. You want them coming forward. You want them driving.
But an absolutely fantastic shot there from Mayank Agarwal. He's read it beautifully. Yeah, playing quite far away from his body there, but he looked very much in control of that shot.
Yes, it was a tad wide from Lungi, tad wide and full, and it's not as risky as you'd want, but the intention that you want from a South African perspective, you want him coming forward. Ngiti in again, second ball. This one pushing him back into his crease, and Mayank Agarwal plays that out to Keshav Maharaj, who is at backward point.
South Africans will be buoyed by that. Keen to see bats on ball. Keen to see the batsmen playing, because that means that there could potentially be an edge. Got some runs. Missed his line, did Lungingit in the first ball of the over, but tightened up very nicely there, and a solid defensive shot from Agarwal.
Seeing a lot of advertising around the field, trying to cover the expanse of the vacant banks there. As the next ball goes outside the off stump, there is a bit of a groove there, if it's slightly back of a length from that Henham's River end, where the ball seemingly just gets that little bit of extra bounce, and that one was just that. It bounced off a length, and if Agarwal plays that one, that's an edge to either one of the slips or even Quinton de Kock. So he's being very watchful and waiting for the bad ball.
Even did a little bit of gardening there. Saw the same thing you saw. You saw him just going down the pitch to that same length area just to push in or equalize that part of the pitch.
Yes, the Proteas in their new Castore test kit, which is no longer cream, but it's just white with some green trim. You get a little green stripe down the pants as Lungi bowls the next ball. It is outside the off stump, and a dot ball that has ensued.
The new sponsors, the new kits designers for the South African team.
There's some in our team that would have loved for it to be cream, like the last, I think it was the New Balance.
I believe it was New Balance. Yes, it is cream.
Yes, but we've got a new sponsor, an up-and-coming sports designer. They've gotten some sponsors, some really interesting teams around the world. Oh, that one is straying down the leg side, and that's going to be runs off the bat for Mayank Agarwal. He's enjoyed Lungingiti's variety of bowling. Lungi's gone wide, got 4 runs. Lungi's gone a little bit straighter. He's let that go, but Lungi went too straight there, and it was easy 2 runs down the leg side, getting Marco Jansen into the action.
Yeah,
on
just
his
to
debut.
describe it for those obviously who don't have visuals, it was just navigated wide of mid-on Marco Jansen, but very slow on its way to dribbling towards the boundary, and so it was cut off for 2 in the end. India find themselves 8 for no loss after 3.5. 1 delivery left in the second Lungi Ngidi over.
It did look like it was going to race the boundary, but just slowed up towards the end.
In again to Agarwal. This one on that length that we spoke about their tip, or just about 2 3 meters away from the batter, and that one just rising off the length, and Agarwal letting that go. End of the fourth over, 8 without loss.
All 8 of those runs coming off the batting of Lungingidi so far. He hasn't, I guess this was always the concern, that he was going to come in a little bit cold. He's bowled some great deliveries, but also, a couple of loose ones, that's all.
Next ball of that over, Kagiso's first one, hard on that bat of KL Rahul. He's struggling a little bit, but he will get. He's looking very calm today, isn't he, gents?
Doesn't need to force the agenda at all. Just put away the bad balls, and KG hasn't been bowling many bad balls. As Chris said, all 8 runs of the Indian innings have been coming from Lungi Ngidi's bowling. As this one, once again, jumping off from a length
that
as well.
one did look especially rapid. That looked like when we were watching the Proteas warm up earlier, they were bowling some proper wheels, and that delivery reminded me of that. Looking dangerous, Kagiso Rabada.
It's good to see him consistent. Good to see him leading the bowling attack the way he usually does.
Well, yeah, so I guess it's happened very quickly where Kagiso Rabada has found himself as the most senior bowler in the 11. He obviously came in under the tutelage of Dale Steyn, Vernon Philander, Morne Morkel as a young gun, but now he has to have the mature head as that one left alone outside off stump. But yeah, proper pace from Kagiso Rabada.
And the great thing about KG Rabada is that he could fill so many roles for you. If you need him to be the strike bowler at the beginning, he could do that. If you need him to just hold up one end, he could do that as well. And it's really good to see how he's matured over the years. And his discipline is absolutely fantastic. This last one, just beating the outside edge of KL Rahul's bat, almost playing it at it, but deciding against it at the last moment. Oof, this one, a very short delivery. An appeal here from the South Africans, but Marais Erasmus has not moved. The DRS timer is going. Dean Algar is consulted. He's coming from the first slip region, and he sends it up.
Reviewed. So we're going upstairs. Yeah, an appeal for court line. So this was what looked like a bouncer from Kagiso Rabada, but didn't get quite as high as KL Rahul anticipated, and it looked like it might have got glove or bat on the way past. Obviously, we're quite a way away from here, so we'll be watching those highlights, that replay, very keenly. But yeah, South Africa have opted to use the first of their reviews here.
And once again, that ball just absolutely zipping off what seemed like a relatively full length. Wasn't banged in that short, but KL Rahul deciding to duck under it.
And if anything, looking at the replay, it might have come off KL Rahul's shoulder. We'll see a few more angles and we'll get all the technology involved. But if there was a noise, it might have been the shoulder.
Definitely the shoulder. I think it definitely did hit the shoulder, but they're hoping for the glove first. Yeah, but it was only the shoulder.
That's nowhere near the gloves or the bat, unfortunately. South Africa may have lost their first review here, and KL Rahul gets his first line.
Maybe not the best review from Captain Dean Algar. Definitely heard a sound. There was a sound. They did go up.
And you can definitely understand the initiative behind doing it. That promise of an early wicket is so appealing.
Especially that of KL Rahul. We've seen how devastating he can be. We've seen it in the IPL.
Yeah, who were two Punjab men here? Obviously, the IPL mega auction coming up. So these players have battled a lot together, but they'll probably find themselves in different IPL 11s next year.
So far, KG's been on the man. He's coming in for his 5th ball now. This one a lot fuller, a bit straighter, but straight to the man at mid-on. No run there. Once again, no runs at all from KG's bowling.
Yeah, no, you were talking about the change of role that he's had. When he first joined this 11, he was very much the first change bowler, and he was often expensive, but getting wickets, doing it. He could just be aggressive, and he slowly transitioned into that economical opening bowler.
Economical indeed. Last ball of his 3rd over now, and this one left outside off stump. 3rd maiden here for KG Rabada. An unsuccessful appeal and review in this over as well, and India sitting on 8 for 0. Agarwal, the only one with runs at the moment, he has all 8.
Yeah, so that away average of his slowly ticking up. As we were saying, that's the one question mark about Mayank Agarwal is how he's able to play outside India. He's been just next level whilst opening on the subcontinent, but hasn't quite proven it away from home yet.
Ngidi's going to be continuing from the Henops River end. Has himself 3 slips, a gully, man at points, mid on, mid off. Not conventional mid wicket, and a man at fine leg. 7-3 splits. And it's just
So I go for a few more moments, and we have a DRS appeal.
yes, this side works here. It's, they want to strike early, Umpo. They want to draw first blood, as they say.
Yes.
Gidi coming in. This one down the leg side. I could have had a little bit of an edge there. Agarwal did
he
play at
played
that, yeah.
So yeah, tried to glance it off his pads, but didn't get near enough to it in the end, and so it ended up in the gloves of Quinton de Kock. Average first inning score here at Centurion in the last 2 years, 299.
Mm-hmm.
The average second inning score, 405. It's difficult to know exactly what this pitch is going to do compared to the last 2 years. It's also interesting that, the recent term domestic numbers and the long-term international numbers are almost complete opposites at this ground in terms of what the pitch is expected to do.
And as this one left by Agarwal, going down the offside, it's also interesting to feel the different conditions. As mentioned earlier, these days we've been seeing a lot of rain in the Highveld, like copious amounts of rain. There were even some flooding in Pretoria from some time. Even right now, you could feel it's a bit cold. Normally, Boxing Day test, it's cooking, you're sitting in the sun, you're baking. But now it's cool breeze, tons of cloud cover. So you'd expect a few wickets from the get-go here.
And this pitch already is looking a little more dangerous than what we've seen in the 4-day series in recent time. During that Titans-Dolphins game, it seemed like there was a lot in it for the batsmen, whereas today we are getting a fair amount of bounce and movement off that pitch.
Spicy pitches. This one jumped off from a length once again, down the offside.
Left alone by Mayank Agarwal.
Yeah, I think Lungi just needs to persist around that off stump line just outside off stump. Yes, we've seen some balls go down the leg side. That needs to be corrected a little bit because you've got the pressure from Kagiso on one end. They can't score runs off of him. Kelra, who cannot rotate strike, and you on this end have to also try and apply the pressure. So far, so good. And let's see how that's going to go.
And Gidi again, this one a little bit too straight, clipped to the leg side, and the man at fine leg will sweep to the square leg region. Wayward throw, but backed up properly, and Agarwal gets his first single of the game.
He moves on to 9, and now for the first time, we're going to see Lungi and Gidi bowl to Karul. We've managed to watch 5.5 overs without that combination happening.
Just straying down. This is the first ball that Kel Rahul will face to Lungi Ngidi.
This is India's third match ever, test match at Centurion. So far, they've lost both of the previous ones. But South Africa just has a supreme record whilst playing at this ground. 21 wins and just the 2 losses in Test cricket. And one of those losses was that famous Hunty Declaration game in 2000. So really is the closest thing South Africa have to a fortress, I think.
Isn't it like the second best win-to-loss ratio?
Yeah, after Pakistan and Karachi.
This one a lot straighter. Kept out by KL Rahul. Not looking like he's too aggressive here. Looking like he's playing the anchor role. Not looking to play any big strokes. A very solid block. But yeah, I know, quite a fortress that we have here.
A good place to start a Boxing Day test. I know everyone is used to having Boxing Day tests start in Durban or in PE, but I think this is one of the places where you can help the Proteas set the tone for the series. Remember when they played England in 2019, they started here, they won the test match here, Obviously, they lost the ones after that, but it was a really good start for a team that.
Ooh, this one looks like it's just been the outside edge of KL Rahul. Does that block where he keeps his bat out the way, drawing it close to his body, and that ends the sixth over here. One off it. India 9 for 0 after 6 overs.
So that's really true. The good end of that over from Lungi wasn't the best in terms of line, but he was spot on with the length. He just needs to just keep the batsman working outside that off stump. It's going to be an interesting battle this over. Kagiso's bowling to Mayank Agarwal for the first time, so that's going to be quite interesting to see whether Mayank is going to be a little bit as assertive as he's been. He's been a little bit more assertive than KL Rahul, who's been on the defensive throughout this game so far. So the question is, will Mayank be that assertive as Kagiso puts it outside the off stump?
This one not quite outside off stump, going towards leg stump, and the man at mid wicket comes around. The man at mid on comes around to the mid wicket region to stop anything more than a single.
Yeah, Mayank Agarwal just shaping that bat, not straight, but angled down to the leg side to be able to negate that field, that short leg, and also get some joy with a single onto the leg side.
He's doing well to keep the scoreboard ticking. KL Rahul still off the mark, a little bit of a surprise.
I think that was a very important single from Mayank Agarwal because he does have a propensity to go out to quick deliveries outside off.
This one a bit too straight, a little short, and played straight to the man at fine leg. A little bit of a back foot paddle, if you will.
First time Rassi was in the line of fire there under the helmet.
There was a cry of catch it, but he was just trying to move his head out the way because that was racing off the bat.
And that was KL Rahul's first runs off the bat, managing to play that very fine, a lot of soft hands, tapping it around the corner.
Tulungi Ngidi there, it's fine leg. KJ Rabada continuing. This one outside off, gathered by Quinton de Kock. No run there.
I think that is a good line to Mayank Agarwal, but he's obviously also learned the lesson to leave a lot of those deliveries alone. He finds himself very often to the right arm seamers caught behind or in the slips. And so, yeah, dangerous line that sort of between fourth and fifth stump to him.
South Africans look like they're aware of that. I've been keeping most of their deliveries outside the off stump with their field settings as well. You'd expect that. But interesting as a KG Rabada comes in. Oof, this one jumps. A short delivery. KL Rahul playing on the back foot, almost hanging his bat out to dry. But nothing there. But interesting to see.
Facing there.
Sorry about that. Rahul did get the single off the first ball. My mistake. But interesting to see Rassi van der Dussen here at catching square leg. Very, very close for KG Rabada specifically. Expecting a few short deliveries.
Definitely expecting short deliveries when Marco Jansen comes into the attack later. We saw him practicing them earlier.
I must say, watching Marco Jansen against the India A team when he was playing for SAA, he's got the line, he's got the length, discipline, bounce. He does offer a lot, and he's a left armer. So it's good to see that. We've been seeing South Africa trying to integrate left-handers into the attack. We saw Björn Hendricks, Wayne Parnell.
Yeah, Wayne Parnell for a very long time was South Africa's go-to left arm. He's actually got the most wickets of any South African left-arm seamers in international cricket.
Last ball of the over, banged in short and kept out by Agarwal to end the over. 11 for 0 are India. But yeah, lots of left-handers and none of them really being as prolific as we hoped. Not quite Mitchell Stark, not quite Shane Shah Afridi either. But Marco Jansen definitely has the potential. And he also can extract so much bounce at 6'8" as well. So pretty excited to see him operate.
Yeah, most people I think were expecting Don Olivier to make the plain 11, and if Marco Jansen was to play, it could have been ahead of Maharaj and Mulder. But instead, we've seen Maharaj, Mulder, and Jansen all on this side, and Don Olivier not in the playing 11, but very good chance, I suppose, that we'll see him at his new home ground, Wanderers, in the second test.
Lungi Ngidi coming from the Henops River end. This one driven, but seems to have got an inside edge. Goes down to the man at fine leg for a single.
That was very, very close to an LBW appeal. That bat saving KL Rahul there, getting that inside edge, and you probably could have heard it through the mic. The approach is slip cord and just rising up with a little bit of angst and anguish because it was so close. So close.
Still feeling aggressive, still have their tails up. Just 12 for 0 at the moment. As Ngidi comes in now. Once again, gets the inside edge and runs to the man at fine leg again. Slip caught in a chorus at this moment.
Another one. Lungi's trying to get the ball to jack back into the right-handers and essentially aiming, being a lot more straighter there onto that off-stump line. Oh, getting that edge there. It was a healthy edge, and nonetheless. But the South Africans will feel like they might be in the business there if one of these batsmen just misses that or slightly on timing. You'll be hearing the slip corner and probably all 11 South African voices appealing to that umpire.
Once again, this one on the pads, but middle the ball did KL Rahul. It looks like it's going to run to the mid-wicket boundary, but saved very nicely there. And that's going to be thrown in by Rassie van der Dussen.
Yes, the one fielding change that the approaches have done so far is in this over, they've taken out that short leg. He's standing at mid-wicket. And Lungi's trying to bowl a lot straighter and fuller. So you're not necessarily going to bring the short leg into play if you're going to bowl it full. But that position there at mid-wicket is a run-saving position. And you've seen that because if Lungi errs slightly, and you saw that there was more middle and leg, it will go to mid-wicket, and it is pretty vacant. That's why Rassie is there to try and stop those boundaries.
Oh, solid forward defensive from Agarwal. We just saw a pitch map of where the South African bowlers have been pitching most of their deliveries, a majority of them in that good length region, and we saw a lot of balls bouncing off that length. And the other second most deliveries are literally just short of that length. Not too short, haven't been banging in very short at the South Africans. But there's an obvious line and length that they're going for. Outside the off stump, a decent length to not concede too many runs. And
yes, but yeah, because that's the change in plans after. Obviously, they've tried going outside the off stump. The Indians aren't necessarily trying to bite there. Now they're looking to be a lot more straighter.
This one just played to the man at backward point. This one also back of a length. So he played that on the back foot. But yeah, you're right about that. And I was reading an article about potentially Rahul Dravid's teams being the same as he would have captained, being his first traveling test series. He wasn't really an aggressive batsman. Took his time at the crease. Didn't play any brash shots. It's a very interesting change from the previous coaching setup. Not looking too aggressive, our India at the moment. Still early days though, as Lungi Ngidi comes in. And this one left once again on that off-stump line. That ends the over, 16 for 0.
Yeah, already the beginning of a decent partnership here from the Indian openers. As we were saying, the last time they came here, that was one area that they struggled. Average opening partnership in that 2017-18 tour was just 18.6 from the Indian side, often getting into double figures, but then falling shortly afterwards.
Yes, Chris, that's a good thing, but it settles the nerves in the dressing room for this Indian side. They've played a lot of away games in England and as well as in Australia this year, and so that opening partnership needed to be strong.
KJ Rabada from the pavilion end, still a little bit short of a length. but going down the leg side, or it looks like it's swinging down the leg side just a little
Well,
bit.
it cut across him. It jacked across him. It pitched outside the off stump and went across Kel Rahul. He had to like swivel away to make sure that he didn't get anything onto that. Um, Very aggressive line from Gagiso there, um, trying to force him to play. But yeah, I think South Africa needs to try and induce a lot of false strokes right now.
Oof,
Lovely,
that
lovely
was
shot.
nothing. That was definitely not a false stroke. A fantastic front foot drive straight down the ground, piercing mid on and mid off, and he gets a boundary. Does KL Rahul, first one of the game?
It's a very good shot from Kel Rahul. That one was just based on Gagiso going too full outside that off stump, and it was a lot easier for Kel Rahul. Those ones he will take any
Yeah.
day.
Definitely took advantage of erring in length from KG Rabada. A little bit of a half volley outside off, and a punish down the ground. Sweetly struck, in fact.
So gotta keep them under pressure. Gotta keep them under pressure.
Ooh, it looked like it just missed the off stump there. Didn't bounce as high as you would have expected from that length. Stayed relatively low. Quinton de Kock gathering by his feet, but that also is a dot ball.
Yes, that's now that was quite interesting because it was just off the back of the length, and we seen hint of a little bit of inconsistent bounce. It didn't go through to Quinton around about chest height. It went very low, and as you said, Tipo kind of died as it got past the bat. And the
It
next
looks like
one goes up.
from the same length, in fact. Quinton de Kock catching it by his shoulder. So we're seeing a variable bounce pretty early here.
That's something I remember us seeing during that 2015-16 England series. Nick Compton went out LBW to a delivery that went about 2 inches off the ground. Came off the same length of a ball that would go past his waist, and then just didn't rise.
On day one, Chris.
Yeah.
In the first morning.
That's mad.
Well, even questionable pitches and India touring South Africa. It's also been a pattern recently. That Wanderers pitch from the last series where we saw batsmen wearing fortified gloves. This ball left alone outside off by KL Rahul.
That was a crazy series. The 2018 series where they actually won in the Wanderers.
Yeah.
It looked pretty dangerous as well. There were people expected to be called off, but they kept playing. Got the result of the Indian team. KG coming in for his final ball of the fifth over. Oh, solid defensive. Once again, jumped off from a length, hitting the handle of the bat of KL Rahul. But that ends the over, 20 for 0 after 9 overs.
Good over from KG. Yes, the boundary is the blemish, but he has been on point to start this series. It's been a while since we've seen KG start off this accurate, this aggressive, and be on the money.
Yeah. For a long time, that wasn't his role. He was just the guy who'd really attack the batsman. But yeah, he's had to take on that senior position and become a lot more consistent.
And speaking of someone that's on the opposite end of the senior position, it's Marco Janssen on his test debut. He's going to be coming in from the Henhoff River end, and you can just hear the crowd going crazy. Tons of promise here for the left arm pace bowler, 6'8". He's got the discipline, he's got the pace, he's got the length. I mean,
And
what
he's
doesn't
got
he
that,
have?
Yeah, that left arm variation. So he's going to be coming left arm
Watch
over
that
the wickets
angle.
into the right-handed. There's
Time
a lot
for
of
the slips to get
right-handers in this Indian lineup.
Oh,
This time missing the angle, got a fantastic drive, did Agarwal through the covers and straight to the boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a full toss there. You can understand the nerves. He's a very young bowler in the side. He went on the South Africa tour of Pakistan as a reserve bowler. He didn't get a chance on
and
that
in the West
occasion.
Indies as well.
But now
Wasn't aware there was in the West
we
Indies.
all knew he was going to make the South African 11 eventually. I think some people were surprised that it was as early as this, but very exciting to see him.
Well, after that first ball, he'll be wanting to just land it, just land it. No full tosses, Marco.
There it is. Perfect length delivery. Left by the batsman and straight to
Is that
Quinton
a
de Kock.
hint of movement into the right-handed Agarwal there?
You'd hope that
That's
would
the
straighten up,
most-
yeah.
that is what he's going to do. It's going to be a lot of in swingers to the right-hander. You find very few left-handers consistently take it away from the right-hander, get that away swing.
So Marco Jansen has the same field that Kagiso had. 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off. Short legs now gone 45. And you've also got the fine leg.
This one a little bit full, driven straight to the man at mid-off. Temba Bavuma doing the fielding. Acrobatic as usual.
So Rassi's now gone from being square of the wicket to the right-hander when Kagiso's bowling to just being behind. So
Not quite 45, but just behind that square line, yeah.
yes, and so essentially what there's the option, there's a chance that Marco could bowl it short.
I think we're going to see that sooner or later.
And that would bring Rassi in business under the helmet, behind square.
That one, the line rather, was a little bit too straight to the pads, clipped to the onside and runs to the mid-on boundary. 4 runs for
Yes.
Agarwal.
Agarwal
Wow.
has been putting away any bad balls the South Africans have bowled to him. That one was full, it was straight, and with the angle coming into him, it's an easy one to pick off your hands. He actually didn't need to do much, just presented the straight bat, and everything else did the rest. The pace off the bat, managing to get it to run away past Ngiti, who is quite square at mid-on. He's actually more mid-wicket than at mid-on.
This one, once again, too close to the pads, finds the gap on the leg side, and it runs to the very same boundary.
This
Marco
time-
Jansen erring on his length this time.
This time it wasn't full. The line was the same. It wasn't full. This was easier now because if it's a little bit shorter, Mark Agarwal can play it a lot squarer, and that's what he did. First time he presented a straight bat. This time it's an angled bat down to the leg side.
Good to see Keshav Maharaj there having a word with Marco Jansen. You want the support of your side, and Maharaj, as a senior player, sometimes captain of the white ball sides, making a good run over there to Marco and probably giving them some assurance.
Because what you want is, I know Marco's trying to get that in swing, but what you want is you say, look, pitch it outside the off stump, try ball for the angle. Don't bowl for the in swing, because if you try to do that, you're going to be straighter. That's much better.
Yeah, that one outside the off stump. We just saw Rassie van der Dussen move away from behind short leg to now that mid-wicket region where he was conceding a lot of runs. But that ends the over 32 for 0. 3 boundaries off that over, a little bit expensive on
And
debut.
Simon's favorite stat, the over rate, is level right now. If you are one of those people who don't want South Africa to lose points in the World Test Championship,
So this partnership of 32 is already higher than any of the opening partnerships that India had the last time they toured South Africa in 2018. Even that 2013 series, the highest partnership was 41. So that, I guess, is the next target for this Indian opening pair.
Yeah, South African pace bowlers haven't really used the new ball as effectively as you would have expected. KG Rabada continuing from the pavilion end. This one short. Looking for a run was KL Rahul, but decides against it as a Rassie van der Dussen shies at the stumps. He's right there, right under the lid at short leg. So short square leg, rather. So I wouldn't want to risk that.
so we've got some tweets in. We do apologize. We're just trying to sort ourselves out. Leah was the first tweet of the morning. She says, morning, everyone. She was wanting to know where the audio stream was. Seemed like the website is down, but the website is up now. We're also available on TuneIn. Just search for One World Sports Radio and you'll find us on TuneIn as well.
This one outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
Ravi Heviral already saying, interesting call to bat first by Virat Kohli. Conditions appear to suit the bowlers. So far,
That's what we were talking about. So it's been an interesting dichotomy where in the domestic game, teams are opting to field first. But of the last 5 international tests at Centurion, 4 of the toss-winning captains have opted to bat.
And then Ravi says, Mank Agarwal has a superb pedigree against South Africa, scoring 215 on debut in Visakhapatnam in India 2019.
Short length delivery, played to the offside. The man at point will pick this up. They'll get. Did they even take a single?
They did.
They did. They took a single. Just 1 run off that.
Pranjal Messi fan says has a picture on Twitter where he's given the reason as to why Marco Jansen may have played. Indian batters average 12 against bowlers who are 2.25 meters tall.
Now
But
that's an
Marco,
interesting
yeah,
fact.
Don Olafield's just as
Not quite. Obviously, another man who really bounces the opposition, but
Oof.
I don't think there's ever been a South African bowler as tall as Marco Jansen, at least in internationals.
Short length delivery just outside the off stump. Once again, left. No run there.
Well, I mean, don't want to open too many scars for any Indian listeners, but in that T20 World Cup, we saw how some of the Indian upper order faced a tall left arm bowler in Shaheen Shah Afridi.
I was actually going to ask if you could find some interesting stats on left arm bowlers right now. You said that there are tons of right-handed batsmen in the Indian lineup.
Yeah, 10 of the 11 players in this Indian lineup are right-handed batsmen. Rishabh Pant, the only left-hander.
Solid forward defensive punch. It goes out to the offside. Two men fielding that. Teamwork between Temba Bavuma and Keshav Maharaj, the one-day international captains. They save a boundary. 2 runs off that.
Yes. Punjab Messi fan 30 minutes ago was saying that Ngiti hasn't bowled a ball in the fourth stump line, which is something that we noticed. He was trying to bowl a lot straighter. Ravi Nesen, the problem is, though India have had quite a few open pairings recently, they've all proved they're pretty good at leaving the ball, as evidenced by the series in England.
Once again, this one left. Timely leave, just in time for Ravi's tweet.
Looks like KG's trying to push up the pace now. He's trying to crank it up a little bit more with that last 2 balls, as evidenced by the series in England. Unlike English batsmen, they are able to switch from a white ball to a red ball mindset. And Punjab Messi fans saying not one delivery over 142 k's an hour.
I guess that is one of the big things that we're missing with Anraj Nokia. He's probably the fastest bowler in the world at the moment, and those extra few Ks do make a difference.
Which is why you would have wanted Duan to come
Right.
in,
He's the
because he's
closest
closer
analog.
to
Yeah.
that. But Marco can push it up, and that's what we want to see. And essentially, he mustn't worry about the swing. He must just worry about getting that ball through with the angle, and the slips will do the rest. If he gets hit for 4-3 extra cover, that's fine. But crank it up, get it outside that off stump, and bring your fielders into play.
Speaking of Mark Jansen, he's coming in. This one on that off stump line looked like it was a bit of a half volley. Well driven, but straight to the man at mid off.
Yes, but I'm okay with that. I don't mind that. You especially right now, make use of the best of the conditions. It's to try and make use of your fielders. So bowl it outside that off stump, see what you can do, especially if you're going to tail it in. Make the batter think twice whether he wants to come forward, and handle with and work with that in swing. But yeah, it's a 7th ball in international cricket.
And his 8th goes a little bit too straight. Played off the pads to the man at a deep mid wicket, and they get a single there.
It was quite interesting because obviously CSA
Square legs, right?
throughout the week showed us, gave us an interview with Duan Oliphant.
Right.
Yes.
So it would be quite interesting to know when when Marco was selected over Duan, because we would have loved to hear a lot more from him. From Marco Jansen throughout the week.
True that. Seemed like it was a preemptive move. Marco Jansen, this one outside the off stump.
It is. That's the ball you want to get.
Yeah, getting across the right-hander there. But you would have expected Duan to come through the way he was being shown to the public with that
I guess
CSA
it was
interview.
one of the biggest stories, the fact that Don Olivier was
Coming
recalled.
back.
It's been the conversation. It's Tim the Cricket Guy stats, one of our co-commentators, the fact that South Africa's only played 13 test matches since Don Olivier last played.
1,037 days in between that.
Oh, a big appeal as it wraps Agarwal on the pads. Murray Erasmus remains unmoved, and they sneak through for a quick single. The DRS timer is up.
I don't think they're going to
even
take
from
this.
this
Is the
angle
one
that
they
we
would have
have.
wanted to review.
I think that's strained down leg, even from the slightly off-center angle.
Also,
that we do have.
maybe an inside edge there.
You asked for some left-handed
So-
stats.
The trick here is that Murray Erasmus did not lift up his leg as they went through for a leg by, which means that he thinks that it
It was an
came off
inside
the
edge.
bat as an inside edge.
It looked like it was going down leg from the
Yeah.
replay as well. It's good spotting there. Played off the back foot now. Marco Janssen hitting his straps a lot better now, finding the right line, the right length, getting the batsman playing, getting some appeals here and there.
That's what you want. That's the. I'm a fan of this over.
Mm.
Really love this over.
Standing this over.
Just need one outside that off stump. Bring him forward. Let's get Björn Mulder catched.
Oh,
At third
yes.
slip.
Anton coming in. This one short of a length played to the onside. The man fielding, sweeping on the onside will pick that up and they'll get a single. That ends the over. 38 for 0 after 12 India. Rahul on 12, Agarwal on 26 at the moment.
Carl Moreno with the 12th man duties. Dinalgo just threw the helmet at Carl Moreno like it was a rugby ball.
Carl Moreno, decent chance that we see him in one of the remaining
Yes.
tests with Quinton de Kock absent for the birth of his child.
And we're just hearing a bowling change here. Vian Mulder is going to take over from Kagiso Rabada from the pavilion end. He's also someone that we've been very excited to see. He looked very good in the West Indies, even though he bowled very few overs. So expecting to see a lot more overs from Vian.
In that last test match, his best total score for an innings was 3 for 1.
That's mad.
In that last test match against the West Indies.
That's a whole man.
He
Sheesh.
was really good. Expecting to see the ball to swing a little bit more. He's also his bowling loads up. He played a couple of games for the Lions in the domestic 4-day series while guys were on SAA duty, so he should be raring to go.
This one quite far down the offside, a little bit of a loosener left by KL Rahul. Quite an exciting prospect. Doesn't quite have that much pace, but definitely has that line, that length.
So that first ball was a lot wider, a little bit of a loosener. You want him to be in that fourth stump line, getting the ball to shape away. That's his natural shape, so that's going to be pretty cool, pretty interesting to see how Rahul manages that.
Oh, this one short and wide and punished through the offside. 2 looseners in a row. Vian Mulder will not be happy with that.
I don't think Dinalgo would be happy with that. That was just too short. He wanted to just bang it in, but he isn't getting as much bounce as KG or Lungi are. And just essentially it was an easy flat batted shot through point for 4.
Yeah, that was truly a gimme. Quite wide and didn't get enough bounce, so it was easy for KL Rahul to get on top of that and just send that to the point boundary. Man at backward point didn't stand a chance. Mulder continuing a little bit fuller and bouncing off quite a length there.
So Vian Mulder's field, he doesn't have a third slip. He's got a galley. He has a backup point, a field at extra cover. That's where that slip is. And obviously mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket.
This one a lot fuller, a lot straighter. That's the line and length he's going for, that fourth stump line. And a solid defensive shot by KL Rahul.
So with that field placing, what they're telling you is that Vian doesn't have the express pace as the previous 3. And so they've taken one slip, put in an extra cover. Still very aggressive field setting. And really, really good to see that they're backing him to try and strike early. South Africa are looking for a wicket. It is 42 runs right now in India's cause.
This one driven to the man at cover. And you must say the plan for the Indians was to basically survive the first few overs, survive the first session, and they're doing quite well now. Partnership of 42 without loss. So they've been negotiating the new ball quite nicely, and that's good to see from a batting perspective.
It's still very early days. The trick here for Dean to not let the game run away. They've done really well keeping that run rate under 4.
Ooh, how did that pass the bat? KL Rahul playing forward to the shot without throwing his bat at it, but ended up being a leave with the bat close to his body. That ends the over 42 for 0 after 13.
That's the ball you want from Vian. You want him to try and replicate that ball. Slightly a little bit fuller, just fuller than back of a length, outside that fourth stump, bringing the batter forward, testing that edge to see if the ball can't get the edge there. That's what you're looking for. Good to see that he's getting into that rhythm. It is his first over in two weeks, because the last 4-day game was the beginning of December. So loving what we see.
Marco Janssen continuing from the Henops River end. This one banged in short, well blocked out by Agawal.
The one thing I like about Mount Agawal, he's not afraid of the bounce. He's playing it really well. He's waiting for the ball, playing it very late. And that's something, Chris, that India struggled with in that previous series. It was just the bounce that Moko, Giti, Rabada, even Del Steyn generated. And they found themselves in a lot of trouble.
Left-handed Janssen coming in again. This one, Fuller gets a thick edge. Looked like it was going to run to the boundary if it weren't for the fielding of Keshav Maharaj at backward points. Acrobatic, classy, saved a certain boundary there.
Agrawal played that very late. Had he played it slightly earlier, that would have gone to point for 4, but he played that very late. It's the type of shot you want as a South Africans to be able to open up and end. But also, it was a tad too full, so that's why Agrawal went for it. So good fielding from Keshav.
Once again, Marco Janssen. This one a bit shorter, kept out. Same as the first delivery.
We haven't seen a huge amount of left-arm seamers play Test cricket here at Centurion. Marco Janssen just the 20th to do so, but we have seen some frightening spells from left-armers, especially left-armers with the initials MJ. I don't want to frighten too many South African listeners, but Mitchell Johnson, I think we'll all remember, tore South Africa apart here in 2014.
Oh, man, that was a series and a half.
And hopefully we can get a change where the best bowling from a left armer here.
There we go.
South Africa.
Very short delivery there. Agrawal matrix ducked under that one, and Quinton de Kock had to leap and jump catch with his one right hand. Quite a lot of bounce from that delivery, Marco Janssen.
Yes, no, that's what you want to see. You want to remind the batter that
can flip you on the cup, my man.
No, we see you coming forward, but let's see what you can do going back a little bit more. This could be the start of a plan. Short ball, getting him his feet stuck, and maybe trying to bowl a fuller one outside off stump to see if the feet move again still.
This one fuller outside off stump, as Umpo just said, and played to the leg side. We can even hear a few fans saying quality bowling from Marco Janssen. That it was.
Yeah, this is a lot closer to, I think, what the South African selectors would have been hoping from him. They've obviously seen him bowl a lot in the nets, a lot for South Africa A, and also for the Warriors this season, and he has been consistent. So I guess it's the little bit of a pressure of debut and the fact that he's still so young that first over was a little bit loose. But yeah, he's hitting his straps now.
Indeed. Last ball of the over now. A little bit fuller. Still got quite a bit of bounce. Good over indeed. 42 at the moment, India without loss, and I believe that one was a maiden.
Yes, maiden over, and that brings drinks. And with that, we'll bring a commentary change. Thank you, Tipple and Chris, and then I'll be joined by Sean Mayers as well as Dave Midge. We're back again from the drinks break. I've got Dave Misley, also known as Coach Dave, on Twitter, if you want to follow him. He also gave you when he was born. So he'll tell you that number. And we've also got Sean Mayers here, who is current Zim International women's cricketer, making her debut on One World Sports Radio. Hi, Sean.
I'm Paul. Hey, Dave. It's great to be here.
That is good. Good to have you. Sean Mayers is a master blaster. She's an opening bat, so she'll be telling you all about what the Indians have done so far and how do you think they've gone.
I think they started off very patient, just seeing out what the conditions are like. Super Sport Park at the moment has a little bit of variable bounce, and they're being patient, waiting for that bad ball, which is a perfect scenario, and they've put themselves in a good position in this first hour. 42 for no loss. Mayank Agarwal being the more aggressor in this has been fantastic because it has put them on the front foot, and he's brilliant to watch. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this innings go.
And an interesting thing is that I think Kero Hull's just passed his high score, or was equaled his high score from the last time he was in South Africa. So that's also pretty cool. His high score in South Africa was 16, so he's currently on 16 right now. There are a lot of demons from the previous tour for a lot of the returnees. If you look at the people who've returned, you've got Rahane, Bumrah, Shami, Ashwin, Kohli, Pujara, and Rahul. So Mayank Agarwal doesn't have that, and so I think his natural aggression is great to see because, had wickets started falling, it could have been like, oh, not this again.
Yeah. It definitely, he's playing with a lot of freedom, going after the ball, and he's definitely putting the bowlers wherever they get their line wrong under pressure. You can see they're bowling a little bit fuller, wanting them to drive. So he's definitely putting them under pressure the moment they stray.
First ball there from Vian Mulder after the drinks break, and it's just on the back foot and defended into the offside.
Dave, what have you been seeing from our little backstage?
Yeah, the green room, so to speak. It's been an interesting first hour of play. We all speak about the crucial nature of that first hour and making inroads, but it's really been honest even, you might say, with just the 42 runs on the board after 14.1 overs. It comes in again and it's well left alone. It's a much better length here from Vian Mulder. Sean, you and I were chatting about how there was a clear plan from the pavilion end with Kagiso Rabada bowling a length or a back of a length, whereas Lungi was bowling a little bit fuller.
Yes, I found that with Rabada bowling a back of a length, he's wanting. He wants to put the batters on the back foot, and Lungi bowling a little bit fuller, forcing them to drive. And when it was hit through the covers, it was almost okay. You want that to happen because you're encouraging them to drive.
Vian in again, and it's a good one. He's just left that alone again. Has Carol Hall, 16 runs from 44 deliveries, 45 rather.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting contest. What Lungi does have is that he does get the bounce that Vian Mulder hasn't been getting so far from what we see. So, it's definitely interesting that South Africa do have a lot of options within their bowling attack, but we'll see how this
Especially
goes.
with the left arm option of Mark Jansen. That's something we haven't seen in a while in South African cricket, to have like a left armer.
Halfway through second, and he just leers at that one. There's a good stride in there from Carol Hall, but it beats the outside half of the bat, and there's 2 balls remaining in Mulder's second.
That play on a miss is very dangerous as an opener, right?
It's playing close to his body, he'll be fine.
So is the trick to keep the bat and pad all in one compact line?
Yes, you'd never want to chase the ball. The moment you start chasing the ball, you start playing away from your body and putting the slips in the gully into play.
Mulder once again, and it's down the leg side. It's just straying a little bit there. The length remains good, but it's a bit of a way with him. Maybe hoping for a tickle down the leg side.
Letting the wrist go there, Vian Mulder, the point of release, and that's allowing the ball to just go through to the leg side. Something Lungi was also doing early on, and but obviously now Dean's is in run saving mode, trying to slow the game down, stall it a little bit more.
Mulder to wrap up this over. He comes past the umpire, and that's well away from the bat of Rahul. So he wraps up his second, 4 runs from it.
2 maidens in a row for South Africa, so that's good.
That's
Building
how you
the
build
pressure.
pressure, Paul. That's essentially the key to longer format cricket. I think, the youngsters, they get excited too quickly and they rush through things. And the key in this format of the game, which if you're a purist like we are, is you've got to build up dot balls, and dot balls almost certainly picks up wickets.
Definitely, you definitely want the batters chasing after the ball. You want to have them chase or bowl at them. You don't want to bowl at them too often. So South Africa definitely going according to plan.
There's a big shout here from the South Africans, but not convinced. Quinton and Aiden having the discussion. Don't seem too convinced when he throws the ball away.
The other problem about that failed DRS review early on, obviously both teams getting 3, is that now every ball that looks a little bit more 50-50, or chance that looks a little bit more 50-50, you find your captain not necessarily wanting to go for it. But I think this one was a good call from them, because that one was the first one loosener that Agarwal wanted to chase outside.
With a shorter one, and Quinton has to leap into the air to collect that one. You can see he's wanting to mess around. We saw in Bloemfontein in that South Africa A series, there was some vicious bounces from Marco Jansen, and you just want to see more of that as a cricket fan, just to see that 6'8" Marco Jansen, like the West Indians of old, just throwing in those bombs, Sean.
Oh, definitely. He's a big lad. So if he can do that, then he makes it.
Jansen again, and this is a bit of a straighter one this time. A bit of a fuller length as well. Stares Carol down, or Mayank Agarwal. Yeah, you were saying about the big men throwing it in short.
Yes, the conditions work for them. And he can pitch it up fuller, go across the right-hander, put the slips into play, but as well as also pitch it a lot shorter and force them to hook or pull.
It's another fuller delivery. Just dots that out into the offside. Maharaj does the fielding. We just saw a little bit of a replay with that first ball of the over. There was no motion there from Snicko, keeping quiet this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you spoke clearly about it, Paul, with regards to the review. It plays into the psychology of how the team approaches the game going forward, particularly in this first 2 hours before.
Because you don't want to be too reviews
lunch
down after an hour, or just over an hour. So
you end up chasing leather on day 3, and you don't have a review, and there's an opportunity. You're going to be ruining that opportunity. Short one once again from Jansen, and Agarwal is rather Rahul this time. Is willing to just duck under it.
I must say, it's been a good comeback from Jansen after his first over.
Yes,
He's definitely bowling a lot better, more consistent with his line and his length, and clearly has a plan. I think it was just, debut nerves.
Look, when you made your debut in international cricket, I'm sure you were a little bit more nervous.
I was, but the way I looked at it, it's taken in stride. But if anything, I came out first ball duck. So
Jansen to wrap up the 16th. Just leaves the lone outside the off stump. So 43 without loss. We're 16 overs into the first day of this first test between South Africa and India. Don't forget, you can tweet us as usual.
Mm-hmm.
That's at OneWorldSR is the at that you can use, and hashtag SAVIND. And we are thrilled to bring you this first test from Supersport Park.
Ravi Nair tweeting that the screaming kid in the background makes it sound truly real. Does anyone have a lollipop? That's essentially where we are. We're in the stadium. We're now getting all the noises around. It's no longer the noises from our houses. And that's really awesome to see.
Mulder to begin a new over from the pavilion end, and it's well away. No real stress there for Mayank Agarwal. Paul, if I think back to the last time Mayank Agrawal was on South African shores. Deep breath and exhale. If you're a South African fan, it was not enjoyable to watch as he piled on the runs.
Oh yes, in it was in Vizag. Yes, when on debut we just seemed to have no answer to Mayank Agarwal. I think Timber bowled in that series as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. Mulder in once again. He's happy to defend that one. It's a good line and length there. He's just asking questions of Agarwal. There's no point, Sean, when he bowled that last ball of his previous over that was well away and there was no real threat there. You're not going to get a guy thrashing away outside the off stump, particularly the quality of these two opening pair.
No, definitely not. And also not this early in the game. They want to have a solid start, and so far it's only been one run after the drinks break. So they're obviously going to start again.
Mulder in again, and he just pushes down at this. This didn't quite get up to the height he was hoping for Agarwal, but the ball goes down to fine leg, and Janssen does the fielding.
Yeah, so it's a lot straighter ball. Vian's been going outside of. That was the first straighter one. Got that outside half of the bat to go down to the leg side, but it's something that you want, I think, as the captain. That was the plan, to try see if you can't get him to miss time or miss it and come with an RBW. So that's a good thing so far for Vian.
Vian in again, and it's much fuller this time, pushing at it, not quite hard hands, making sure he's keeping an eye on things. Sean, I want to chat to you. We spoke, shared a little bit of a factoid around the England opening woes. I'd love to hear at the end of this over your thoughts around these two Indian openers. You know, they've also had their own troubles, have India, with regards to consistency and selection at the top of the order. I mean, England, 27 opening partnerships in 2021, and 13 times they haven't crossed 5 before the first one. Just leaves that alone outside the off stump. One ball remaining in the 17th over, 44 without loss now.
I definitely feel that this is the first time that they've opened together, and it's an opportunity for both of them to solidify their places at the top of the order. Especially it's an opportunity for Agarwal because with Rohit being injured, it's an opportunity for him to solidify his place, put some pressure up at the top of the order. And I would say for India, these are great problems to have. If you have, potentially 4 openers that are raring to go, putting pressure on each other to get playing.
That last one is just defended. So that ends the 17th, and there's a bit of physio work here.
And that's the conundrum that India had coming into South Africa, that the Rohit Sharma injury kind of answered. Right? The question was, okay, who do you open with? Is it Mayank, Rohit, or Mayank and Rahul? And what do you do with the one who isn't opening? And so the question was, the idea was maybe to drop either Mayank Agarwal to bat at 5 and not have Ajinkya Rahane in the side, or even Rohit Sharma to bat at 5 like he did in the last tour. Obviously, the Rohit Sharma injury made it a little bit easier. And then the question was, do you go with Shreyas Iyer, who scored a debut century against New Zealand a couple of weeks ago, actually a few weeks ago, or do you go with Ajinkya Rahane, who has one of the higher averages of the Indian batters away from home? So there were a lot of questions coming into this, outside of even the bowling attack. But essentially, Rohit Sharma's injury made it a little bit easier to make that opening pair settle. And then also the question of who bats at 5 is now a question of which middle order batsman gets an opportunity. And they're going to have to take that opportunity because, when Rohit Sharma comes back, you need to make sure the selectors are thinking again, are thinking twice.
First one from Janssen and just defended. We thought Mayank Agarwal was the man receiving a bit of treatment, maybe a bit of a stiff neck to get things going. He's just getting maybe a bit of a painkiller.
It's been a little bit overcast. Good to see the sun starting to come out a little bit, which is what normally happens at Centurion. After the first hour, the sun's going to start coming out, baking the surface.
Again, this is very full and it's wide of the man at mid-on, and that's going to race away to the boundary. Kagiso Rabada diving in vain, and that's it's a bit overpitched there from Janssen.
Yeah, it was also a little bit too straight. Especially with the field set he has, he can't be bowling too straight. He wants to angle it more across the right-hander, get his slips and his gully into play.
Yes, you don't want to start your line on middle, because with the angle that he has, it makes the bat a little bit easier.
We were asking the question about whether or not there would be short pitch bowling, and we now do see that man out at deep square leg, so I imagine there will be some more of that. Not this time. He just up onto the back foot and just punches this out into the covers. That's going to race away for back-to-back boundaries, and that brings up India's 50 as well, coming halfway through the 18th. It's 52 without loss.
Yes, 50-run partnership for India. Good start to the series for them. Bringing calm into the dressing room. Obviously, I know, Sean, you probably wouldn't have been in a lot of dressing rooms batting at first drop, because you'd be out there trying to make sure everyone feels calm. But that surely must make the team feel good.
Oh, definitely. I would also say for these two batting together for the first time, they also must be a lot calmer, especially just going into this game.
Again, and so nearly could have been something. Looked like he squared him up there, and Quinton de Kock diving in desperation. It just took the fingertip there, like a football goalkeeper. He put it around the upright, but it's not where he wanted it. He wanted it in the hands.
Well, I must say that was a phenomenal ball from Mark Janssen.
The question was that an edge?
Definitely. I think he edged that one, and there we go. He edged that one, and I think...
Drop chance?
Yes, definitely drop chance there.
Marco Janssen's first international wicket was dropped.
Gone a biggie. He continues once again. Left arm over the wicket, and it's short. Of course, he's going to follow up with that. He's going to hit the gloves hard of his wicketkeeper. He's just dropped him.
There's also another sense where, obviously, there haven't been a lot of balls coming through the wicketkeeper and its slip, where now, obviously, you get this one. It's the first one of the series. You haven't been doing it in a while, that you might end up dropping that one.
Just having a look at a replay on our side. It's a massive edge, and it was in the right hand of Quinton, in the webbing, actually. But when he closed his fingers around it, it just squeezed it out. Poor Dean Elgar dove in vain behind him. Another short one. He just drops his hands, does Mayank Agarwal. And that ends the 18th over, 52 without loss. Rahul on 16 and Agarwal on 36. These two are going at 0.1 shy of 3 runs to the over.
That was a good collection of balls from Marco Janssen. He just has to try to find a way to get it back again. And I think that's the thing with the team right now. When's the next one going to come? We've now gotten a chance. It's taken us an hour. You just need to keep applying the pressure, and one will come in. That was just unfortunate from Quinny. He never drops a lot, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I must say he bowled according to his plan, and you could see it was coming. There was no foot movement there from Agarwal, and lucky, as you said.
Mulder to begin his 4th. Oh, that one's taken a tickle, and it's going to race away very fine down to that fine leg boundary. It's almost at a long stop type of position. But that's another boundary, and the carnage continues.
Yeah, that wrist's not holding for Vian Mulder, and just straying down the leg side. And easy runs there as India, this pair now starting to feel a lot more confident.
Yeah, especially when you get dropped, you definitely want to make use of it. You get given a life, you want to make it big.
Do you want to go too overly aggressive to punish them, or do you want to just keep going the same way?
Tries to get on top of that. Does Rahul, but didn't quite time it. So it just plugs in the field there to Timber in the covers.
I think you just keep going the same way.
Okay.
If you go overly aggressive, you're opening yourself up to more opportunities. You want to keep going the same way. Agarwal definitely knows what he did wrong in the shot he played that ended up with that edge. So you want to keep going the same way.
But it was that line that just was on that off stump. It was really beautiful.
Once again. Oh, that one caught the edge, but it died on the way through to Keegan Peterson at the Gully region.
Well, looking at that line and that length, I think he could have left that ball, could have left it alone completely. But given the variable bounce, I do understand why he played it, but there was no foot movement as well. Where I feel if he had made a decision, because he was caught in no man's land, I think he would have played it a lot better. And I feel that going forward, he's less likely to make that mistake.
Because on
again.
the high fault, you can leave on length. And that one was easily high above that off stump.
Mulder again, and just it's a bit of a leer at it from Cal Rahul.
One of the bowlers you can't leave on length is Vian Mulder because it just feels like it's top of off. That he's trying to get you on the top of off.
I always feel important that when you try and leave on length within South African conditions in general, it could go horribly wrong very quickly. I think we've seen some inconsistent bounce here, and the high felt is one where you can kind of, as Mulder in again and just defend it, you can kind of feel confident enough. But like you said, with the amount of rain that's been happening from right the way through November and into December, the bounce has just been terribly inconsistent.
Yes, and which is uncharacteristic of day one, first session at St. John, where you would normally be able to trust the bounce.
And expect a bit of movement as well. Mulder in, there's two slips in place. That one is just driven, square the wicket, but finds Keshav Maharaj at point, and that wraps up the 19th of 56 without loss. These two going along nicely.
Because if you can't trust the bounce, it makes it very hard to bat on these wickets, especially on top of that, the traditional bounces hits you high on the bat. It's very high, so you always have to, I would assume, be on your toes half the time when you're playing off of that. And now when you're getting balls that are coming ankle height, or Kagiso's last one that kind of showed us a little bit of inconsistent bounce, that was like more roll height. It makes it hard to adjust.
Yeah, you definitely have to watch the ball, not closer, but
To Agarwal, he just tucks this away nicely off the pads, and Van Edison, who's down there at deep square, does the fielding.
and I guess that's why there was very little foot movement from Agarwal in that one, because of the inconsistent bounce and how Janssen was pitching to much shorter. I'm sure didn't bounce as high as he had hoped, and got him into the position he was in.
That's and that's the truth. I think what these two have done so far is they've managed to be able to ride the bounce really well. They've managed to leave outside the off stump, and they're going to start reaping the rewards as the day goes on. You want to be batting in the afternoon here at St. John.
Lovely to see that first ball there from Marco Janssen, just going through to Quinton de Kock, but he's taking it at head height there. So even without really trying, there's enough bounce on offer. We've spoken about leaving on length and beyond Mulder's bounce and possibly inconsistency, but Marco Janssen is just making it look like he's bowling with a tennis ball on a road.
As long as he keeps it onto that off stump line, he's gonna be in the business.
Janssen in again, and
There
that
it
one's
is.
taking the edge and drop short of Jan Mulder. So great stop in the end. It's never easy when they come to you quickly like that, awkwardly off the edge of the blade. But, saved a certain boundary. Put his body in the way. That's what he knows he needs to do.
And the question is, are he slips a little bit too far back if that one is grasped off of pretty much a very healthy part of the bat? But that's another half chance. So 2 half chances for South Africa. Okay, 1 massive chance and another half chance. So at least we're starting to collect half chances here as we go through.
Left arm over, and that one is absolutely beating more ends up. Lovely delivery there.
Of ball.
Sean, what goes through your mind as a batter when you get a peach like that? I mean, you're well settled. You're on 20. Your partnership's worth 50, and you get a peach like that.
Well, if I'm still in, continue.
Oh, so an edge has happened. Next ball, he gets that one outside the off stump that just squares you up. What's on your mind right now? Is it to get forward? Is it to get back? What's the thing?
I would say to get forward. You want to keep going forward. But I must say that was a peach.
Janssen from the Henops River in, and this one is straighter, and he tries to find the gap. Does Rahul between the two men?
Or pray that the bowler's going to
Yes,
bowl
one.
one down the
Yeah.
leg side for you to play
Yes.
to get to the other end. So, good set of balls here from Marco Janssen, alleviating the pressure a little bit more.
So sorry. So he's good enough for Test cricket? That's the question everybody at home is thinking. Marco Janssen?
The
With the ball
question
at
was, we left the guy who's taken 28 wickets.
But is he doing the job? That's the question you need to ask. Janssen did again a little bit short of this one. Maybe
Look.
a little bit of angle there.
What we can say is he's
David
doing
Noah.
the job a little bit better than some of his senior bowlers are doing.
Touche. Sorry,
He's the
Sean.
so he's the only bowler who's actually gotten those half chances, 3 chances off of Marco Janssen's bowling in the spell of his. It's slightly extended actually, but yeah, Kagiso didn't get anything outside the bat, any false strokes. Lumi struggled a little bit. Vian also not getting much joy from his end. So yeah, Marco's been the better of the 4 bowlers.
And so the trick here to playing Marco is not to commit too early now.
Okay.
Yeah, if you commit too early, but you will put yourself in all sorts of issues, man. But make sure your feet are moving.
Yeah, just a quick single here. The shout of timber from Quinton is not forthcoming, so we know it's not going to be a run-out opportunity.
And yeah, he was. The question was, why do you want to take a single to Timber? But the trick there, the interesting thing there was obviously Timber had to make some ground, pick up the ball, and still throw. So
I seem to remember David Warner being run out when Timber had to make ground and throw in the air and, just defy all logic.
well, Timber's at extra cover. The last time I think he was at mid-wicket, catching
yes,
mid-wicket.
yeah. Well left alone outside the off stump there by Mayank Agarwal. 59 without loss. We're 2 balls into the 21st.
When you're playing very light, very close to the body. So, hopefully this will allow them to settle the nerves, especially after, the
Because traditionally, Indian batsmen, when they come to South Africa, they always just want to come onto that front foot, just be sitting on that front foot. And these two have been, doing the dance.
Oh, that one dying again on its way through to Quinton de Kock.
But was there an edge?
Bit of a grimace there on the face
There
of
was an
Jan
edge.
Mulder. He doesn't look happy with it.
That's another chance, an edge induced on that off stump line. It died a little.
Has it not taken the pad, and that's why it's wrong-footed Quinton de Kock?
Yeah, so it looks like
Colby type ball. That one, you see it. Yeah, it's come. It's hit the right
inside,
hip.
so
on the
inside
way.
edge onto the pad, onto the back pad, and then it's scooped out. So, so close.
Mulder in again. Now there's a cut, and a guy dives into the wicket, and Quinton runs around to a leg gully to collect. And he hit 1.
Tricky moments here for India. South Africa for trying to fight their way back into this game to try eke out a wicket here. And that's the joy of Test cricket. It ebbs and it flows. You have moments where India looked very much in control, and now inside edges, under edges, you've gotten edges that have been dropped, edges that don't reach in the space of 2 overs.
Mulder now with 2 balls remaining in his over. He's defending there. Sean, you almost feel like there's something coming. You can see the pot on the stove and it's bubbling up, and whether or not it's going to flow over is almost inevitable.
Oh yes, they're definitely looking for it. The previous ball was too close to cut, and where they bowled towards straight at the batter, they're defending. So I feel that something will happen, and I think the combination of Mulder and Janssen will definitely bring it.
It's well away from Kara Rahul. There he leaves that alone outside the off stump, and we're 21 overs into day 1 of this first test between South Africa and India from Supersport Park. It's Boxing Day. That's 60 without loss.
Yes, best start for India right now. They would have wanted to start well, bat well, Speaking about the partnership between Vian Mulder and Marco Jansen, you're probably going to see it when South Africa bat too. Vian will be batting at 7, Marco Jansen will be batting at 8. And I think in that SA8 tour, Dave, Marco Jansen was a little bit handy with the bat.
Very handy at one point. He was the top scorer in one of the innings when he scored 70. Formed a lovely partnership with Glenton Stierman. Just seen a change in the field. Marco Jansen's actually going off. He's walking around the deep point boundary with Craig Govender. So something is obviously bothering him, and Bjorn Hendricks is the man to replace him in the field.
But not with the ball. Lungin Giti will be starting in from the Henops River end. He's got 3 slips, a gully, and a fielder backward point. Straying down the leg side, a fine little tuck. Kagiso is trying to get around, but he's not going to. It will race away to the boundary for 4. Change in bowling and change in fortunes for India, who've been under the pressure for the past couple of overs.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that Marco has to come off the field and get some treatment. But hopefully, with the pressure that has built and with how the wicket is playing, Lungi will, find his rhythm, be a lot more consistent with his line and his length, and continue giving us those chances, giving the South Africans those chances.
Ngiti in again, 6-3 field down to favoring the offside, and he gets it outside that off stump. Hasn't been doing that much. You'd want him to bowl a little bit fuller there, but dot ball ensuing.
I wonder about that plan, Paul, because they've persisted with quite a squarish fine leg as well as deep square leg. So I'm wondering whether or not they still want to perhaps test the short ball ability of these two.
I think you should try, but also having those 3 slips there. So your plan either is to bowl full, a few full, and then 1 short, or bowl a few short and then 1 full, to try and see whether you can induce a wicket. Ngiti in again, back of the length outside the off stump, no run. Taken there, another dot ball. Because even with that length, you're keeping Agarwal back in his crease.
You're not allowing him to, like Sean said, you're not allowing him to get on that front foot.
Yeah.
Really kind of dictate play.
It's either you want them to come very forward and stay on that front foot, and then pull them back with a short ball that either might get an edge off the top of the bat, or they're going to try and look to pull to those 2 men out in the deep. You've got a square leg and a fine leg. That one came high off the bat, and a little bit of screaming in the field there from Agarwal to let his Kelro Hull know that there's no run on show there.
I feel at this moment in time they don't need to go for any risky singles. They've got wickets in hand. They're both set. Have made a good platform for India to go deep into this innings and potentially bat, towards lunch, which will be the ideal situation for India.
And that's the next milestone for India: get to lunch without losing a wicket. That ball coming off it was an inside edge onto that thigh pad, rolling out to the slip cord in there. A lot of edges now coming into play in this period of the game. Is it fatigue, or is it just South Africa finding that rhythm now, putting the balls in the right places?
Well, I'm finding that the Indians are playing a lot more shots. You're finding that they are bowling the South Africans are bowling more consistently outside off, and the Indians are looking to get runs. They're both very aggressive batters. Even in Test cricket they are, and they want to get runs. So I feel they are playing a few more.
And an easy single out to the offside as Agarwal just plays that with softish hands into that vacant point region to end that over. 65 without loss, 22 overs in. Mank Agarwal on 39 and Raquel Rahul on 22 as India start their quest of the final frontier on a very good note.
Sean, you've always spoken about the edges, and you mentioned that they're playing a little bit more. The number of inside edges or under edges are a lot more than you would expect from a South African wicket. Does that mean the ball's not quite bouncing. That's why we've seen maybe a couple of those deliveries dying, or is it just they're anticipating more bounce? So is it a batting assessment that they're expecting more bounce, or is it the pitch that's not bouncing?
I would say it's a little bit of both. From what we're seeing is that there is inconsistent bounce in this pitch. There
Jan
is
Mulder to resume that his next over goes outside the off stump and no run there.
there is still enough bounce in this pitch, but they're either you're finding both batters are either expecting more bounce or there isn't enough bounce coming on when the ball reaches them. So I would say it's a combination of the two.
Is there a lack of pace in this wicket?
I wouldn't say that just yet. I would say it's more bounce. You find that the ball.
Mulder in, second ball, high on the bat, just getting defended out to the offside, no run.
You find that the ball is hitting Quinton de Kock in that midriff area and higher. So I wouldn't say there's a lack of pace in this wicket just yet. I'd say it's just the inconsistent bounce so far. But I feel, how this pitch will play throughout the afternoon, I think it's just going to get better and better in terms of pace.
Jan Mulder. That's a very good punch and push through the covers by Mayank Agrawal. It will race away to the boundary. Kagiso try to chase that. And the ball won that race. Really good shot. Very aggressive and assertive shot from Mayank Agrawal.
Just got a good stride in and just punched hard at it. And this Supersport Park outfield is lightning quick. And you get value for shots, Sean, when it comes to that's a simple push. It's nothing more than just a punch, and he's gotten a boundary there.
Yeah, he got into a good position. The ball was there. He watched it, played it right close to his body, under his eyes, and got his result.
Down the leg side and no edge there. Nothing, just caught behind by Quinton de Kock. Jan Mulder just letting that wrist fall a little bit as well. South Africa haven't been able in this period to just put a consistent set of balls together in an over. It's either too loose or the line just goes a little bit more. Marco Jansen did try it, and we just hope that he's able to come back after spending time with Craig Govender. Mulder in. Outside the off stump, that's more like it from him. Just Agarwal just taking a stride forward to leave it for no run.
Sean, at the end of the over, I'd love to hear your thoughts around what your ideal opening partner would look like. These two, like you said, they've now come together and they've done the job to begin the day. But I'd love for you to say what you need from your partner and what you prefer to give. It's almost like love language between the openers that you need to be mindful of.
And a good ball outside the off stump, just coming off the bat. A little bit of a cacophony of noise from the slip cordon just to keep the bowler encouraged. End of that over, 69 without loss.
So, as an opening batter, I'm very aggressive, and I know that. It's one of the things it's a pro and a con for all the teams I play for. And what I look for is somebody who's going to run hard. Because I like to look for the boundary, and I want to hit the ball hard, whether it's on the ground or over the top or, looking for that boundary. I want somebody, even if a good ball happens, we're going to run quite quickly. And somebody who, if we can complement each other. There are bowlers that I will play better than my partner, and my partner will play better than me. But just communication and our games complement each other. If we can get that right, then we're likely to have a good opening stand.
Justin Langer to Matthew Hayden, really.
Ngiti from the Hennops River end, outside the off stump, well left by Kel Rahul.
The Gambia to your Sehwag.
Speaking about Gambia and Sehwag, India's highest opening partnership in South Africa is 137 in 2010. It was Gambia and Sehwag.
Clearly it works.
So I will be hoping that this partnership doesn't get to 137. And Yeah, because that would effectively just put so much pressure on the batting lineup, and that's where South Africa see it was where India see South Africa's weakness, it's top order, and so you want the bowlers to help you out here. On day one, Ngiti coming in, just outside the off stump. That's a good ball from Ngiti. Rahul coming forward, leaving it, but that's the type of line and length you want.
Looks like they It looks like Lungengidi is finding his line, finding that length. He isn't bowling as full as his first spell. So hopefully if he continues bowling this length, there will be another chance. And will bring some light there for South Africa.
Especially before lunch. You 20 minutes before lunch, you're going to need to find a way to get a wicket somewhere. Ngiti in again, third ball of this over. And this one, Rahul rides the bounce really well, just getting it to bounce in front of the fielder backward square leg. No, not backward square leg, at backward point. I'm thinking about left-handers.
That 2010 series in Paul was also the crowning moment for Jacques Callis when he got his double 100.
Yes, and he got to play at Leopard Creek.
Wasn't it here that he got his double? Wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes. And then we saw the golf swing come out.
Yeah, the monkey was off his back. 200.
Ngiti into KL Rahul. They let that one go through to Quinton de Kock. Right? Actually, quite interesting. Quinton de Kock's wearing a jumper. It is a little bit overcast, but these are the only fielder wearing a jumper. Sometimes you just feel cold.
I don't know. Maybe he's trying to keep us cool.
I think he's staying warm. There'll be another catch. He needs to stay warm.
He really does need to stay warm. Kind of felt like that edge did surprise him, but it was a tough chance. It was rising, and he did well to get a glove onto it. Just those ones stick or don't. Outside the off stump, very soft hands from KL Rahul to take a single onto the offside to point. Score goes up to 70 without loss. But this is how you do it. There are moments where you're under pressure, moments when you're a batter and you're just not feeling like you're timing the ball well, and just get in line with the ball, get it down, get to the other side. That's what you need to try and keep the momentum.
Exactly. Playing with soft hands, especially in that cover region. Yes, it's not going any further than Kesh over there at backward point if he runs across, but the scoreboard is ticking.
Lungi into Agarwal outside the off stump. That one dying as it got to Quinton, and that's another sign that there might be some inconsistent bounce. End of that over. India are 70 for 124 overs have been bowled. Mayank Agarwal's on 43. KL Rahul is on 23. With Mayank Agarwal being on 43, would you normally want to just get it over and done with and not wait for the break to get to your milestone, or do you just want to it doesn't matter, let's see our way through and we'll deal with it on the other end?
I would feel that he would want to prefer doing it before lunch, but I think with the way the batters are playing, they're very patient. They're not chasing after too many. I don't think he would mind, taking his time and waiting for the right balls to attack, the right balls to play. And I think for him, obviously, it would be preferable to get it over and done with now.
Kagiso Rabada to start from the pavilion end. The first ball, speaking about that inconsistent bounce, dying just in front of that off stump, but well kept out by KL Rahul, who managed to get his bat in time.
Yeah, it's been an interesting passage of play, and they looked like there was going to be an edge here and an edge there. There was a couple of them dying through the slip one. That last delivery, really just surprising. KL Rahul there, just dying on them.
Kagiso in again outside the off stump. That one rising this time. Kind of feel like Kagiso just needs to drag it a little bit shorter to enable the batters to come a little bit forward. Just take that front foot, bring that front foot into play. Because from that length, no batter's going to try and play that unless if it's coming out its body.
And even then, just get out the way.
And that first one was top of off,
Mm.
but it was far shorter than I think he would have usually bowled it for a top of off.
Kagiso in to KL Rahul, who defends that out to Timber Bavuma at extra cover.
Certainly hitting the bat hard here was a crisp sound that we're hearing.
It's a beautiful sound. Normally, Sean would associate that beautiful sound with the ball actually racing away to the boundary.
Well, Test cricket is very different to one-day cricket, and definitely have to have a lot more patience.
Well, like in one-day cricket, if you had a field like this would have been paradise for you. And this one played back in between that gap, past the field at extra cover for a single. That was high hands, played off the back foot. That bounce was really steepling, but KL Rahul rode that really nicely.
He looked so calm at the crease, getting into such good positions to play the steep bounce, and just to get it past Timber Bavuma with just using this absolute timing. Not being overly aggressive is key here.
And you can see with all the travels that India have done that they now understand how to play on wickets like this. This one outside the off stump, just going to Quinton de Kock, no run. They've gone to Australia, they've played in the UK this year. They understand how to play on pitches like this.
Foreign conditions and your ability to play in them is such a wonderful learning tool for cricketers. They don't really get that opportunity until under 19 or above. So
Kagiso into honing in onto that off stump, but Agarwal's defenses are perfect to close out that over 71 without loss.
you have to do all the hard work in your international career, because even with domestic type cricket, you're not able to experience those foreign conditions. So all your learning about foreign conditions comes at international cricket.
So this is the interesting thing about the India A setup. I think India A have played about 24 test matches, unofficial test matches in the last 3 years. And so even the guys who are coming up in India A are understanding the conditions away from home, and they're understanding it better. And India, I think, have played like 44 test matches in the last 3 years. And India A have played 24, and I think South Africa's played around 13 test matches since 2019. So that kind of tells you where the emphasis is in the BCCI and what it's done for batters like KL Rahul, because 2019 KL Rahul didn't know what to do here. Now he's a lot more calmer, and he's playing the ball a lot later, and they're reaping the rewards as Lungingiti gets a ball just outside that off stump of KL Rahul. A little bit of a forward defensive, not necessarily a false stroke, but something the South Africans will be looking towards.
71 runs in this first hour and 50. It's 11 minutes to lunch. What are you thinking as a batter here, Sean? I mean, what's going through your mind? Either of these two, you're so close to lunch, you almost don't want to mentally be there.
I would say don't think about it. Play each ball as it comes. Don't think too much that lunch is coming up, that you need to either.
This one down the leg side, very straight, and played very aggressively to that deep mid wicket for 4. Really good shot off the bat of KL Rahul. Just played that with a lot of aggression. It's a really bad ball from Lugi.
Leg stump off volley, essentially.
Yeah, and I think that's the plan he has. He's bowling in the area where he is comfortable playing. He must just play the game that he needs to play. The run, it's a bad ball, dispatch. And that's how he should go for the next 7 minutes, and not worry too much about lunch coming up. But also be cognizant that he needs to stay in there.
Ngiti in again. This time outside the off stump. Soft hands played out to into the square on the offside for a single.
Do you feel, Sean, that there's almost a push and pull at the momentum that you have as a batter, that you know that, okay, now I need to just accelerate, or I feel comfortable enough to accelerate, and then there's that barrier, almost that mental barrier of a break coming up, and so you want to accelerate and you feel like you should, but then there's a break in 10 minutes.
Yes,
Ngiti coming in from the Hennops River end to Agarwal outside the off stump. No movement, no false, no shot played.
Yes, you want to accelerate, and you can see that both these batters want to accelerate, want to put even more runs on the board, but knowing that there is a break, you want to stay in there. You want to make sure that the next batter coming in, it's a lot easier for them, and essentially you want to do well for your team. So the moment you know that um, the break is coming up, you're like, I want to accelerate, but I don't need to right now, and they don't need to accelerate the scoring right away.
Hasn't been the best of sessions for South Africa. Ngiti coming in to Agarwal, and he gets the inside half of the bat. This one will go to the deep mid wicket boundary. Marco Janssen, the fielder there, having a bit of a situation where his knee digs into the turf. Hopefully, he will be fine. But 2 runs have been taken off of that. A false stroke there, one of the first few we've seen today.
Trying to hit it through the covers, and I think the bat turned in the hand there. Yeah, exactly that. And so it's gone onto the leg side, and unfortunately, in trying to field that one,
And the
nearly
drama
a
off of
blunder.
that ball was Marco Janssen's attempt to field at that. You could have heard the sounds of everybody gasping for as his knee dug in. Ngiti to Agarwal again for the last ball of the over outside the off stump, a loose shot. And Agarwal replaying that, but no run there, just going straight to Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, and I must say that from the Indian perspective, there's no reason to accelerate, especially when runs are coming as easily as they have been coming. So I don't think there's any rush right now.
Yes, and the good thing about the run rate is that it's at 3 runs and over. 3 runs and over gets you 300 after 100 overs. That's more than enough at this level, and it's comfortable, especially with the quality of the bowling that South Africa have in a place where you've struggled before. So they'll be very, very happy going into the break, unless if Kagiso and Lumi on the other end have something to say about that. A couple of fielding changes, 3 slips, gully, backward point. You've got mid on catching, mid off catching, mid on usual, but the fielder at square leg is now coming to mid wicket as Kagiso bowls down the leg side, and it'll be buys. 4 buys to India. Just very loose bowling from Kagiso for that first one.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there, given that there were 6 runs in the last over, 7 runs in the last over, and now we're starting off this over with 4 buys. Just keep it outside that stump line at that length. They haven't been able to play.
And that's also been a South African strategy over the years, that strangle down the leg side, Dave. And that probably was the plan, but just didn't work out just as much as this one's outside the off stump and defended out to the fielder backward point.
We saw it with the genesis of trying to get that catch down the leg side in domestic 4-day cricket, in which teams were intentionally putting a leg slip or a leg gully. We also saw it in the SAA series, where you try and just get that slight feather, but it doesn't really help if you haven't bowled for it. But that one was well down the leg side. There was no hope of getting any form of bat there.
And that was hard off the bat, defended back to the bowler.
Nothing worse as a wicketkeeper when your bowlers lobbed a grenade down the leg side, and everybody looks at you as if you should have had your Superman boots on to try and get to that one.
Well, look, it's like a goalkeeper. When you get a ball in the top corner, you have to try it by all means to not look like you just are, even though you know it's hopeless. As this next one goes outside the off stump, you must always just try.
And Quinton de Kock really did.
He did.
So it was a big dive down the leg side, but the ball was a little bit too far away.
Cristiano Ronaldo topped into the top corner. That's what it was.
That's what it was.
The problem is it impacts, in goalkeeping, it impacts your clean sheet.
Yes.
And it impacts his stats here as a wicketkeeper, because buyers are considered.
Outside the off stump, no. Carroll decides to leave that. I think he's realized that there's 5 minutes before lunch, so if he wants the wrath of his captain, He's going to have to leave that
Yeah,
one.
there's nothing worse than getting out before lunch and you're going to have to eye down Virat Kohli. I don't think
I'm not looking him in the face if I get out. I'm walking straight to the back of the change room.
Yeah.
Especially given the start that they've had.
Kagiso Rabada into KL Rahul, getting him to play that one. Back to the bowler, no run. End of the 27th over. India 82 without loss. As the helmet comes on, George Linder bringing out the helmet, and Calvarena bringing in the pads for.
Is there going to be a bit
For
of spin? There
Keegan
is.
Peterson.
Keshav Maharaj from the Henops River Inn, the last over before lunch. And Sean, it's probably the definition of trying to buy a wicket.
Yeah. I can't deny that, but yes, I definitely want to.
Look, it's always been a South African tactic,
Yeah.
spin for the final over to see what it can give you. What I can say is that spinners have found a lot of joy early on this season, the 4-day game, in the first few days of these games. So we'll see if he gets that. So we're just gonna have to look at if Keshav could be the game breaker here for them. Quinton under the helmet, Keegan Peterson now the fielder under the helmet at short leg. You've got extra cover in Dean Alga, a bit of an in-out field with conventional cover. That's Timber out there. Vian Mulder is more fly gully and covering that part outside on the offside. And first ball straight on the money from Keshav, got a forward defensive back to the short extra cover. On the leg side, you've got fine leg on the boundary, mid wicket catching mid on is conventional, and you've got long on as well, long off on the boundary. This one down the leg side, and Mayank Agarwal was looking to paddle it. He didn't connect with it that well.
Trying to pick the gap between the man at forward short leg, Keegan Peterson, and Rasif and Markram, who's at slip,
Markram came from slip, two-leg slip.
Who ran around there almost to try and duplicate that. I think it was Martin van Jaarsveld in a 4-day game in which he caught somebody down the leg side coming from slip. Or was it Vaughan van Jaarsveld? I think it was Martin playing for the local team, the Titans.
Keshav outside the off stump. That's the arm ball that goes straight on. No run there.
Coming around the wicket, trying to get that angle into the right-handed Agarwal. Maybe a bit of purchase, a bit of turn. He's on 45 now, 82 without loss.
This one just defended out well outside the off stump was Mayank Agarwal in that defense.
Sean, 2 to go and 2 dots here. That's what India would like.
Oh yeah, I think they prefer 2 dots, but I can see that they will want to unsettle her.
Keshav into Agarwal, who defends that really well, comes forward to the pitch of the ball.
But given it's ball before lunch, they will gladly take the dot, go in for lunch, and then start again after.
You can hear the echoes of Rahul Dravid. Just defend, just block. The wall himself. Keegan Peterson leaping over the surface. Now he's at a silly point. 1 ball to go.
Keshav in down the leg side. Well played with some soft hands around the corner for a single. That ends his over.
12 o'clock.
And that will be lunch here at Centurion. India, unblemished, going in at 83 without loss. Mayank Agarwal on 46 not out. KL Rahul on 29. If there ever was a start that the India were looking for, this is 10 out of 10. We'll be back after lunch for, after 40 minutes for the post-lunch session. You've been listening to One World Sports Radio. You can follow us at One World SR on Twitter. Also, follow us on YouTube. If you're there and you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. But most importantly, thank you for joining us. We'll be back after 40 minutes to give you the post-lunch session here at Centurion.
Welcome back to the first test here at Centurion, the Boxing Day test on Boxing Day. India are sitting pretty on 80 for 3, and we're sitting in the commentary box. Myself, Tepo Taela, Ken Borland, and David Midgley. How are you gents doing?
Hello, Tepper. Thanks very much. And hello, listeners. Great to be with you on this rather cloudy Boxing Day, but it just continues the strange weather we've been having on the high fault.
Absolutely, Ken. It's a continuation of quite glum conditions that we've had, but it hasn't really assisted the fast bowlers this morning for South Africa. India 83 without loss after the 28 overs bowl. Mayank Agarwal 4 away from a half century here, and his partner KL Rahul has been apt in assisting him in building this partnership.
You could say that the South Africans weren't doing well, but you have to commend the Indian batsmen as well. Have negotiated the first session very well. One would often think that the first session is the hardest session. New ball, fresh bowlers, and without losing a wicket here in Centurion, that's very well done.
We speak about the weather being glum. I'm a bit glum with the Proteas performance, to be honest, in the first session. Kagiso Rabada apart, I thought he was bang on the money from the outset, but the other guys in Gidi, understandably a bit rusty, having only bowled 7 competitive overs since July. Vian Mulder, they just, at the other end, there just wasn't that consistency to create the pressure to put on. I think there is enough in this pitch this morning. And then, of course, Marco Jansen creating the chance and the catch going down. So, disappointing first session for the Proteas.
Rusty is a word that I'd use to describe this performance. Quinton de Kock usually very sharp behind the stumps, diving to his right to take that catch. Very surprised to see him try to take that with 2 hands. He's very competent with both hands, but it was to his right. So it is his weaker hand, and tried to go for 2. We're continuing. KG Rabada coming from the pavilion end, and this one jumped off a length. Manyak Agwal is on strike, and he left that to go safely into Quinton de Kock's hands.
Ken, what do you think is the plan here for the South Africans, who are clearly the ones on the back foot post-lunch? You know, the Indians have it all in front of them. There's plenty of time left in the day. If you're the South African captain, what plan are you looking to implement here?
KG coming in. This one a lot fuller. Inside edge to the leg side. The man sweeping at square leg is coming as the 2 batsmen take 2 of that.
Yeah, I think it's to go back to the basics, to try and get a consistent line and length. And that's the only way they're going to be able to create some pressure on the Indian batsmen. We saw that little spell from Marco Jansen when he did have Mayank Agarwal in a bit of trouble. So they just need to string those 6 balls together in the right place. And I think Rabada, leading the attack, has shown how to do it.
Rabada coming in once again, bangs it in short, and ducked under by Mayank Agarwal.
Ken, a strange fielding position there on the offside. It's Keen Peterson, who has been traditionally at the gully, and then just before lunch we saw him under the lid. But he's at a catching forward point, maybe?
Yeah, almost like a short cover point. I can only think it's because the pitch seems a bit spongy this morning. It's a bit damp and a bit slow in bounce.
A mistimed flat bat shot.
A solid 4 defensive here from Agarwal. He moves on to 49 as he takes that quick single.
Yeah, I haven't noticed Agarwal hitting any in the air through that area. But the Proteas obviously just trying something different, a different plan. Maybe he does open the face a bit when he drives. Maybe it'll go in the air to Peterson there.
So 2 slips in a gully in place. Man at point, a man at cover point, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and fine leg, which presumes that, which means one would presume that there's a bit of short pitch stuff that will be an ever-present threat to these 2 Indian batters.
KG for his penultimate ball, outside off stump, well left by KL Rahul.
is it mind games, Ken, to have the man out at deep square to say to the Indian batters, there's always that option of the short ball.
Yeah, I think as a fast bowler, you always want to have that little seed in the batsman's head. You don't want them just lunging onto the front foot and playing you comfortably. We certainly haven't overused the short ball.
Last one also outside the off stump ends the first over after lunch, 86 for 0. Another decent over from KG, only 3 off at that time. Good leaving from the Indian batsman. That must be said. Haven't been flashing at anything outside the off stump. Been very, very disciplined.
Well, look, Lokesh Rahul spoke about it before the game, that he identified that leaving lots of deliveries is going to be his key game plan, playing here on the high fault, and he took 21 balls to get off the mark this morning. He was facing Rabada at the start, but just very impressed with the way he went about his business in that morning session. Very patient, and he's built himself a good platform here.
Marco Jansen continues from the Henop's end. This one over pitched, driven through mid-off, and it goes to the boundary, and Mayank Agarwal brings up, Mayank Agarwal brings up his half century. Very well played half century here.
Yes, certainly well played there. It was overpitched. It was a half volley, and a player of his salt's not going to miss out. That one coming off of 89 deliveries and 8 boundaries to his name. Predominantly playing square of the wicket on the offside. 18 runs coming through that period, but it's been too expensive, Ken. I know it's his debut test. 4.3 before that previous delivery.
I'll make it a little bit too easy for Agarwal. This one outside the off stump, but he's continuing his good vein of form that he brought after that New Zealand series, getting a big 100 and a half century in one game.
Yeah, Mayank Agarwal just showing his qualities. Yeah, this morning, Marco Jansen went for 12 in his first over, the poor guy on debut. Agarwal hitting him for 3 boundaries. I think where Jansen has struggled a bit today is he's just bowled a few too many half volleys.
This one isn't that good line, good length outside the off stump, well left by Agarwal.
That went through to the cock, hit the gloves nicely. That's a good length, that by Marco Jansen. He just had that period in the morning when he actually put together a really nice little period where he was bringing the ball back into the right-hander, and then just the odd one going across the right-hander, got Agarwal's edge. Unfortunately, the catch went down. So he just needs to find that consistency again.
This one very full, played to the leg side mid-on, picked that up straight to him.
Tsepo, we talk about that New Zealand series against India, but there are so many people that have been hard done by selections over the years across the game of cricket. But AJ Patel has got to feel he's been given the short end of the stick. My man takes 10 in an innings and then isn't picked.
That has got to be a unique bit of selecting that. I understand horses for courses. They're playing in New Zealand, but still.
This one pitched in a little fuller, played straight to the man at points.
And even in this Indian team selection, one can feel Shreyas Iyer very hard done by. Gets 100 on debut in the first test against New Zealand. Plays one more test and is now dropped for Ajinkya Rahane, who is obviously an experienced guy and has got a very good record in South Africa, but has struggled for runs lately.
Also a senior player within the Indian setup. Jansen continues, bangs this one in short. Well ducked by Agarwal, and that ends the over. 90 runs.
Vitriolic is the word that you're looking for that bouncer.
Yeah, Rahane has only scored 3 50s in his last 16 tests. One of those he went on to make 100 at the MCG this time last year.
He was captaining that side.
Yeah, but his place is certainly under pressure.
It's crazy how in a year you can go from being the stand-in captain to fighting for your spot. They've been playing a lot of cricket, have the Indians. I heard Import talking about how much cricket they play. Even the India A touring side does a lot of touring. So a lot happens within a year as KG Rabada continues from the pavilion and gets the edge, but falls short of the man at point. A heavy edge, but just bounced in front there. Very good delivery, just bouncing a little bit more than KL Rahul expected, and hit the shoulder of the bat as it bounced to the man at point.
That one definitely stood up a bit and nipped away a bit off the seam, high on the splice of the bat. But Lokesh Rahul did well to drop the hands to deal with that surprise extra bounce.
This one a lot straighter.
Run out
He
opportunity.
jots the down and takes a quick single. But a very well taken single there by KL Rahul.
That was a bit reminiscent of Lungi Ngidi's debut
Oh,
on the same ground. When who was the batsman? And he ran him out on his first morning of Test cricket.
he was even on his knees to make the throw.
Come on, one of you must remember the batsman. I'm old and
Virat
forgetful.
Kohli? No, he got Kohli out off his
I think it
bowling,
was Rohit Sharma, maybe.
possibly. This one left by Agarwal, who's on strike. No run there. It's very clear that the directive from the people upstairs is to leave very well. Been seeing a lot of leaves, not going for anything outside the off stump or everything outside the off stump, rather. Putting away the half volleys if it's over pitched, that's when they go. But they don't look too bothered, not under too much pressure. There's an inside edge, possible runner opportunity, but they scurried through for another single here. Taking the scoreboard along nicely are the Indians.
Yeah, they run nicely between the wickets. Rahul and Mayank obviously have an understanding. Both born in Bangalore, both played for Karnataka, the state, and South Zone in the Duleep Trophy. And they also both played in the 2010 Under-19 World Cup for India. So clearly a very good understanding between the two of them.
That Ngidi run out was that of the man at number 4 today, Cheteshwar Pujara. It's our wonderful statistician, Chris TV.
This one outside the off stump, well left again. Yeah, they were definitely sharper in the field in that 2018 series. Tails were definitely up at that time, but South Africans just looking a little bit off color today, not taking the opportunities that they're getting, and especially with the fact that they are so few and far between, you'd expect or you'd hope that as a South African, you'd want to be taking those opportunities.
Slight delay as Kagiso Rabada didn't quite get the ball cleanly in the catch when Tembo Bavuma lobbed it over to him.
Kind of speaks to Tsepo's point of a bit of sloppiness.
Just a little bit. This one, good length delivery, smacks the bat of KL Rahul to end the over. 92 without loss after 31 overs.
Technically, David, Lokesh Rahul really looks very well organised, good defensive technique, kind of opening batsman technique that you look for, isn't it?
Unencumbered, I think, is the word that I felt when watching him this morning. It's an age-old assessment that opening the batting in South Africa is never a simple task, and so he's done exactly as is required from his team. He knew that his partner at the other end was going to score quicker than he was, and so he made sure he just supported him.
Marco Janssen continuing from the Henops River end. This one outside the off stump, yet again left by Mayank.
These two coming together, Ken. The first time that they've been together, and really, like you said, they've been through the structures together, and how valuable that is to have an opening pair. We spoke earlier about the English who were having troubles. I know as South Africans, we had a trouble before the introduction of Aiden Markram.
This one a little bit fuller, goes to the man at point. No run there.
Yeah, a solid opening pair. It's just so integral to a successful test side. You look at all the great test sides; they all had a great opening pair, and I guess so much of it has to do with generally you want to be batting first in Test cricket. You don't want to be batting last on a deteriorating pitch, but then you are going to be tested first morning, first session, first day. When the ball does a lot, you need guys with solid techniques.
Big appeal here from the South Africans, or a big O as this one got an inside edge, got down to the man at fine leg. A very good delivery there. That one pitched a little bit fuller. Looked like he was going for the stumps there. And my uncle counts his lucky stars. That's how he got bats on that. Even got a run there.
Yeah, right smile there from Marco Jansen, because he knows that he's starting to put pressure on KL Rahul. The pressure hopefully means that he's going to see the fruit of his labor.
There's just enough hints of movement here, even though we're into the 32nd over, for the South Africans to have hope.
This one on the offside, dotted down. The man at Gully will pick that up. Field. That's an interesting field here. We have two slips in a gully, a man at what looks like a backward gully, if you could say that, or like a very short third man, but he's not quite 45. He's a little bit more square. Then you have a point mid on, mid off, and a man at deep square leg, and a man not too far away at fine leg as well.
A deep backward point, would you call, is it Keshav Maharaj there?
It's not that deep as this one, a bit too close to the pads, and he finds the gap on the onside and it races to the car corner boundary. Maya Agarwal gets himself yet another boundary. Oh, KL Rahul, my apologies.
Jansen over pitching again, which is made worse when he's swinging it into the pads of the right-hander.
Ken sounds like a disappointed headmaster. Again, Mr. Jansen, over pitching. Yes, sir.
Well, having watched Jansen do so well for the SAA side, I was excited to see him actually play.
Right.
And just struggling a bit on his first day of Test cricket.
Jansen coming in again. This one left outside off to end the over. 97 without loss. KL Rahul, 34. Mayank Agarwal, 55.
Mulder and Rabada have conceded the fewest runs so far. Kagiso Rabada, 0 for 15 and 10. Jan Mulder, 0 for 15 and 6. So those two going along nicely. Expensive from Jansen Ken, but he's produced a chance or two, and so as Captain Dean Alvo, you would be okay with where he is. He's not aggressively expensive, but he is slightly costly.
He's a young man, 21 years old, making his debut. You need to give him a bit of latitude.
Indeed, KG Rabada bangs that one in short, ducked under by Agarwal.
But Elgar will just be looking for someone to bring the scoring rate down a bit. It's at exactly 3 to the over at the moment, which is positive by India. But Elgar will know that if he can bring that run rate down a bit, that'll create some pressure and could well bring a mistake. We see a no ball called now. That was obviously picked up by the TV umpire.
That's to bowl that one again. Not as short, a little bit fuller, but the same result.
First no ball of the day.
Yeah, just an overstep there from Kagiso Rabada. He'll want to iron out that crease.
I think Rabada's been very good today. He's been he was bang on the money with the new ball. Found his lines and lengths early on.
The no ball doesn't too big, as this one a little fuller. Solid defensive shot. Man at point picks it up.
But Kagiso Rabada has been the one working hard, leading the attack for a long time now. He's been that spearhead for the South Africans and is consistently putting performances. season after season.
Comes in here. This one a little fuller, well left outside the off stump.
Yeah, he is the undisputed leader of South Africa's attack. Would have been great to see him with Henrik Nortje, I think, at the other end. Nortje's been in fantastic form this last sort of year and a half. South Africa's leading wicket taker in tests. Rabada was the leading wicket taker for South Africa in 2018. In world cricket, actually, he was the leading wicket taker in 2018 with 52 in 10 tests.
This one blocked out, got a bit of an edge. The man at Gully picks that up.
Without being overly critical, I think he's been a little bit off the boil since then. In 2019, he was South Africa's leading wicket taker with 33, but the average went out from 20 the year before to 27.39. Of course, South Africa only played 2 tests last year, and in 4 tests so far this year, he's got 23 wickets at 24.
This one left outside the off stump once again.
But you also see his strike rate, which has generally been in the low 40s. He's got one of the best strike rates in the history of Test cricket. This year has gone up to 51. So I'm very sure that Rabada will be very eager to stamp his mark on this series and show that he is one of the premier fast bowlers in the game.
Talking about fast bowlers, Marco Jansen in this game on the back of the Henrik Nortje injury. He has an opportunity now.
This one a lot fuller, going for that Yorker length and well blocked out by Mayank Agarwal.
So
98 without loss after 33.
he's got 3 tests here, possibly, to really put his hand up, and for South Africa to strongly consider a dual all-round approach in the test in the test team, or is it maybe just to plug the gap?
I think my understanding is that Duan Olivier might well play at the Wanderers. I have it on good authority that Olivier actually contracted COVID recently.
Mm-hmm.
And the team management just feel that his bowling loads aren't quite up to where they need to be to have a 5-day test. So I'm pretty sure they'll be wanting to get him in on his home ground now at the Wanderers.
Jansen continues from the Henok River end. This one outside off stump. Bat fished for it and went to the man at that backward gully region.
Ken, Olivier, speaking of his time at his home ground at the Wanderers, he's really come back from the Kolpak deal and ripped up the South African domestic scene.
This one a little bit fuller, but also left by Carol.
He has been very impressive, and I think he seems to have grown a bit in his game. His bowling has got some added dimensions to it now, whereas he always was a sort of digged in short, fast and furious enforcer type bowler. He's able to bowl that slightly fuller length now. He's still ferocious and not very pleasant to face, but he's added a bit more skill, I think.
So, just missing the outside edge of KL Rahul. He has an interesting leave style, does Rahul, where he sort of makes or steps as if he's going to play a shot, but then keeps the bat back. And it looked like it could have just found the edge there. Actually played at this one, and very, very close to the edge.
You could see he was trying to play inside the line, which is not a bad idea, to the left armer, but as it passed the back, the hands just sort of involuntarily had a little nibble at it, didn't they?
Jansen causing something here. This one hits the bat this time. Man at point picks that one up.
Can you the question fans at home will be wanting to ask is that how if they're in a bubble, how does one contract COVID?
No. My understanding was that Olivier had COVID a while ago.
Right.
So his
It's
last
not since
game
he's
was
been in the
on,
bubble.
I think,
Okay.
started on the 25th of November.
Yes.
That was the last Lions game, and I think between then and
Going
coming
into the bubble.
he had COVID and is now over it. Yeah.
This one a little bit shorter and well blocked by Kel Raul. Janssen hitting his straps now, and find myself saying that from time to time throughout the stint. Sort of looks a bit wayward and then brings it back, and then looks wayward and brings it back quite nicely.
Shows the quality, I think, of him as a cricketer. I really think that he could be a prospect for South Africa. I think they're spoiled at the moment when it comes to all-rounders, young all-rounders that could really have a decent length test career ahead of them.
Janssen coming in again. Once again, Kiara stepping forward, but not offering a shot. That ends the over.
Yeah,
India 98 without loss.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite call Janssen an all-rounder yet, but he certainly has ability with the bat. And, it would certainly be great to see him bat 8-9 for South Africa. It gives you that bit of batting depth. If you look at the lineup they've got here today, according to the scoreboard, they've got Janssen 8, Maharaj 9, Rabada 10. I'm not sure KG will bat as low as 10, but the fact is, between the three of them, that's not the worst tail that you're going to see.
With 30 or 40 runs, perhaps?
And that could be vital. And especially if they're able.
This one, KG Rabada from the pavilion end, banged in short, kept out, man and point picks it up.
Especially if they're able to hang around with an in-batsman, someone like a Quinton de Kock, say. Then you can build partnerships down at the bottom there, which can be very important.
I remember reading about the former South African coach, Mickey Arthur's plans with the South African team, and he used to say that when they sat down to plan,
KG Rabada, this one a little bit fuller, gets the inside edge. The man at deep square leg, or actually the man at fine leg will pick that up. They'll get a single with the Indian team, 19-9 without loss.
His plan was that the first 6 batters would have to, in any condition, would aim for 300, and the wicketkeeper at the time, Mark Archer, and the tail would have to come up with a further 100 runs. And they felt that 400 and a test score was suitable in any condition.
Yeah, as a benchmark, that's not a bad plan, I would say.
One away now from the 100 up for the Indians.
This one finds the outside edge, and the man at that backward gully region will pick that up. No run there.
Rahul was certainly reaching for the drive there. He was not in control of that shot, and it went in the air on the bounce to that deepish backward point.
He's trying really hard at that, and the bat's turned in his hand, and that's what saved him in preventing it from carrying to Keshav Maharaj. And it's a no ball again. Kakis Rabada overstepping.
Thank goodness it didn't carry.
Oh,
Looked like quite a tight call.
Oh, this one looks like it almost squared up KL Raul, getting the inside edge, hitting the pad. A great response from KG Rabada after that.
What a tame way to get your 100 partnership from a no ball. But that 100 partnership coming off 209 deliveries and 13 fours. These two have now really gotten together and put the South Africans under the cosh early at Seppo.
No, South Africans haven't been taking their opportunities, and the Indian lineup has been punishing them for that. As this one outside the off stump and left. And what they've been doing well is putting pressure on the South Africans by not giving them many opportunities. And you can see that there've been lulls in concentration here from the South African bowlers. And the Indians will definitely be keen to take advantage of that.
A little handshake between Agarwal and Rahul to celebrate the milestone, and they've been going along pretty consistently. The first 50 came up in 17 and a half overs.
So a little bit too close to the body, played off the hips, and the man at deep square leg will pick that up. They'll get a single 101 for no loss.
and their second 50 runs coming up in a ball short of 17 overs as well. So India scoring consistently and going along very nicely here.
Ken, it's always a difficult thing, and I imagine it will be the case at the end of the day here when Dean Elgar has to answer.
Final ball of the over gets an edge, but the soft hands from Agarwal means that it bounces short to second slip. Hands on hips from KG Rabada, tongue out. He's like, Wagwan, brother. That was very close.
Yeah, it so nearly could have been something, but these two Indian batters really just riding their luck. You know, if catches win matches, that missed opportunity of Marco Jansen is now hurting the South Africans even more. But Ken, Dean Elgar at the end of today, barring a massive collapse, is going to have to sit in front of various media outlets and discuss this. I mean, there's obviously a selection discussion that will come up because, you know, if for example, India were 3 or 4 or 5 down by this point, you would have thought, great, selection job done. But 100 without loss, 101 without loss.
There's the edge, and it finds the gap between the slips and the gully. Runs for 4. Marco Jansen cannot believe it.
Oh, my word. I was going to praise Lokesh Rahul for the great hands he's shown a couple of times today. He got his hands beneath a fierce lifter from Rabada early on in the morning, which South Africa reviewed, thinking it brushed the gloves, but it didn't. And then the previous delivery from Rabada, he played the ball down really well, but that time he was totally out of control. That went looping wide of gully. Very, very fortunate.
You could see the angle of the bat. It wasn't straight. It wasn't flat. It wasn't anywhere. It was in no man's land. And he'll find himself fortunate there as he leaves the next delivery. Goodness gracious, that was close.
Jansen getting fired up now, which is great. He's finding some rhythm and getting that steep bounce, which you'd expect from someone who's 6'8" or so.
And it did also look like it rushed KL Rahul. Got to him very quickly and almost squared him up. He tried to play a shot, but his bat wasn't at the right angle and just hit the shoulder of the bat. And luckily for him, found the gap there. 105 at the moment after that boundary. Oh, drive attempt here, and he's missed. That all ends up. Marco Jansen is definitely in business at the moment.
I don't know why Rahul is suddenly changing the way he's been playing. He was so patient and playing within himself in the morning. Just after lunch, he started to reach for a few drives. I suppose it was quite a full delivery.
But make no mistake, Ken, the South Africans are going to let him know about it.
Just looks a bit unsettled. Lokesh Rahul, maybe those couple of rearing deliveries which he's had to face recently.
It definitely looks like Marco Jansen has shaken him up just a little bit. The fans that are in the stadium, as this one left by KL Rahul in the various boxes, they've got their tails up as well, clapping Jansen in for every delivery. They believe something's got to give soon.
Just on your question, David, about Dean Elgar fronting up. Well, he's not going to. It's a captain's privilege. But they generally don't talk during a test match unless they've made 100 or taken a whole lot of wickets until the last day, until the result is in the bag.
Okay.
So what happens on days that don't go well, often you'll see one of the assistant coaches push forward. Mark Boucher's done a couple of them when things have not gone well on the field.
Bangs this one in short, does Jansen. KL Rahul ducks under it, no run there.
Yeah, it's known as a coach's day.
Right, like a captain's run, optional but not really. He ducks under that. He didn't look like he was all that comfortable. Bit of a periscope going on there, Ken. As I suppose that's the best way to describe it. Just put the bat up there.
This is a really good contest at the moment between Jansen and Rahul.
Solid forward defensive now. That one pitched in a little bit fuller. to wrap up the over. 105 without loss. An opportunity in that over. Marco Janssen showing his potential.
Scoreboard certainly liked it. They've just given him a graphic that says great over Janssen.
And another graphic on the scoreboard is an update on the over rate. It's level. That's good to see from a South African perspective. Don't want to be docked any points for a slow over rate in the World Test Championship.
Yeah, especially with just one over of spin
Yes.
so far today. I don't think we'll see Maharaj until maybe the over before tea again.
ICC are adamant, Ken, about over rates being adhered to. We saw Joe Root being punished quite severely in the ongoing Ashes series.
KG continuing his spell from the pavilion end, bangs this one in short and well ducked by Mayank Agarwal.
I'm happy to see Maharaj in the 11. I know there were some people suggesting that on the high felt South Africa should play an all pace attack, but if the sun does come out and it gets baking hot, Maharaj could have a role to play in the second innings, even as a holding bowler.
KG's next ball once again short and once again ducked, and just getting an indication there, the second one of the over.
At the moment, though, it's pretty overcast at Supersport Park. A thick layer of cloud above us. There's a bit of blue sky towards the southwest, towards Johannesburg, but we've had so much rain on the high veld this last month, really. But if there were fans, I think they'd have to bring their boats to get to the ground, probably.
This one outside off stump and left by Agarwal.
Boats and brollies would be the order of the day.
We even felt the breeze was a bit cooler in the morning. As the blue skies start peeking out, you can feel the breeze is just a little bit warmer as well. Pleasant time to be outside at the moment.
Please don't mention brollies, David. Don't tempt fate.
No, I was just about to say these are actually quite high level clouds, high altitude. So traditionally,
very, very close to the stumps there. A muted appeal from the slip cordon, but that was left.
Traditionally, thunder clouds or thunderstorm clouds, the cumulonimbus clouds, are quite low altitude and they build up in a sort of tower. These are much higher and wispier.
Have you had that meteorological opinion vetted by Simon Gear?
No. I'm sure he would back me up. I'll back the captain to give me another over.
KG Rabada for his penultimate ball. This one played at with soft hands and it just rolls to the man at gully.
I'm just reporting what I heard.
You hear a lot of things, Ken.
Well, this is
Got
from
his ear to the ground.
well, closer than most, some would say. Henny the scorer tells me that his Google weather or something like that says it's going to be raining at 2:30. So I hope he's wrong, of course.
Final delivery of the over blocked out by Agarwal here. That ends the over 105 after 37. Mayank on 56 and Rahul on 39. They're not moving too badly, not too slowly at all, and getting decent runs.
Ken, the only man I trust in this test, the only man, there's one that I trust more than anybody else, is the groundsman, the head groundsman, because those guys they smell the rain before there's even a cloud in the sky.
We're just seeing a bowling change here. Vian Mulder will have a spell from the Henops River end. He was operating from the pavilion end in the last session, so a change of ends for the Saints boy.
Yeah, and I think Mulder's the sort of bowler who could actually do well with conditions the way they are at the moment. Bit of a dampish pitch, bit of a seamer, if you like, a slow seamer. And there was certainly a bit of swing in the air as well.
A bit wayward in the last session, just from time to time. Could one argue that that's just the rust that the entire South African team will be feeling as this one outside the off stump? I mean, literally our last test, or the last test the South Africans played was against the West Indies, and what was that, June? July?
An internal game though, Ken.
They did, but I guess it's different when you're playing against your teammates. And that test match intensity maybe not quite there. Mulder, of course, also hasn't had a red ball in his hand for a long time. He's been part of the T20 squad.
This one outside the off stump, left by KL Rahul.
Hasn't really played any 4-day domestic cricket to speak of.
Because it was the T20 World Cup and then the Dutch series, and then it wasn't included in the SAA series like where Hamza and Kaz on the. So, like you said, his hands have been bereft of red ball cricket.
And how important is it to actually get some time out in the middle and to actually play test matches? As we see Mulder coming in now. This one outside off stump, but KL Rahul comes forward to this one and blocks it out. Slip court and happy about that.
Ken, do you want to answer that one? The importance of red ball cricket?
Or test match intensity?
Well, it's difficult to simulate it. That's the thing. That the players will tell you that at this level, the highest level, the margins for error are so small. And, Marco Jansen discovered that in his first over. Just 3 slightly too full deliveries.
Oh, this one not too far away from that off stump. Got KL coming forward, but didn't offer a shot there. Same result, no run.
Yeah, Jansen just slightly missing his length 3 times in his first over and put away for 3 boundaries. That's what happens at this level. So,
and he may have only been put away for one of those at franchise level or first class level rather.
Exactly.
2 balls remaining in this over. 105 without loss, and South Africa still searching for a wicket.
This one back of a length, just leans back this KL Rahul and drives this through the covers. What a classy shot.
Shot of the day for me. That was magnificent.
My word.
It's only going to get better if you're a neutral or if you're an Indian A fan. I think once KL Rahul crosses 50, we're going to be in for a bit of a treat.
That was Vian Mulder just gave him a bit of a gimme. Dragged that one a little bit too short, and a big gap in between the backward point region and the man at cover. Nothing looks classier than a back foot punch for a boundary. Oh, good response from Vian Mulder. Just misses the edge there as KL Rahul comes forward, but that ends the over. Just 4 from it. 109 without loss.
Sure, it wasn't a bad delivery from Mulder that Rahul spanked away to the boundary, just a little bit back of a length, and generally he's been defending those off the back foot, but on this occasion just gave it that little bit of an extra push. Beautifully timed through cover point for 4.
Lungi Ngidi will replace Kagiso Rabada from the pavilion end. 7 overs, none for 23, just 2 boundaries. South Africa rotating the bowlers, trying to find some solution, some answers. Support to the question: when's the wicket coming, or where is it coming from? I suppose.
If you had to ask me, the most likely candidate would probably Marco Jansen. He's been looking a little bit venomous as Lungi Ngidi comes in. This one pitched a little bit full, but well outside off stump and left. Now Marco Jansen's had a few opportunities, has been looking like he's been difficult to play. KG Rabada's also had a decent amount of consistency. But I actually wanted to ask you, put a question to you now. What do you think of Lungi Ngidi's return to Test cricket? He's been out of the circuit. Well, he played last time South Africa played and did quite well, but after that had not a very fruitful IPL campaign. And has been in and out of the squad since then as he continues now. A little bit full, well left once again.
Well, he may not have had a positive IPL campaign, but his team certainly did.
But imagine watching your team from the sidelines winning.
A winner's medal is a winner's medal. Winner's medal is a winner's medal.
Touche.
I think I'm not overly concerned about that, but I'm mindful of the fact that he, like Juan Olivier, has had COVID recently, and so that can have an impact on a player, particularly an athlete like Lungingiri. And he'll want to just get back into the rhythm, get into the groove of things.
Doing that right now, a very full delivery there. Yorker length driven, but driven straight to the man at mid-off.
Both Lungi and Gidi and Vian Mulder swapping ends from where they bowled in the morning session. Captain Dean Elgar pretty much trying everything he can to get that breakthrough that South Africa so desperately needed at 109 without loss.
Everything but spin, bar the one over before lunch. So he's still got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Ngidi coming in here on this one just outside the off stump. No run there. Hasn't looked too bad this over. Lungi Ngidi has changed up his length. Had a few that were at a good length and then fired one in quite full. But the line's been pretty decent. Hasn't been erring too much and hasn't been dispatched. Not bad. Ngidi coming in here, you can hear the crowd clapping him in. A full length delivery once again, a brilliant Yorker. And that one kept out once again by Agarwal.
Do you think they sense that the pot on the stove is about to boil over, Ken? Is there something that's coming? Or is it just a bit of excitement, hoping for something to force the wicket?
That pot of yours, it was boiling over before lunch.
Somebody turned
was
the
it
stove
lunch?
off.
Was it lunch that was
Maybe
making
it
now?
was
This
lunch.
is a new pot?
Yes, this is the teapot.
Okay.
The teapot that is bubbling. I think neutrals would just love to see just a wicket here. Last ball of the over.
Solid defensive shot from Agarwal, showing that he can play the strokes and he can also keep them out. That ends the over. The 39th over is over, and that's 109 without loss.
That last ball of the over is where Lungi and Gidi wants to be more, I think. You know, with his height a bit back of the length, he's going to get that awkward bounce and just a hint of squaring Agarwal up there.
It's a maiden as well.
It's been a pretty decent
Crucial.
over.
Crucial. Seeing some of the Indian players getting a quick drink, and it looks like Quinton de Kock, is he getting eye drops there? Obviously not enjoying something there. It looked like he just tipped his head back and put something. Either it was maybe nasal spray or...
He's looking quite hairy, Quinton de Kock.
Looking quite hairy?
Yeah, he's in sort of December mode. The hair is quite fluffy.
Maybe he just didn't shave after November.
Yeah, hair is quite fluffy, and he's got a bit of a hockey going as well.
So I think it's that almost dad look, you know. He's knows that the kids are coming.
Could well be, yes.
So
maybe he wasn't shaving until his wife gave birth. Maybe he is scheduled to give birth during the second test, Ken, as I understand.
Yes.
So he's going to leave the bubble.
And then won't be able to come back in. Hence, he misses the third test as well.
He must be sad as a South African fan, but happy for Quinny de Kock. Vian Mulder continues from the Hennops River end as this goes to backward point. I remember seeing the video of him doing the gender reveal. He was playing a golf stroke, and the golf ball was one of those things that just
exploding
explode.
ones. Yeah.
So he hit it, and it was all pink, and he didn't smile. He was just like, "That's a girl." It just went inside.
He's a man of few words,
Yeah.
Quinton de Kock.
Maybe he did smile for Quinton de Kock. He's a relatively stoic man. Vian Mulder coming in, second ball of the over. This one a little bit closer to the pads, a lot straighter, but played to the man at mid-wicket for no run. Indians not looking to punish anything necessarily, not looking to go hard at any of the deliveries at the moment.
Cruise mode, Ken. Cruise mode is exactly the description you would use.
No need for India's batsmen to do anything different. They are in firm control here.
Although in the last 2 overs, we've seen very few runs
front
being scored,
foot
and then he hits
drive.
that.
KL Rahul is looking great through the offside. Sending the ball to the covers once again. And Marco Janssen's chase to no avail. What a shot.
I just complimented the South Africans on their bowling, and then they bowl a half volley and he smashes it through the covers 4 runs. Overpitched again, Ken.
Hints of swing away from the batsman, but he got a lovely stride in and covered the swing, beautifully punched through the covers by Rahul.
That was a classy shot, that. What will Vian do in response? Ball one outside off stump. No run there.
Dare I say it, the table is beautifully set for Virat Kohli. How hungry do you think he is after
Ravenous.
more than 2 years since the
Ravenous.
Test 100 and averaging just 28.41 this year?
It's probably going to be hungry. The word is ravenous that David used. A very relatively aggressive captain. This one pitched in short play to the man at backward point. And he wants to win, wants to make big runs. I believe he's the only Indian player to have scored 100 in Centurion. And our only player to score 100 in Centurion is not Dean Algar, Quinton de Kock, yes. Once again, a stat brought to you by Chris TB, our statistician.
It's been a long time since he's gotten that 100. That was against Bangladesh. 18 matches, and his average since then in Test cricket has been 26.
This one, a dot ball just left by KL Rahul. That ends the over 113 without loss. That's crazy.
He's only one of 2 Indian players with the Test 100 here. The other being the little master, Sachin Tendulkar.
Yeah.
The legend himself. But Ken, you spoke about whether or not he's going to be hungry. Is it the hunger for form, or is it just that mental block to overcome that, as they described with Jacques Callis and his double 100, the monkey off his back?
I think Kohli's not out of form. If you look at his recent scores, he's got a couple of 50s in there. He's got starts in every inning. So
Sure.
He's not out of form. It's just a matter of kicking on for him.
Lungihiri continuing from the pavilion end. This one a little bit too straight. Played off the hips and races to the boundary, the fine leg boundary. Agarwal now moves to 60. A bit of a loose delivery there from Lungihiri.
That's been Ngiddi's problem today, is that he's bowled both sides of the wicket. Too many deliveries on leg side. And who can blame him? He's rusty. That's what happens.
I thought Rusty played for the US.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Mr. Midgley.
I'd love somebody to get out, please. Giddy continuing.
And continuing, a lot fuller wraps him on the pads. A big appeal. And the umpire still remains unmoved. Everyone is shocked. Everyone looking at Dean Algar. Dean Algar has his hands apart, walking towards his keeper, and he sends it up. The second review by the South Africans. And Marie Erasmus does the whole TV sign. We're about to see a review here, gents.
So if I've jinxed this, I take all the credit as a South African fan, or not. I'm not sure. We're going to have to see what the verdict is here. But Lungi Ngidi, Ken was absolutely certain, a la Vernon Philander, who almost never turned around when he felt that he'd got his man.
Well, Quinton de Kock also came rushing up to the stumps. Looked very keen on it, but for me, it's too high and going down leg.
It looks like it is quite high. It seems to have hit the batsman above the rolls, and the batsman's on their toes here as well.
No snick, I don't think.
No edge, yeah, that's basically clear.
No, there's daylight between
the
bat
pad.
and ball.
Probably going down leg there.
Consensus here is that it is probably going down leg. South African seems certain.
It seemed back in quite a long way, which is encouraging for South Africa.
Missing leg peg. Ken.
Well, at best, umpire's call, which will stay not out.
And then the South Africans
Cutter.
won't lose a review.
The cutter, Ken. That's why it's nipped as much as it has.
I think it looked like they're still
Off
looking
cutter.
for an edge. It looked like there was daylight between bat and ball, so I'm not sure what we're looking at the moment.
Hopeful shot, Ken. Hopeful shot.
Definitely hopeful, looking at the replays.
I don't know, Ken. I'm looking at more and more replays, and you know, when you look at replays over and over and over again, your opinion could change.
Do you
Yeah.
want it to change? That's why. Is that why?
I mean, he does look like he's a little bit deep in the crease as well.
But he is jumping. That's
Another thing.
And it sits him above the pad.
Above the rolls, yes, yeah. We're still waiting for the.
bit of inception as the players watch themselves watch the screen. On this
Doesn't that
It's
create
a
like a
screen
black
within a
hole? Or
screen.
something?
red light.
Oh,
Red
it's
light, he's
hitting!
got him.
It's hitting! He's got him! Lungi Ngidi has got him. Pitching outside off, impacts in line and smacking the top of leg stump. Lungi Ngidi has got the breakthrough for South Africa. And Agrawal is not happy, shaking his head. He can't believe it. Neither can we.
So I feel like puns are necessary for wickets. I've clearly got him here. Agarwal gone bowled by LBW by Ngidi for 60. He's batted really well. He was there for 123 balls, but now he's gone. And South Africa have a breakthrough. 117 for 1 in the 41st over.
You have to say a beautiful delivery. Missed the straight one, did Mayank Agarwal, and he's been looking the more dangerous of the two batsmen. And a breakthrough that the South Africans would have been very desperate for, finally coming by the homeboy himself, Lungi Ngidi. He's got Mayank Agarwal out for 60 off 123 balls. Got him out LBW to the joy of the South African captain, Dean Algar.
And
Good review.
Can you blame him, Ken? He's really had to toil as the South African skipper.
Yeah, I think looking at the replays, much like us, his heart would have been in his mouth a bit. Because South Africa lost a review earlier this morning. So that would have been another one. And hitting the top of leg stump. Great call.
And it looks like it's Cheteshwar Pujara that's coming to the wicket. So Virat Kohli not coming in ahead of the man who was run out by Lungi Ngidi in times gone by.
Yeah, Pujara is the regular number 3 for India. And someone who's had his own little troubles of late. Batting number 3, he has not made a test century in 40 innings.
40 innings.
Which is the longest for a number 3 in test history, apparently.
Now that's an interesting fact.
We talk about Virat Kohli feeling the pressure, but Cheteshwar Pujara must have wolves baying at the door.
I know that the Twitter community have been calling for Bihari to come into the lineup. In this position specifically, we saw him do relatively well. Actually did quite well in the SAA India A series, did Vihari.
350s.
Indeed. And was it 4 innings? 350s in 4 innings?
6,500 test runs and an average of 44.82 for Cheteshwar Pujara. Best of 206 not out. But crucially, as Ken said, he'd love 100, and what better place to get one than at Supersport Park in Centurion, a ground that has been challenging. It was South Africa's happy hunting ground for a long time. Their fortress, if you will, if I'm not mistaken.
Still is, Dave. Still is. I've only lost 2 out of 22 games so far. As Lungi Ngidi continues. Oh, gets it! Oh, he's got him. He's on a hat trick. Lungi Ngidi hits the pads off Pujara. First the bat, then the pad, and then the man at short square leg picks it up. Absolutely fantastic news for the South Africans. 2 quick wickets here. Unbelievable.
Keegan Peterson moving in very sharply from a backward short leg there. And it'll be interesting to see if this is another off-cutter from Lungi Ngidi. It certainly snaked back into the right-hander and with a bit of extra bounce.
Fantastic catch there by Keegan Peterson. He came running in from his position at short leg. It is another cutter, Ken. You've called it. And to quote the late, great Richie Beno, he's gone for a duck.
A golden one, in fact. First ball, Lungi Ngidi sitting pretty on a hat-trick. You're talking about happy hunting grounds, and Lungi Ngidi loves bowling here at Centurion. Sees the back of Pujara. He goes without troubling the scorers, and that brings in the captain, Virat Kohli.
How he would love to get Virat Kohli on a hat-trick delivery.
Ooh-wee. That would be hard.
98 matches, 7,800 runs, 27 50s, 2700s, and he still averages 50 despite not having scored 100 in some time. His highest score came against South Africa at Pune in 2019. So there'll be a change in commentary between the three of us here after the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, after the hat-trick ball. We're going to have the hat-trick ball as we see a drinks break at the moment, but we will be back shortly after this short interval.
So there is a cricketing superstition that says you do not move when things are going well. We've just decided to have a commentary change at the drinks break. There is a hat-trick ball that's about to happen. It's Mpo here. I've got Sean, and we've also got Chris there with his computer with all the stats that we might need. Hat-trick ball, Chris, are you looking for the amount of hat-tricks you've had?
We had the fun maths experiments a couple of days ago that there's about a 3% chance of this being wickets.
Here we are with the hat-trick ball, and Gidi gets it outside the off stump with Virat Kohli letting it go, shouldering arms. Sean, would you have made him play a little bit more?
I think I would have. You know, you don't get this opportunity too often in cricket, and especially so in Test cricket. And getting a wicket, especially like Virat Kohli, given his last innings when he was here in Centurion, you definitely want to target him as a wicket. And on your hat-trick ball, what better way?
That's true. And Virat Kohli scored 153 in the first innings of that series. He scored a duck in the second innings, but that 153 would be hanging on the minds of South Africans. This one, he makes him play outside Timber running through to field that at extra cover. Quick single taken by the Indians. And that is, okay, not the end of the over. One more ball left in this very eventful over. South Africa finding themselves back into the game when it seemed like it was slightly moving away from them.
Yes, the game definitely, as we said earlier, it does ebb and flow. And right now, South Africa have taken the momentum. Lungi Ngidi didn't have the rhythm at the beginning of the game, and he seems to have found it. The plan after drinks has definitely worked. They picked up 2 quick key wickets. And now with Virat Kohli, with KL Rahul, they definitely have to dig in and rebuild. Continue the good work that the openers have started.
That is true. Lungi Ngidi standing at the top of his mark. 2 slips, gully, backward point, and a catching point. We're talking about that catching point at the end of that over. That's a drop ball. played out to leg side for no run. We're talking about that catching point position of air. It's quite interesting because obviously looking at it from the top and trying to describe it for all our listeners, it's a, points come in a lot further than what he normally would be. And what was the reasoning behind that?
Well, from what I can tell, with the way that the bowlers are bowling currently, their length is a lot shorter than before the lunch break. They want that back foot drive. They want the batters to play at the ball on the back foot away from their body, essentially bringing in that short point fielder into catching, and then their backward point, who's a little bit deeper, stops any balls going through that gap. So essentially saying to them, play the ball. We want you to play. Try and aim for the extra cover region, and they'll get their wicket that way.
Marco Jansen resuming to Virat Kohli. This one was the back of the length, hitting high on the bat to fend it out. The fielding positions here, you've got your two slips. Vian Mulder's more gully now, with Keshav at backward point. There are no fielders in the covers except for Timber Bavumo who's at mid off. You have your short leg, but he's backward behind square. You've also got a square leg rightly in line with the umpire, and you got mid on, and then you've also Lungin Giti at fine leg. Marco Jansen in and defended back to the bowler, no run.
Yes, from what I can see here, they definitely are continuing their plan of bowling more back of the length, forcing the batters to have some doubt in their mind whether to go forward or whether to go back, and hopefully put some pressure on the new batter, given Virat Kohli's current form, and get a key wicket.
Marco Jansen into Virat Kohli, a moment in this game where there seems like the control of the game might be moving away from India a little bit more. Good ball outside the off-stump, no run there. Chris, there was a stat that I think the guys were talking about Lungin Giti at Centurion.
It's exactly the stat that I'd handed over there. So, oh no, it's not that one. But yeah, Lungi Ngini's had a very good record at Centurion, both domestically and for South Africa. Obviously, that man of the match on debut. He's played now 3 games at Centurion, including this one, taking 12 wickets in them. And in first-class cricket, 27 wickets, now 29 wickets at Centurion, an average of under 15.
Yes, Jansen with that ball to Virat Kohli, just a fuller length ball, and Virat just playing it back. South Africa will know that you want to get Virat early. The longer he stays in, it becomes a lot harder for you to get him out. It's one of those situations where the first 20 balls to Virat Kohli have to be on the money.
Yes, definitely. And once he starts to get going with the start that KL Rahul has, this is definitely a partnership to break.
Marco Jansen in, short ball to Virat Kohli, who ducks underneath that. Must be a little bit easier being on the high field when you know they bring it in short. You can just duck underneath it.
Oh, definitely. This is, as an opening batter, I love the ball coming onto the bat. So playing on the high field has been a dream. But with the shorter ball, you duck under, get the hands out the way. You can definitely trust the bounce a lot more than in other areas and regions in the world.
That's true. Marco Jansen with the wives and girlfriends clapping them on and the families clapping them on. And this one down the leg side, but I don't know, muted appeals from the slip cordon. You know how that's going to work. We just a choir that's just trying to get themselves in tune.
Oh yes, definitely. And from what we can see in that over, it was a lot of short balls and then one very full one, trying to lure him into a false shot, catch him camping on the back foot, trying to make something happen. And we must say the Wags definitely, when they clap, something happens.
I need them to clap a little bit more. The other thing with Virat, obviously, he doesn't move his feet that much at the beginning of his innings, and that's why you want to try and put it outside that off-stump. And Marco Jansen did try that. But now, Lungin Giti to KL Rahul, we're seeing that backward point situation, that shorter point happening on the offside. Giti in and inducing a forward press from KL Rahul. And that came off the high on that bat, more the splice, but it did not move anywhere. South Africa seeing like they can get themselves in, sniffing some blood, and Ngiti is the one who's bringing it in. I think last time, on his debut, he took 6 wickets in that second innings, but he didn't bowl too badly in that first innings as well when he got that 1 wicket, and I think he picked a run out.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of South Africans in this bowling lineup that have had great experiences at Centurion. And so there's that confidence factor behind them as well.
Oh, that one just rising off a length outside that off stump. He was compact there, Sean, was KL Rahul, not wanting to leave his stance and be a little bit more freer playing that, but really good ball from Ngiti.
Oh yes, definitely. That's a channel you want to attack. I do feel he was forced to play that ball, given that it has been coming in towards the batters when Lungi is bowling. But I felt he just could have left it, made it look better than it was.
Ngiti again into Rahul outside the off stump, a lot closer this time, and you get the same forward press, compact inside that line, just covering that off stump of his. Isn't that inviting to the batter for you to be standing outside, just keeping your bat out there off stump? Yes, you're compact, you know where the off stump line is, because if you can get there, you probably could get an edge and be out.
Yes, I must say they are trusting that there is very little or no movement of the seam. There's no swing happening, and he's trusting that, because I do feel he wouldn't be leaving his bat there if there was a lot more. He'd be getting it out of the way.
So Ngiti in again, another. I won't even call that a play and a miss. It's a press and a miss as Rahul comes forward. Very compact ball, just beating the bat outside that. The question, it kind of feels like Rahul saying, if you can find the top of off, you can have my wicket, but you haven't done that today, so I'll be able to just come through and protect myself.
Yes, he's definitely batting very, very well. And as I said, he's assessed conditions well. He was very slow to start with, Agarwal taking charge of the innings. Well, now I feel he's seeing the ball well. And if Lungi can get that top of off, get some sideways movement with the bat being behind the pad, it's a good shot if the ball hits it.
And also, if it goes straight and he's in that stance, that's an LBW shot with DRS going on. We saw that in the Ashes earlier today. Ngiti in again, driven well through the covers. That's a beautiful shot for four. Really good batting. And that brings up KL Rahul's 50.
Yeah, 50 runs or 127 deliveries there from KL Rahul. That ends up being his 13th Test 50, his 19th score of over 50, and just his 6th away 50, his first in South Africa and his first against South Africa.
Geez, it is hopefully a fantastic record to start with his tour here in South Africa, given that his high score in South Africa before this test was 16.
Yeah, I think he's already scored as many runs in this innings as he has in his previous 4 innings in South Africa combined.
And that is true, Chris. I'll give you that number. Oh, that one is full onto that off stump, and Rahul defended that out really nicely out to the leg side. End of the 43rd over, India 122 for 2. KL Rahul just reaching his 50. He's on 51, and Virat Kohli is on 1. We know cricket is instinctual, but when you get a ball outside the off stump that's full and you want to drive, what goes through? Is it just, I'm just playing as I see it, or is it more, does it have to be a lot more premeditated, or is it just a sense of rhythm? So you get into your stance move, and as the ball comes, just.
Well, as you say, it's a combination of things. There's rhythm, there's processes. You practice these things. You don't want to overhit it. And especially given this format, if you try and overhit it, you lose your shape, and you're more likely to be in a terrible position to play the shot, giving opportunities to the bowlers on the fielding side.
So the answer is to just lean in and let the ball do the rest. Marco Jansen from the Henop end, and he gets driven. One-handed drive of Virat Kohli. He lost his bottom hand off of that shot, and then went through to extra cover boundary for 4.
Oh, geez, it's a stunning cover drive. And what we can say is that Lungi Ngidi and Marco Jansen, when they've strayed with their length, They are being driven. They just need to be patient, keep pulling their length back. Because you find that both Rahul and Virat were not playing at the ball. Just be patient, keep building the pressure. That's key here, especially at this stage in the game where they have the momentum.
And that last shot was more front foot than back foot, so you have to pull the length back there. Marco does pull the length back, and this time Virat Kohli just defends that off the back foot out to that catching point.
Not the first time they've played each other. I think the last time India toured here, Marco Jansen was a 17-year-old net bowler that bowled to the Indians, and Virat Kohli spoke about him then. And some people say that helped him get that IPL deal for the Mumbai Indians.
And who can remember Mark Jansen's debut for the Mumbai Indians, where everybody thought, what is South Africa doing not picking this man in the T20 side as he comes in again. This one, a shorter length ball aimed at the body, and Virat Kohli riding the bounce really nicely there. There is no short leg, so there is no drama for Virat Kohli. He can defend that out to the leg side with no issues, apart from probably even getting a glove onto it. And then, even if Grass is too far away at square leg to even worry a batter there, so good batting from Virat Kohli. Marco Jansen again into Virat Kohli. This one down the leg side. Has he been strangled down the leg side? Umpires are unmoved. Quinton de Kock was running.
Yeah. The rest of the appeals seemed half-hearted, and almost literally half appeals. Everyone seems to stick up one hand instead of two.
Looks like it was a thigh pad more than that. But South Africa have taken a lot of wickets recently, well, over the past couple of years with strangling people down the leg side, which I'm sure Sean is criminal as a batter to be able to be strangled down the leg side.
No, I haven't actually. I've been.
Oh, and a good shot out to backward point. That's a good placing there by Virat Kohli, and good field placing by Dean Elgar with that backward point on the circle and catching cover point there, standing there.
So just to go back to what I wanted to say, because you can't get a run there, you have to play through the covers, which then puts everybody else in the money to get catch, and they just need to work on their length.
That's true. Marco into Virat. Short ball. Virat looking for a run, sent back by his vice captain, and that's the end of that over 44, 126 for 2.
Carroll been out there long enough that he's getting a fresh pair of gloves. We saw him signal just before the final delivery of that over that he wanted some new gloves. 12 man's team.
What we can say is that just looking at the plan that they have, they want to bowl the ball short, but not short enough that allows the bowlers to free their arms. Because you can see with Rassie, he is at square leg, but he's in front of the umpire. So they're like, well, we still want you to try and get their wickets, set their wickets up. And I feel, as you say, early on in Virat's innings, he doesn't move his feet too much, but they need to keep patient. Don't fall into the trap of bowling too full.
Yes. Bowling too full activates that front foot and forces him to come forward. And with the way South African fields are these days, you just need to punch it off and it will roll. The outfield's been great today. I've had a lot of time to prepare it because we haven't had a lot of domestic cricket on the square in close to a month. So it's really good. Ngidi resuming this really wicket-laden spell from him, and he gets a ball going down left side, hitting KL Rahul on the pad. I think there might have been an inside edge, but no run nonetheless.
Oh yes, as you can see, Lungi Ngidi is attacking the batters, and you can see it from the wickets he's taken. He's bowling a much better length, he's more consistent with his line, and will definitely put Rassie in contention at mid-wicket there, as well as Rabada at middle.
Yes, and that's essentially what it is. When you're bowling straight, you need that man at mid-wicket. And Ngidi in again. driven this time. They're going to take a single as the ball goes out to extra cover where Timber has to field that going to his left. And an easy single there. That's the one feature about Virat Kohli's game, is that he's always willing to get to the other end, and it's an unspoken part of his game that people forget, because everyone talks about his beautiful shots and fours and sixes, but his ability to be able to get the momentum in an innings by trying to always get his strike partner back to the other end.
Yes, and I think that's very key in scoring having big innings. You have to be able to run hard between wickets.
Giti into Virat Kohli. This one he shoulders arms to as it goes outside that off stump.
So, like I was saying earlier, you have to be able to run hard between the wickets. So, one thing we do know, Virat Kohli is a leader in his team, whether it comes to fitness, as well as within the culture and hard work. He's a hardworking player, and if you can continue, just keep the scoreboard ticking. Right before you know it, you are on 50 after very few balls, because the scoreboard is continuing ticking. Big partnerships happen, and that's what I think will be key here between these two.
So Zangiti comes in for the. He gets an inside edge, and a quick single was taken. I don't think Rahul was ready with that, because he was running with his helmet in his hand. Virat Kohli, as we're speaking, was wanting to always get to the other end. He did come forward and got the inside half of the bat.
Yeah, I would say it looked like he committed a little bit too early, but as you say, he got there. He's a classy player and managed to just drop it with soft hands onto the leg side, just by square, and get KL, the man, in form on strike.
Yes, this partnership is worth 11. They're going to be hoping to get a similar amount of that 100-run partnership there that Mayank Agarwal and KL Rahul had. Lungi, this one straightening a little bit more, and Rahul just shaping that behind square to Marco Jansen at fine leg for a single to one ball left in this 45th over, 129 for 2. India are having won the toss and are chosen to bat first. A decision that many thought, because I actually didn't know coming into the ground this morning. I was like, actually, I'd like to lose the toss, so to be dictated to, because I don't know if I want to bowl, I don't know if I want to bat, but I think batting first is always the safer option with international cricketers. Ngiti in, that one's a shorter length, and Kohli lets that go through to end the 44th over, 129 for 2.
I mean, as you say with the toss, I'm also as a batter, I fall into the trap that unless the pitch is completely waterlogged, I will want to bat first. Even if it's a green seamer and it's overcast, I will want to bat first. I fall into that trap because I enjoy batting so much. But I think it wasn't a bad shot to want to bowl first, given the record here.
And yeah, I think that's been a judgment that's changed at Centurion, because historically here teams have fielded first, but in recent times it's changed. So the overall record at Centurion in the 26 tests, 16 times the captain won the toss, opted to field. But 4 of the last 5, and now 5 of the last 6, in fact, the team has opted to bat instead. Just testament to the fact that Centurion slowly changed in the way that it behaves and the way that people approach it.
And Keshav Maharaj is going to resume with about 40 minutes to tea. Bowling to KL Rahul, getting one outside the off stump and playing it to the fielder at backward point. It's Rasif van der Dissen.
Yeah, and with the field set, what you can tell with fine leg being as fine as he is that he's attacking the stumps.
And another one getting to that extra cover, the short extra cover, who's the captain, Dinalga, diving on the used pitches.
Oh, it's not a fun position there. But yeah, he wants to attack the stumps, and he's out there just to protect that shot.
Maharaj always gets through his overs very quickly, but that one was a little bit too full and enabled Rahul to drive it down to Marco Jansen, who is at long off.
I would say good idea, especially with the set and the in batter, and put some pressure on.
So
Kohli.
long off coming in to add the pressure that you're talking about. Maharaj into Kohli, gets a drive to Dean Algate, short extra cover. He's got a lot of work so far in his last few balls.
Oh,
Is it to try and tempt Virat Kohli to go over
yes,
Marco Jansen, who's like 2 meters 25? But no, Keshav Maharaj goes down leg side, straying a little bit, and it's an easy flick off the pads for 4 to that mid wicket boundary.
that was a phenomenal shot. If anything, that was a straight ball. I would say the only thing he got wrong
all
there was
wrists.
his length. Yes, exactly. He's so strong and such a classy player that he is able to access that gap. But at the same time, he could also play a different shot and play it in straight, and you've
Could have
seen him
played it
do
straight
it.
to pass the bowler.
And
Yeah.
you've seen him do it. So,
When you have a lot of time
yeah.
and you're that good, Virat Kohli just defending that last ball of Keshav's over 134 for 2 to end it out on the 46th
Yeah.
over. What do you think the plan was, bowling Keshav from the South Africans?
I think the plan is slow the.
Playing Keshav in general or bowling him
No.
specifically? Yeah, it's an interesting one because the seam was looking very effective. But yeah, although he hasn't been brilliant at Centurion in Test matches, his domestic record there is pretty fantastic. He's taken 35 wickets and an average of 27, which for a spin at a ground that's seen as a steaming ground is quite a record.
Yeah, as you see another change in bowling, that is Vian Mulder coming in.
Yeah. And what I would say, bringing Keshav in allows the seam bowlers to work, to reduce their workload. Shorter spells, especially now that it is a phenomenal day, the sun is out here in Centurion, it allows the fast bowlers to recover.
Sun is shining here at New Centurion, and Vian Mulder bowls a beautiful ball outside the off stump. KL Rahul does not want to play at that or attempt at that, and has gone behind to QDK, Quinton de Kock, for no run. But obviously, you've got 5 bowlers, and you have 4 seamers with Vian being your all-round option. Wouldn't you want to see another rotation, or is this the captain just throwing, say, hey, let's have an average spin and see if it might do something else? Vian Mulder outside the off stump again. Rahul comes forward, but because he's so compact outside the off stump, anything outside off stump is not willing to play, especially with that length that the South Africans are wanting to go.
Yeah, but what we've also seen is that whenever they've hit boundaries is where they've overpitched, and we're also seeing a trend that's happening every single over, once or twice with the fast bowlers, so that there is also some fatigue within them.
Mulder in, that one just rearing off a length and surprising KL Rahul there. Good ball from Vian Mulder, something different to throw to KL Rahul.
I think it's definitely going to make some things interesting and hopefully continue to put him under pressure. Make sure that, keep him quiet for as long as possible, because we do know how disruptive he can be. And
it's that one coming off the splice of the bat. Really, really hard. And that's the thing about Vian, he can bowl that heavy ball. And that's the first sign of that. Then the next one, a beautiful ball, not digging into the pitch, just placing it like a ball on a handkerchief there, just carrying through to Quinton de Kock for no run.
If he can be consistent in that area, I think that will be key, especially allowing the other bowlers to see that this is where the pressure is. Be consistent in this area, continue stringing the dot balls along, and so the Indians will be forced to play out.
Mulder in. This gets a front pad, hits him on the front pad. There is a shout.
I'd like to see the
And-
replay from this angle. Perhaps impact outside the line. But
Yes.
we are slightly off center, so very
Came off the
tricky.
pad. There was a bit of bat involved. It rolled behind, but the South Africans are not going to, because he's taken that front stride, that long front foot stride to try kind of negate any idea in the umpire's mind that it could be out.
Yeah, flick inside edge onto the front pad, looking at the replay.
Good call from Rasmus.
Very good call. Vian Mulder into Kel Rahul, who drives this one straighter this time. A great fielding from Gafiso at mid-off to deny that was going to be 4 runs, but he saved 4. And that's the end of that over. Good over from Vian Mulder. Testing over for the Indian batters. And it's 134 for 2 after 47.
I must say it's very encouraging to see your fast bowlers throwing themselves around the field like that. Given that their workload is going to increase, and looking at how they are bowling, they know they're going to be bowling many overs in this test.
Oh, that's what Centurion gives you. The first few days of Centurion, first 3 days, it's your paces have to do a lot. You're going to have a few overs of spin, around about 10 overs. We've now had 2. We're about to have our 3rd over of spin. That's Keshav Maharaj to Virat Kohli, who comes with a forward defensive, gets a massive stride in, and plays that out onto the ground, onto the floor to Vian Mulder backward square. Would you not have wanted to try an over of Gafiso from that end rather than giving Keshav Maharaj? So on down the leg side, it'll be a single taken off of that. Keshav, the ball going on with the angle. And it was easy for Virat Kohli to just pick him off and play down the leg side.
I think I would have stayed with Keshav. You know, from what we can see, he's bowling some very quiet overs, right? Forcing the batters to want to play at the seamers. So, yeah, I would keep him in and see how it goes.
Maharaj in to KL Rahul, who strikes that so beautifully, opens the face of the bat, and he drives that square drive to point for 4 runs.
Just as I say, he's been bowling quite tight. He throws one full and wide and dealt with very well by KL Rahul.
Yes, and it's a bad ball. And you don't want to see it. These things happen.
Yeah.
But what a shot from KL Rahul. Waited for it and he played it expertly. Next one, back to the bowler. Front foot coming forward. Would you, with the insistence of the Indian batters to want to come forward, would you not be preferring maybe somebody under the helmet in front of their eyes as Keshav bowls this one, dots this one in actually into the block hole, and KL Rahul defends that one?
No, I would be very keen to see what would happen, but I think Keshav also would have to adjust his pace a little bit. If he's starting it, and there's going to be a lot less turn and purchase off the wicket.
And next ball just played out to the left offside, no run taken there. End of that over 139 for 2. So he's bowling at a very quick pace, quicker than what you would want.
So because it is a little bit quicker, it's likely to just go straight on with the arm, a lot less purchase off the wicket. So putting somebody under the helmet right now wouldn't make sense unless he adjusts the pace that he bowls at. And maybe toss one up and see what happens. And as we saw there was a ball in the 5th ball. He slowed down the pace. KL Rahul pushed at it a little bit too soon. Obviously, it didn't carry very far, but those are encouraging signs.
Vian Mulder to from the West Lane end. This one dragging back into Virat Kohli with an inside edge onto the pad there.
They definitely bowling at the Indian batters, wanting them to make a decision. I wouldn't say it's not too short, it's at a good length, and forcing them to make a decision. Do you go forward? Do you go back?
Virat Kohli standing well outside his crease now to Vian Mulder. Comes forward, drives that straight to Gafiso at mid-off.
And that's the thing, when you stand outside your crease, it does force the bowler to adjust their length. If they bowl the same length as you saw there, it's a little bit too full. Luckily, Kagiso was standing at mid-off and hit it straight at it. But on a different field, a different day.
Kagiso could just be a couple of paces inside and that
Yeah.
goes for 4.
And we'll be talking about what a good shot it is.
It was still a beautiful shot there. Virat Kohli now asserting himself, coming forward for that one and defending it out to the offside. Timber, the fielder, at extra cover.
And you can definitely see as he gets in, his footwork becomes a lot better, a lot more decisive. He knows what he wants to do. He knows where he wants to play the ball, and
It's like a boxer.
yeah,
You always need to be either on your front foot or on your back foot, but you always need to be certain with your footwork. And now we're starting to see Virat Kohli getting used to the pace of the wicket, getting used to the fast bowling. As Van Mulder comes in, and with that decisiveness, he comes forward, shoulders arms to it, but he has taken a very long stride in that. And it's a dot ball going out to Quinton de Kock.
yes, he's leaving very well so far from what we can see, and in a very short space of time with the singles that he's getting, and where the ball is pitched up and where he can cover drive, he has been taking his opportunities. So maybe this is the start of a big one.
As Van Mulder to Virat Kohli drives this one, and as you say, a couple of centimeters, but Kagiso Rabada does a great job because the ball went past extra cover in Temba Bavuma, who put in a valiant dive, but Kagiso managed to save 3 runs as the Indians take a single off of that. Lovely punch in the covers.
We see a change in field set with deep points going out. That so far is the only change. So I reckon there might be a shorter one. Try and encourage Cal to play at that one.
And it's a double bluff as
Oh.
it goes full and straight. Defended out to Keegan Peterson at backup point. End of the 49th over, 140 for 2. But that's actually quite interesting. Obviously, deep point going out to the boundary. Were they aiming to bowl it short outside the off stump to get a bit of an uppercut?
Yeah. So I would say it's either short outside to get the uppercut, or it's going to be wide Yorker. That's the only thing I can,
Okay.
from my experience, that I can really call upon to put somebody out there. But definitely a short ball was coming, and it wasn't going to be straight at the batter because there was no fine leg or deep square out. So it definitely wasn't going to be a body line.
Yes, and Vian doesn't bowl the types of that pace that could trouble a batter. He can dig it in, but based on that field set, it kind of felt like the batter would be able to try and clear deep point with a bit of an uppercut rather than necessarily like a Kagiso where you'd be ducking underneath it and having someone on the leg side to try and see if you could get a catch. Maharaj resuming with the first ball to Virat Kohli. That one's played out to extra cover.
I must say he has slowed his pace from that first ball.
Virat Kohli coming forward again to Maharaj. No run there, just the defense.
Well, hopefully with Maharaj slowing the pace down, we'll definitely see something happen.
He's got a slip, so he can, just slow it down, give it a little bit of flight, see if Virat could come forward. But that one goes out to the mid wicket, who is catching. Oh, man. Virat Kohli just plays that off the back foot, looking like a man with so much time. Able to just play it around the corner, square leg for a single.
Yeah, there he's using his crease, going deep in the crease, and just playing it just around the corner, as you said. And I wonder, usually when that does happen, it can prompt a bowler to bowl a little bit fuller to that batter because he's going deep in his crease. So we'll see.
Maharaj into KL Rahul, who drives that to short extra cover. No run there.
Yeah, it's trying to get off strike by hitting it to the long fielder.
Quite a few catches around the bat. You've got mid wicket who's catching. The extra cover is there. You've got the slip in, and Kara, who plays it off the back foot, evading that catching extra cover, short extra cover to the long off. I beg your pardon, that's Mark Jansen. To end that over, it's a single taken off of that, 142 for 2, 50 overs into this innings.
I do think that they do need to put a lot more pressure on Cal Rahul. I do think they need to potentially, I mean, it is a risk, but make sure that it isn't easy to get the single. Right? Force them to move their feet, play over the top. But then, especially if they want to keep the pressure on these two, and the more stuck in their gate, the harder the job will be. So I do feel they need to put some pressure on them.
Yeah, and I think these two, especially when they're batting together, once they're in, do put on properly big partnerships. They've batted together 14 times in Test cricket and managed to put together 300 partnerships, including one partnership of 164.
Vian Mulder resuming from the West Lane end. This one just defended out to the leg side by Rahul.
So that, yeah, I would guess that Virat Kohli is Rahul's favorite partner because he has more 100 partnerships than he does with Kohli than he does with any other Indian cricketer. And of course, they were RCB teammates for a while. Then Rahul was released. He's playing for Punjab in the most recent season. For a long time, they were part of that RCB top 4.
And we've got an IPL auction start probably early January, so some of the South Africans might be hoping for good performances in this format as this one plays out to that deep point that Vian Mulder has. And it wasn't a short ball, it was more of a length ball. It's played out to that fielder. Just a single taken off of that, 143 for 2.
You can see that square drive. They want to protect it. They want to protect that square drive. So it makes sense. And
because now you feel like Dean Elk is in run saving mode. He's like in the middle of run saving and wicket taking. But this time he's brought in that point with Virat Kohli. That one lifting off of a length outside the off stump. Virat Kohli just shoulder and arms to that.
yeah, that one kicked off the surface. But as you said, you very right there. Is that he wants to take wickets, but he has to restrict them. And I do feel it could backfire, especially if they give too many singles away by trying to stop the boundary. But that is something that, as a bowling attack, they have to work on their plans.
Mulder in outside the off stump. Virat Kohli just lets that go through slightly wider. Virat would need to throw his arms at that to play that one. He doesn't want to. Not so early in the innings. Understanding the importance of the innings. A good first innings here sets up them for the game. And on top of that, sets the tone for the rest of the series. Because they'll always go back to this innings and say, this is what we've done. We've got that in the memory bank. And you can always go through with that. Mulder in outside the off stump. Again, he's now banging it a little bit more into the crease, getting that extra bounce now. Previously, he wasn't necessarily looking to, dig the ball in. He was looking to try see if he can't get any swing. So he was just, I know what the terminology is that people use, but he wanted to kiss the deck rather than actually, try and just,
Kick it back.
break your back into it
So
and bowl that heavy ball. So I think he's now looking to try see if he can't get any extra bounce and gets the outside half of Virat Kohli's back off of a length ball there and goes to that deep point. Who is that run-saving position? And one run coming off of that over, 144 for 2 after 51. It is slowing down now. South Africa managed to try and slow the game down, but the threat of having a Virat Kohli at the crease is still looming large.
Yeah, Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, that they, as stats have shown, that they bat well together. So yeah, you definitely want the South Africans to restrict, but also break this partnership before it gets too big.
And there was an air after the first 2 wickets that suddenly it felt like another wicket was on the way, and that slowly has dissipated, I think, in the time following.
Maharaj resuming from the Hennops River end. just an arm ball going down that leg side. Virat Kohli coming forward and playing that to mid wicket, who is not so silly for me to call him silly, but he's there in that region to be a catcher. This one outside the off stump, forcing Virat to play off the back foot, and he does so back to the bowler.
Yeah, I must say that this is a much better, feels much more restrictive.
Kohli comes forward looking for that run. Van Milder not on his is not on his heels, is actually on his toes because he managed to get to that ball to stop that run. That's what makes Virat Kohli so dangerous, the ability to just play it into a gap and run and catch the fielders off guard. So well done to Van Milder. Off the back foot and straight to Kagiso Rabada for that next ball. Kagiso's at mid-on.
And we've seen them both so quick between the wickets, and their communication is clearly so good with each other that they know that you just put it in there and it's a run.
Yes, tip and run, as we call it in backyard cricket. Outside the off stump, Virat Kohli coming forward, just letting it go through to Quinton de Kock.
He makes it look like it's backyard cricket out there. So it makes it look so simple.
He hasn't had the greatest of years this year, has Virat Kohli. This one is played out to the offside, and that's been one of the questions about this Indian cricket side. Obviously, him relinquishing his captaincy in the limited overs, but also obviously keeping the captaincy in the test side. But this year hasn't been that great for him. India have managed to get themselves to that World Test Championship final, and they'd be disappointed in themselves in that final because they just were outclassed by a New Zealand side, and that's what Virat was trying to do. He hasn't scored a century in this format in
2 years.
In 2 years.
It was November 2019 against Bangladesh. That's in any international format. It's been 2 years. And I think, a lot of supporters know that. It's a stat that gets brought up and it made more of a point of after every passing match. Obviously, Virat Kohli for about 5 years was probably the best player in the world and just couldn't seem to stop scoring hundreds.
Van Milder to Rahul, this one outside the off stump, just missing the outside edge of that bat that was presented by KL Rahul. He hasn't been playing at balls outside the off stump, but all he's done is bring the bat behind the pad. And this time, it actually wasn't. He actually came through with the shot. He just missed it.
Yeah, I would say he was almost forced to play. Van Milder has been, janging it in, attacking the stumps, and that one just didn't bounce, didn't come off the deck.
VM back to trying to get the swing outside that off stump, and also missing the bat of KL Rahul there as well. It's going to be an intriguing over. 2 balls missing the bat.
Yeah, definitely. I hope he doesn't get sucked in. As you can see, again, they want him to bowl a lot fuller. That is their strength. That is what they want. But he can just keep holding that length, that line. Keep the pressure on. Keep the dot balls. Keep KL on strike. It's it. Keep him there.
You have to. Mulder in again. Another ball. Beautiful ball outside the off stump.
That was a play in a miss. That's not a tactical leave. That very much beats the outside edge of KL.
Yes, very true, Chris. Just he came forward to that, and just the shape from Vian, a ball just shaping away. Just needs one to hold its line, and it could be in business.
It's definitely going to make for an interesting contest between these two. And
Van Milder, this is his first game against India in South Africa. He's just played the one game away. Didn't get much bowling time.
This one up in the air. It's going to be caught, but just dropping in front of Marco Jansen. Another chance. That was a hip check from KL Rahul as Van Milder's errant ball in this over was played down to fine leg. Marco Jansen did everything to get to it.
That really would have been a fantastic catch if he managed to hold on to it. He was sprinting in. You can't ask for a taller player to be fully outstretched trying to catch it.
And it just bounced in front of him. Truly unfortunate for the South Africans. A chance off a bad ball. I don't know if you've seen that.
I do think he misjudged the bounce. think that was the downfall there to that shot.
Virat Kohli now in, and he plays this one using the wrists, turning it around square, and they will come through for two. Some really aggressive running from the Indian captain. And the score goes up to 147 for two. It was 145, I beg your pardon, for two. Or it's 47 now as the scoreboard does tip away.
Yeah, but that's the thing, when you get dropped in any format of the game, and as a batter you get dropped, you want to make them play.
Would you call that a drop? We have it in
It's a missed chance in some way, or half chance.
You're asking a lot from the fielder there as that ball goes outside the off. Next ball goes outside the off stump of Virat Kohli, and he lets that go through.
Yeah, I would definitely say at this level, at this level, that there is potentially a chance, because that's either scream or it's a drop. And if he didn't go for it, I do not think Vian Mulder would be too impressed there. So
Talking about batsmen taking advantage of drops, it's not super relevant to this game, but there's that fact that Manus Labuschagne, or Labuschagne, however you want to say it, since he's come to the Australian side, he's been the most dropped batsman. The fielders have only taken 56% of the chances that they've given him, so he's dropped almost half the time he gives people a catch. And obviously he's a brilliant batsman, but that has helped secure him the second highest test average of all time.
Chris, what you're telling me is that both fielding teams around the world are dropping the number one batter in the world.
Yeah.
56% of the time they get a chance.
44% of the time he's dropped 56%.
Yes.
And that's the highest drop catch percentage of anyone since Labuschagne started playing.
Labuschagne, the lucky Labuschagne. Maharaj resuming from the Hennops River end to KL Rahul, who defends that to Vian Mulder at backward point.
And with that stat, you can definitely say he's taking advantage. He is ranked. He's the best in the world at the moment.
And maybe that'll mean he gets dropped even more, putting pressure on the fielders because they know they have to catch the number one batsman when the ball comes.
Steve Smith's substitute, as he's commonly known as. This one, arm ball just going down leg, and KL Rahul plays that down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, his substitute. That's the other pub quiz question. The first ever concussion substitute in a test match.
And he's never been dropped since.
So taking advantage of drop catches and taking advantage of coming in as a concussion sub.
A single taken out to Marco Jansen, who seemingly has been allowed to graze in the pastures at the Hennops River end in the far outfields here at St. John. He's now realized that Virat Kohli is on strike, so he has to come back in to mid-off. And Virat uses his wrist to play that to KP. Keegan Peterson, not Kevin, at mid-wicket, catching very short, not conventional, but not too silly. And Virat then decides to, after finding mid-wicket, decides to turn the clock and turn it around the corner to Rassi, who is more conventional. He's a sweeper on the leg side, but he's like 20 paces in from the mound.
There's almost two mid-wickets. There's a deeper mid-wicket of Rassi Pandadis, who's standing just on the edge of the ring at mid-wicket, and then Keegan Peterson's on the square, but half sort of mid-wicket, but trending towards mid-on.
Yeah, can definitely see them want to.
Maharaj with an arm ball that goes outside the off stump, and that's the end of that over. Kohli not choosing to play that 148 for 2. Partnership is now worth 31. Kohli on 16 and Rahul 62 not out. South Africa's figures, the only wicket taker today is Ngidi 2 for 35 off 11 overs. Rabada has been the most economical, 19 runs off his 13 overs. No wickets there. Maharaj has bowled 6 overs for 14 runs. And Marco Jansen on debut, 12 overs, 43 runs, no wickets. And Vian Mulder, 12 overs, 29 runs, and no wickets. So evenly spread across the bowlers, the quicks. The question is, who is the next man to give D. Nelga his breakthrough?
That they will definitely, if the pressure continues here with Vian Mulder, he could definitely pull one off.
This run rate at 2.7, Vian Mulder from that West Lane end. This one again off of a shorter length than previous over, forcing Rahul to come forward, but the ball missing the bat again.
Yeah, he's definitely leaving well outside the off stump, and I would say that ball he left well a lot better than Rian Mulder's previous over.
Mm.
He looked a lot more confident in that leave and decisive in what he was doing.
A lot wider. Mulder in again outside that off stump, closer this time. The question is whether that was a catch.
We
It
half
could have
touched.
been an edge there.
We half touched on it earlier, but it is interesting after the 2 breakthrough wickets that we haven't seen Rabada bowl. You would have thought that they would take advantage of it. The fact that those breakthroughs bring on your premium bowler again, but he hasn't bowled in 17 overs now.
That was very close. Rahul still compact. That ball just getting into closer to that outside edge of the bat. Quinton and Vian knew what they just saw.
Hopefully he can continue.
Mulder in again to Rahul, is a lot wider than the previous ball. Rahul still comes forward, which is a good sign for the South Africans. And no run there, just going to Quinton de Kock.
I think it will be key now for Vivian Mulder to continue bowling up this lane. But what we are seeing, the one that goes very, very close to the bat, the bounce there has been very little bounce. It's been very inconsistent, hasn't bounced much. So almost enticing the batter to play it.
South Africa trying to slow the game down here. Edge this time induced, but it bounces just in front of Aiden Markram at second slip. Soft hands from KL Rahul. But some good signs for Vian Mulder.
Very good signs. And as you say, they didn't bounce as high as he had hoped. But as you say, soft hands, he played it very well. Yes, it wasn't the best shot to play, and potentially could have left it. But we'll never know.
Yeah,
But
mishit it well with the soft hands. So
but as we discussed
dribbled
earlier on, he's more compact, so he's protecting his offside with the bat coming in. This one is of hitting him on the front pad. There is an LBW appeal, and
Maria
from where
Erasmus
we
has
hear,
an iron constitution because that's one
feels
of the
like-
loudest appeals I've ever heard.
was that
And-
not bat?
It did have a batty noise to it, but maybe that's just how hard it hit the pad.
Yeah.
But the
But yeah,
good thing
Maria
is that
Erasmus didn't move a muscle despite the pleas of the South
yes,
African
the South Africans discussed it and decided not to go against it. But what an over from Vian Mulder, attacking both edges of the bat. This time coming a little bit more inside, and that ball nearly breaking
There
through.
was no bat on that.
That
That
hit-
was 100% pad.
I would.
Replays
We'll wait
coming
for-
through
Yeah,
are
ball
showing
tracking
that
not
it's
there. Maybe height was
Yeah.
an issue because it hit on the knee roll, but got some decent bounce to it.
yes, Chris, and that is true.
And that's what Adam Markram was saying in the slips, that the height was the issue.
If only we could have ball tracking now. I don't think they're going to show it to the team because they won't be happy as this one goes outside the off stump. End of a great over, a maiden over from Vian Mulder there. 148 for 2. Probing over. He's seemingly finding that rhythm.
And I think I'd say the timing's been great. That he's finding his rhythm. It's
And that was missing. We see the replay. Well,
It's high.
look right there, just going over the top of the stump. So a good decision, I suppose, not to review it.
Yes. But that's the other, because we spoke about earlier, the Kelra who is leading with his pad, taking that stride in, and the bat follows, right? And what we were joking, saying that Lungiti has to hit the edge of that bat, and Vian Mulder did, played it with soft hands. This time, coming forward again, but this time Vian went inside, hits the front pad, but it's going over. So a lot of drama here at Centurion as Virat Kohli plays the most elegant drive, soft hands in between slip fielder and backward point for 3.
Yeah, I guess maybe you
off the
could
bowler
describe
of
it as a
Maharaj.
dab to the vacant third man, and slowly dribble to that boundary before the fielder retrieved it. And that is India's 150. It's taken them 333 deliveries exactly. I don't think that counts as any sort of Nelson That's unlucky for the Indian side, as much as South African supporters may hope it does.
So 151 up for 2. India would be very happy with that, making South Africa toil a little bit more in the sunshine at Centurion. We know that the clouds can come in very quickly, but it doesn't look like there are any building up as Maharaj bowls again off the back foot. Lovely punch by Rahul to point for a single.
Yeah. I must say he is bowling very quickly, but he has, from what I can see, his pace is definitely a lot slower to Virat Kohli, and I think that's why the 2 mid wickets are there to try and entice him to play a little bit earlier. Right.
And next ball's defended out by Virat Kohli. I think we'll have one more over after this before tea with the way Keshav is bowling.
So I think that's why there's 2 mid wickets. It's for that slower one that he bowls.
And played off the back foot back to the bowler. Who do you think you would give the session to?
Yeah, no, that is a
This one played back to the bowler. Because obviously we started after lunch at 83 without loss. It's now 152 for 2.
yeah. It does sort of sound like session shared from that. South Africa only had that, one very dominant over, and besides that, India's navigated the session very, very well. It's not well enough that I think you can give it to. First session, obviously India. Second session, honours probably shared.
Yes, that is correct, Chris. With 2 minutes to go, if Jan Mulder takes a wicket here, could be session to South Africa, bringing themselves back into the game.
And I must say, in this last bit of the session, they definitely are finding some rhythm. And as I said, the timing is perfect because if you let these two continue building and back through the day, South Africa could be facing a mammoth total tomorrow.
And that's something the South Africans do not want with the Indian bowling attack. That is, I think, the better one in this series.
It's definitely the strongest pace attack India's ever brought to South Africa.
Vian Mulder in to KL Rahul. He's honing in onto the stumps, and this time KL Rahul flicked that to a square leg for 4. Really lovely flick there. And Vian just too full in that one.
Oh, he made it look so simple, but full, middle and leg, and straight to the boundary to stand and deliver. Makes it so simple, keeps his head still. That is how you play a flick shot.
The types of balls you want.
Yeah.
Going to tea, a minute to tea. Vian Mulder into KL Rahul outside the off stump. Big stride in from KL Rahul, punches that to Timber, who shows a little bit of samba skills at the off, trying to stop the ball.
Yeah, he's been very active in the field, diving around, making sure, saving a lot of runs.
That's what we're used to from Temba Bavuma. Still, definitely top 3 greatest run-outs I've ever seen. That's Temba Bavuma run-out of David Warner.
What's
in
your
Australia.
other 2?
There's an AB de Villiers one also against Australia, running out Michael Hassing on ODI, and then probably John T. Rhodes. So my top 3 are all South Africans. I don't think that's biased. I think that's just South Africa's a good fielding side. And maybe I'll watch more South African.
Mulder into Rahul, who plays this one off the back foot to that fielder at deep point. Single taken off of that. It's become a little bit easier in this over for KL Rahul to impose himself on the South Africans.
Yes, he's definitely looking very comfortable now. And as you can see, he's taking a lead, I would say, similar to Virat Kohli against Vian Mulder, but coming out of his crease more, confronting the ball a lot more.
What should you do as the bowler?
You have to bring your length back. You have to bring your length back.
Oh, because your fuller length now is a little bit short. It's too full to him. And this one's just outside the off stump and well left by Virat Kohli.
You have to bring your length back, or else the batter will dominate you. and you have to be very quick to adjust, very quick to notice. Obviously, communicate with your wicket keeper and fielders around the bat so that you know what length you're bowling.
That's correct, Sean. And one ball or two balls left before T. Vian Mulder coming into Virat Kohli, who comes forward outside of his crease. He is batting out of his crease, and he drives that one straight to Kagiso at mid off.
Yeah.
What's the rethinking behind coming out of his crease? Is to change the angle or to play with the lengths that the bowler is bringing, giving them?
Yes, you definitely want to play with the lengths. When you're coming out of your crease, you're playing with the length. And when you want to change the angle, you're changing your guard because you're saying, right, if I'm going to leg stump, I've got more room to play with.
Mulder into Kohli. He lets that one go. That is T. India gets to T 157 for 2 in the session, which we think is shared between the two sides. Lungi had an incredible over where he took 2 wickets and 2 balls to dismiss Agarwal as well as Cheteshwar Pujara. And so to end that session, Kohli is on 19, KL Rahul is on 68. India will be very pleased with where they are. We'll be back in 20 minutes for the final session, the post-T session at Centurion in this first test.
Welcome back to Supersport Park, Centurion. On this first day of the first test, you're listening to One World Sports Radio's coverage of this Freedom Trophy Test Series and the final session on the first day with the players just coming back onto the field. India, having won the toss and elected to bat, are 157 for 2 with Lokesh Rahul on 68 not out and Virat Kohli on 19 not out. Great pleasure to have with me Otto Simon and Chris Tyndale Briscoe. Guys, what can we expect in this final session? Virat Kohli's looking rather well set, isn't he?
Yeah, whenever he comes out here, he seems to bring his A game. And that whole stat of him not scoring 102 years, I just have a feeling that that's going to change at some stage during this series. Whether it's in this innings or one of the other matches, it just seems inevitable.
Yeah, they did a great job this morning, the two openers for India, and then I would say the session was pretty much just about edged by South Africa, given the run rate achieved during the second session. And now it's going to be key for South Africa to see if they can get a few more sticks before stumps, and India would definitely want their captain to be at the wicket and maybe see if Rahul can get past the triple figures before the end of the day. There is some rain around. We were promised some rain by 2:30, which hadn't materialized. So hopefully that will stay away.
Yeah, it looks
because
even less
tomorrow
likely
looks
to
like a
rain now.
washout. But we'll be ready to bring you all the action as Maharaj.
Keshav Maharaj continues from the Henops River end, back of a length, and Rahul punches us down to long off for a single. He gets going straight after the tea break. 33 overs left to be bowled today. It remains to be seen whether we'll get all of those in. And a very intriguing final session in store. Maharaj in again. Again, back of a length, and Kohli punches us to the man at a short mid-wicket. No run. Much better second session for South Africa, wasn't it?
Yeah. I would say they just because of the slow run rate that they managed to enforce on India, South Africa just shaded that session for me with the 2 wickets.
As Kohli just defends this one into the covers, no run.
But you're right, Ken. Kohli is looking really good. That timing of those shots through mid wicket, when he just came to the crease off the bowling of Maharaj, just showed his class.
Maharaj in again. Kohli cuts, but he can't beat the short third man. It went quickly to him, but straight to him.
Yeah, and KL Rahul, of course, still there after opening the innings with Mayank Agarwal, who was dismissed for 60 runs, and Pujara then out first ball off the bowling of Lungi and Giri.
Maharaj drags Kohli forward. He defends. It goes square on the offside. No run. Nice bit of flight there from Maharaj.
So nobody on the boundary for Maharaj. Mid on, mid off, shortish mid wicket, and then a man just behind mid wicket there on what would be the edge of the circle.
Again, Kohli defends. It was a quicker ball from Maharaj, straight back down the pitch to him. No run in the end of the first over after tea. So, India, 158 for 2.
So 32 overs left in the day, according to the scoreboard there, to get the 90 overs in. South Africa's over rate has been good so far. They haven't strayed too far from the target, which is good, given our 4-pronged pace attack that's been in operation for most of today. And Kagiso Rabada will continue from the stadium end here at Centurion Park.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen him. He last bowled the 37th over, so a good 21 overs without Kagiso Rabada. One would have thought that maybe they'd bring him on just after those 2 quick wickets to try to keep that pace and energy there.
Especially maybe to Kohli.
Right.
And I think Rabada has probably been South Africa's best bowler today, just in terms of his disciplines.
Yeah, he's bowled 13 overs and conceded 19 runs. Not a wicket yet for him today. Let's see.
Rabada is into
change.
Rahul. Back of the length, Rahul gets an inside edge onto the body. Their thoughts of a single. And confusion, and they will now get a single as the fielder tried to kick the ball onto the stumps, and it's gone for a run. But a lot of confusion between Rahul and Kohli there.
Yeah, that was almost the end of KL Rahul there. He got the call, or thought he got the call, took about 3 steps down the wicket and was quickly sent back by Kohli, who was way down the pitch himself, and everything happening at the striker's end there. Fielders running in, trying to kick the ball onto the stumps, and that cost South Africa a single in the end.
Rabada in again. Short delivery. Coley is back and pushes it into the covers. No run.
So we've got a point on the boundary, fine leg. 2 slips in. There's a first slip and about a third or fourth slip, a gully. Mid wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover. Close in. And only the fine leg and the point on the boundary.
Rabada striding in from the west lane, then back of a length outside off, and Coley shoulders arms.
Well, after most of the day was heavily overcast, we saw the sun peeking through just before tea, and now Centurion Park is bathed in sunshine. As I mentioned before, no sign yet of the rain that was forecast. So hopefully that forecast will be wrong for tomorrow as well, because there was a 90-something odd % chance of rain for the entire day tomorrow.
Rabada's in again outside the off stump, and Coley will have nothing to do with it. Won't be the first time the weather forecast is wrong, Otto.
No, definitely not. So looking to the south, the clouds are building there over the horizon, but they're still a good 150, 200 kilometers away or so. And then to the north, I saw some clouds earlier, but the rain will be coming from the southwest with the current weather systems that we've got in the area that's been bringing all that rain that everybody's been talking about.
Here's Rabada again. Full of the time, Coley pushes forward and gets it away through the backward point area to that deep point for a single. He goes to 20, India 160 for 2.
So only the one left-hander, as Chris educated me this morning, and that being Rishabh Pant, right?
Yeah.
So quite easy for the South African fielders, all right-handers up to, except for Rishabh Pant here in this Indian team. Still the same field setting for Rabada.
Here comes Rabada again. Full. And Rahul just defends it into the covers, no run. Chris, that's a bit unusual in modern day test lineups, I'd say, to only have one left-hander.
Yeah, I can try dig into that a little bit deeper. I guess that's just the talent pool that they have at the moment and who they've opted to go for. I guess, yeah, even the 2 players who almost came into the side as batsmen anyway, Shreyas Iyer and Hanuman Vihari, who both have been right-handed openers.
And that was the end of the over.
Mm-hmm.
Even the 160 for 2 now.
It was unlikely unless we had another opener injury, but after the 2 they've already had. But Priyank Panchal would have also been a right-handed batsman if he were to be in the side.
Maharaj continues well flighted, and Coley has worked this to mid-on. It's for a quick single, and he's very sharp between the wickets, safely gets home.
Yeah, very well taken run there. The ball went straight to the fielder, but Kohli took enough pace off it to get himself to the non-striker's end. So good running there. So Maharaj is starting his 9th over. He's conceded 20 runs now. So good work from him. 161 for 2 at the start of the 60th over.
Maharaj with a slip in place, well flighted, and Rahul will just push this down to long off for an easy single.
So they've moved long off now for Maharaj back onto the boundary. Now it looks like Janssen, after fielding that ball, is going to stay up at mid-off. Mid-on is there, and then those 2 mid-wicket fielders, one at a shortish mid-wicket and one on with the circle, and it's that man that fields this delivery now. Fine leg and third man also quite close, and then extra cover and a catching extra cover close to the wicket. Nobody on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm glad they've plugged that gap at long off. Maharaj in, pulls the length back a bit, and Kohli has worked this beautifully through square leg. Lovely wrists and lovely placement and timing. Gets run away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, just running past the square leg umpire in between the man at fine leg, who's quite square, but the man at mid-wicket, Temba Bavuma, unable to haul in that ball. That's just pure class timing by Virat Kohli, playing the ball from about middle and off stump down to square leg.
Fuller from Maharaj. Kohli drives, finds that man at mid-off, no run.
That's Marco Janssen there at mid-off. He had a bit of a shaky start. It's been a little bit expensive, the debutant for South Africa, Marco Jansen.
And he's dropped a catch as
Yeah.
Maharaj draws Kohli forward defensively. And it's back to the bowler for no run. End of the over. India 166 for 2. Chris, I'm sure it didn't escape your notice that Lungi and Gidi getting Chiteshwar Pujara out first ball today. Also got him out first ball in 2018 here, didn't he?
Those are Chiteshwar Pujara's only 2 golden ducks in Test cricket. So Lungi and Gidi is going to haunt his nightmares.
Of course, the 2018 incident was a wonderful run out by Lungi and Gidi on his debut at his home ground.
Yeah, that's Rahul now 71 runs. Virat is on 25. And Rahul will be facing Rabada. 60 overs gone, start of the 61st.
Back of the leg. Oh, vicious bouncer. Rahul's hooking at it. It's got it down safely to fine leg, but he did not look in particularly good control of that really ferocious bouncer from Rabada.
Yeah, what a delivery there by Kagiso Rabada. Well directed, forces Rahul to do something with it, and almost got a top edge there, but Rahul did manage to roll his wrists over it somewhat and just keep it on the ground. Did Jansen drop that catch or did it drop short of him?
On this occasion, I think it dropped short.
I mean, with that...
Rabada in again, full and driven beautifully by Virat Kohli.
What a shot.
Through the covers, 4 more runs to the Indian captain.
That's just class from Virat Kohli. Once again, leans on it. Beautiful shot.
Just to go back to what we were saying earlier as to 10 right-handers in a side. It hasn't been that long since it happened because India did it against New Zealand at the beginning of the month. But the last time that a side had 11 right-handed batsmen was also India against the West Indies at the port of Spain in 2016, an entirely right-handed 11.
Interesting.
Almost all the instances of that are from about 100 years ago. And I guess left-handers were ostracized and misunderstood. Now they're so
valued again. Kohli's on the drive, stylishly again. This one squirts out backward of square, though, to the deep point for a single. Kohli has very quickly gone to 30 after the tea break.
Yeah, he's on 30 now. Rahul is on 72. 172 for 2 in the halfway through the 61st over. Run rate achieved so far for India is 2.8, and we missed the 50 partnership there, 55 run partnership between these two. So well done to them.
As Rahul is on the back foot and just steering this into a cover area, and again a quick single between the two batsmen. India have run very well between the wickets today.
Yeah, not giving South Africa a lot of chances to work with. One drop catch by Quinton de Kock, and that catch that Marco Jansen almost took at fine leg in the previous session. Was that a drop, or did that ball drop short?
You probably could count it as a drop because he got close enough.
I think it carried.
Okay.
Rabada in again, short of a length, and Kohli comfortably steers this behind square on the offside for another single.
Now, it was a difficult chance. He had to run quite a way, but I mean, those are the type of chances that make a difference in a match like this. That drop catch by Quinton de Kock off the bowling of Marco Jansen. He had to dive quite a ways to his right, but I've seen him take more difficult catches than that, so you'll be disappointed with that.
Unfortunately, 2 half chances don't add up to a
full
wicket.
And then
both openers being dropped as Rabada's in again. Back of a leg, that takes off. And Rahul once again dropping the hands really well there to get out of the way of that thunderbolt.
What a delivery by Kagiso Rabada. That pitched just short of a good length and just spat up out of the wicket past the chin of KL Rahul. That is the picture next to the word rip snorter in the dictionary. KL Rahul had to drop his hands and lean back to get out of the way, and that's the end of the 61st over, 174 for 2.
There certainly seems to be a little bit of a patch from the West Lane end that Rabada has found a few times today, where the ball definitely stands up very sharply from back of a length.
I was thinking about that yesterday with all the moisture around and not a lot of sunshine. this pitch might lean itself towards getting some dents, some indentations with the new ball, causing a problem for the batsmen throughout the innings. But we haven't seen too much of that, except, like you say, in that one patch.
Maharaj in again, and Kohli stretches forward defensively. There's some sloppy fielding in the covers by South Africa. There was never going to be a run, but then a rather casual bit of misfielding, and Kohli quick to pounce for the single.
Yeah, good heads-up cricket by Rahul and Kohli. They were both watching the fielder, and as they saw the slight fumble, they pounced on that run, as you said there, Ken. Bounce is the correct noun there. They just both took off exactly at the same time. Both had the same idea, knew exactly what was going on. Good stuff there for India.
Maharaj again and again. India are looking for tip and run as Rahul pushes it to Van der Dussen, who didn't pick up the ball by the hand or the last delivery. But sent back quickly by Virat Kohli, no run.
So Marco Jansen is now back at long off for Maharaj, catching extra cover, conventional cover and extra cover, or a extra cover and a shortish mid-off. So in and out field there at mid-off. That was a dot ball there. Backward point, close to the wicket. Fine leg also close to the wicket. Just a man at long off on the boundary. Mid-on as well, mid-wicket.
Maharaj in again. And, Rahul plays this off the back foot back to the bowler. I fancy that man at a short mid-off can cut off the single, just the easy push too long off. And if it does get past him, it should just be one with the long off in place.
And it also tells me that Maharaj will keep this outside off stump line.
In again, and Rahul is driving wide of the man at cover, and they'll go through for another single. 176 for two now. Rahul goes to 74.
One ball to go in Maharaj's 10th over. 27 runs he's conceded in 10. If this last ball plays along.
Shorter for Maharaj, but Kohli content just to defend that to the closer man on the offside, and that is the end of the over. 176 for two, 62 gone.
KL Rahul now moving on to 74. He'll be on strike facing Kagiso Rabada. Yes, Kagiso's got his hat off, accepting the ball now from his captain, it looks like. Is that Algar?
Yes.
Yes. And Virat Kohli at the non-strikers end on 32. Partnership now up to 59. Rate achieved so far today 2.8.
So you were talking about that 50 partnership coming up. It's an average partnership for Virat Kohli and Carroll, because now they're averaging over 50 as a partnership pair when they bat together. I think that's now their fifth score of over 50, and 3 of those include hundreds. So generally when they get 50, they do get 100 as a pair.
Oh, this is just outside the off stump from Rabada, and Rahul shaping to play, but I think he left it in the end. I think kudos to these two as well, because it must have been a mighty shock for India, who were going so easily and so well, to lose 2 wickets and 2 balls. But they've really returned the equilibrium, returned the control to India.
Yes, no, most definitely. If any of these two survive to close of play, that'll be a win for India in this session, I think.
Way down the leg side from Rabada. There's a half-hearted appeal as Quinton de Kock makes a diving catch. But a bit of a wasted delivery by Rabada there.
So the only change to the field from Kagiso's previous over is that the man at point is now closer to the wicket, what would be inside the 30-yard circle, and then they still got the fine leg on the boundary, quite square, midway between straight behind and square.
Rabada in again to Rahul. Has a sharp lifter, which Rahul is trying to work away on the onside, but he gets a bit squared up and in the end plays it rather awkwardly back down the pitch in front of him.
Yeah, that's the rib tickler, the one that just tries to sneak into your armpit. But KL Rahul fends that off just in front of his chest. Good bowling there by Kagiso Rabada, and he's getting some lift out of the pitch, some extra bounce that the batsmen don't seem to expect on that length. So that's a good sign for him. And they've got 2 slips in as well. Looks like Vian Mulder is going back to gully where he was before. Mid on, mid off, quite close. Mid on is a bit further back, almost in line with where Rabada takes his mark to begin his run up, and mid off is just about behind square on the non-striker's end.
And I think that last delivery was a no ball there.
It was
Signal
the
plate obviously picked up
Yep.
by the third umpire. That new system
Front
that's been
foot.
put in place.
Front foot, no ball. So
for the third time today by Rabada, and he comes again. It's another fast short delivery, and Rahul this time gets underneath it and sways out the way. I must say today that when Rabada has gone short, he's directed them very well. They've generally been pretty much straight at the batsman.
And we see Keegan Peterson is in at short square leg as well.
A new Matrix film came out this month, and I think Carol really paid homage to it there. He ducked underneath like that like prime man.
Yes,
You could call
it
that
was,
a Keanu leave.
It was a Keanu leave, yes, definitely. And so the man there at short square leg is right there to try and get Rahul on there. Another no ball.
Yeah, that's two now in a row from Kagiso Rabada.
Front foot no ball.
Well, it's good to see at least the system's working. It looked like it wasn't working for part of the Ashes.
That's
Ben
gloriously driven by Lokesh Rahul through extra cover for 4 more runs. So 2 no balls and a boundary conceded by Kagiso Rabada. He's not going to be too happy with how this over is going.
No, that was right in the slot. That was just a little bit too full outside off stump, and KL Rahul cashing in there. I wouldn't call that a bad delivery, just missing the length a bit. They've got the 2 slips in the gully and the point, or just about a backward point there. So inviting the drive, there's a big gap at extra cover.
Rabada in full outside off stump, and Rahul leaves it alone. He's on 78 not out, which is, I think, a few more runs than he made in the entire series the last time
very much the case.
India were in South Africa.
Yeah, he played the 2 matches in South Africa in that last series, and I think averaged 7.5. So that's a total of 30 runs that he managed, 14 of which were here at Centurion. If he manages to score those other 22, he'll become just the 3rd Indian player to have 100 at Centurion. And elite company, Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, the other 2 to have done so.
Oof. This was neatly played, actually, by Rahul. He was just had a defensive bat just outside off stump, and it's got over the bounce nicely, edged down, and second slip quickly moving across to cut it off on its way to the 3rd man boundary, so no run.
Yeah, we'll give that to him. Good shot there, a good angled shot there, straight down into the ground, not managing to beat second slip. But that's good signs for Rabada if those are the type of shots that Rahul is playing.
As this is shortish on-off stump, and Rahul defends very solidly back down the wicket, and there'll be no run, and that'll be the end of a lengthy over by Kagiso Rabada, and India have moved on to 182 for 2. Rahul on 78 and Virat Kohli on 62.
63 overs gone. Rabada has bowled 16 now for 35 runs. Rate achieved by India 2.9. As it looks like Keshav Maharaj will continue, and they've moved for him that long off back to mid off. Mid on in there as well, and then they've got these 2 men at mid wicket, the one close sort of catching position and the other one back.
As Virat Kohli stretches forward and defends to the short cover, no run.
And then there's a conventional cover, backward point, and 1 slip, fine leg also in for Maharaj.
Ball flouted again, and again Kohli stretching forward, defends back to the bowler, no run.
And nobody on the boundary, so they're looking for those mistimed shots. They want to try and invite the the Indian batsman, to go over the top.
Flatter by Maharaj. Kohli works this behind square on the leg side, wants a single, But Kahisa Rabada is quickly in, and Rahul sends his captain back.
So would you guys agree with that they sort of dangling the carrot of those unprotected boundaries and trying to get the Indian batsman to play the mistimed shot into the hands of one of these fielders close in?
Oh, Kohli's not buying it.
Yeah,
He
I
just
think he might
defends solidly
be
there.
barking up the wrong tree with that one, just because Kohli's temperament is second to none in terms of resisting those sort of temptations.
Yeah.
Maharaj in again. Flatter. Kohli's missed the turn to the onside, struck on the pad. It's running away down to towards third man. They'll get a leg by. Or will they? The umpire's not signaled, so it must have
perhaps
come
an
off the
inside
bat.
edge there.
So that was a thickish edge and went past first slip. Not a chance there for Markram to catch that. He's standing quite fine in a conventional first slip, just through about second slip there.
Fancy the ball was sliding down leg side anyway, so the LBW wouldn't have been given.
It was a bit of a mistimed false shot there from Virat Kohli.
Maharaj in again, and Rahul now on strike, presents a straight bat into the covers, no run. Kohli, he does like working the ball into the onside, and nearly got himself into a bit of trouble there with the Maharaj on ball. It's the end of the over, 183 for 2.
64 overs gone. Maharaj figures now of 11 overs, 28 without a wicket. And Kagiso Rabada will continue from the west end, the West Street end,
Or the pavilion,
the
end,
pavilion
if you want
end.
to keep it.
West Lane, yeah.
West Lane end, or the
Derivative
pavilion end.
pavilion. Just about every ground in the world
Has a pavilion end. Yeah.
Interesting that Rabada's the only quick bowler who hasn't switched ends during this innings. He's bowled exclusively from West Lane. Here he is in the game. Shortish, and Kohli pushes away on the onside. Again, there's a bit of hesitation in the running between the wickets, but a very loud no from Kohli eventually, and no run, and another no ball called by the TV umpire. So
now we have
that's
to
3 in the space of 7 balls.
We have to decide whether Kohli was saying no to no run or just calling the no ball from the striker's end.
So we've got 13 extras now, 4 buys, 4 leg buys, and 5 no balls.
This is nicely tucked by Virat Kohli down to fine leg. Marco Jansen fields, it's just a single.
With that, Virat Kohli goes to equal second for the most runs at Centurion by a non-South African player, equal to Sean Marsh, 192 runs at Centurion. Next in his scopes will be Kumar Sangakkara, who has 228 runs here.
One wouldn't have bet on Sean Marsh being top of that list, but I do recall it was when Australia came here and he was identified as a bit of a weak link in the batting lineup, and probably made 100 in the big 100 in the first.
So he scored
in the
all
first game.
192 of those in a single innings.
There's a slight delay. Rabada will be coming in again now to Rahul. Short. Rahul hops back, plays it to cover point. And it's a direct hit by Keshav Maharaj, but a very well judged single again. And Rahul is well home.
Yeah, he's up to 79 now, and Virat Kohli on 34. Partnership is now 69. And just looking at a replay of that no ball, that last no ball from Kagiso Rabada, he was on the line, so he's definitely just trying to stay behind it.
Rabada in again, and that's a good length delivery, which Kohli comes forward to and just defends to mid-off, no run.
So they've got a point, gully, 2 slips in, mid-off and mid-on, quite far back in line with the bowler's mark. Mid-wicket next to the umpire and fine leg on the boundary. Those are the fielders here for Kagiso Rabada.
Rabada comes in again to Kohli. Down the leg side, Kohli can't make contact, and the cock lunges to his left to make the save.
Quinton is still wearing a sleeveless jersey, but I reckon he'll probably be taking that off any moment now with the sun baking down.
So this is Rabada's 4th over in the spell. The new ball is 15 overs away after this delivery. So it'll be interesting to see how many more it bowls. Here he is in the game, outside off stump. Nice bounce and carry through to the cock as Kohli shoulders arms.
Yeah, one more ball to go in the 65th over, 186 for 2. Partnership is still on 69. Run rate for India in this innings, 2.9. So 5 no balls so far by South Africa, which is once again below par for 65 overs.
Rabada in again. Fuller, but again outside the off stump, and Kohli makes it very clear that he's not interested in playing that one. And that is the end of the 65th over. Now India 186 for 2, Rahul on 79, Kohli on 34.
No, I thought that was the key for Rahul and Agarwal when they opened the innings. They left the balls very well. Oh, there's another no ball. Another no ball for Rabada, and he's just readjusting his markers there, which is good to see.
Clearly over on that occasion, not by much, but
Yeah,
clear
so
enough.
close. Yeah, he's right on the edge, Kagiso Rabada, but just overstretching it a little bit.
It's not going to help South Africa's over rate either. Here he comes again. Back of a length, outside off stump, and again, Kohli just leaves that alone, and umpire Rasmus is walking immediately away from the stumps this time, so quite clear this time that Rabada was behind the line, and that does now end the over, 187 for 2.
Yeah, so they haven't been chasing the short and wide balls too much. They haven't been falling for the lures that have been put out by Algar and his team here. So good job for KL Rahul. Mayank Agarwal got to 60 before he was trapped LBW by Lungi Ngidi, and then the very next delivery, Pujara was caught at short square leg by Peterson, if memory serves. So Lungi Ngidi with the hat-trick ball to Virat Kohli that didn't materialize. 187 for 2, 65 overs gone. Maharaj to continue from the Enops River end.
And this is pushed by Rahul, square on the offside. They'll go through for another quick single. Rassi van der Dussen comes across and does the fielding. Rahul on to 80 now.
So for that first delivery, once again, long off was back on the boundary and is now moving back up to mid off. So that's interesting. Not something I've seen very often.
Maharaj in again. Back of a length. Kohli works his way on the onside. Bavuma has a shot at the bowler's end. Ooh. From square leg. Bavuma looks very upset that he didn't hit. I think Kohli probably would have been home. But
we'll check now with the replay. But it looks like Keshav apologized there because he didn't get back to the stumps. No, that was safely in there for Virat Kohli. No danger of a run out there.
India certainly keeping the Proteas fielders on their toes. Here's Maharaj again, slower, flighted, and Rahul pushes this to cover point for no run.
And now mid-off has gone back to long off, onto the boundary. That's interesting that they keep moving that guy, Marco Jansen, from mid-off to long off and back.
Maharaj in again. Flatter, and Rahul rocks back and just swats this. It wasn't a good ball by Maharaj. He swatted it wide on the deepest mid-on, and away it goes for 4.
And you have to respect the commitment of Kagiso Rabada there, but I don't think he had any chance of getting it. He had a dive, but missed out on it by a meter or a meter and a half.
That was like a tennis shot by KL Rahul. He picked that gap very nicely there. If he had not been in control of that, it could have gone straight down. Who is that? Rabada there. Hey, Rabada at mid-on. But it was short by Maharaj, and KL Rahul punishes that mistake by Keshav.
Poor delivery by Maharaj, who'll be looking to bounce back now. In he comes, and that's aggressive by Rahul. Just a little shimmy down the pitch, and he's launched it. This time, long on for 6.
Yeah, first of the innings goes up to 90, takes the Indian total up to 199.
That is a how dare you bowl a spinner on day one kind of shot there by KL Rahul. He goes on to 90 and India on to 199. The partnership is now 82. 1 ball to go in the 66th over.
And not me wanting to put the markers on him, but KL Rahul has 100 in every country he's played except South Africa.
Ah, there we go.
And Maharaj ends the over with a dot ball as Rahul has made his point. He just defends that into the offside for no run. So 199 for 2 after 66 overs. And perhaps India have decided that they're not going to let Keshav Maharaj settle into a long spell here. They want Dean Elgar to have to bring back one of his quicks before the second new ball is due.
Yeah, with 14 overs to go before the second new ball, that might be the tactic here for India. But I think that last over was more mistakes by Maharaj than an indication that India have changed their approach. Lungi Ngidi back into the attack. He's bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden for 35 and taken 2 wickets. He goes over the wicket, right arm to the right-handed batsman. And this one is just worked out to mid-wicket for no run. A dot ball there, parried by Rassie van der Dussen at mid-wicket to Kagiso Rabada at mid-on.
A very good stop by Rassie van der Dussen because Virat Kohli clipped that off his toes with quite a bit of timing. And van der Dussen diving across one of the practice pitches did very well there. Lungi and Gedi, first ball very full. It's going to be interesting to see whether he uses those off-cutters again as much as he did and to such good effect after lunch. Here's Ngidi again to Kohli. Back of a length, rising, and Kohli rides the bounce nicely. It goes square on the offside. There's no run.
2 slips in. Gully, backward point, extra cover and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, as we mentioned, Rassie stopping that first delivery, and then fine leg, only person fielding on the boundary. Once again, dangling the carrot here for Kohli, trying to get him to play through the offside.
Ngidi in again, back of a length, outside off, and Kohli shoulders arms.
Now, good leave, outside off stump, no need to play at that. That's the ball that Lungi wants him to drive. He wants him to chase after that wide and shortish outside off stump. What do you think, Ken? Is that the plan here, or do you think he's missing his line?
It's a bit short to drive, but it's also just a dot ball. He's just trying to build pressure, saying to Kohli that I'm not going to feed you in your areas. If you want to score, you must come and get it.
Mm-hmm.
He's in again, back of a length, outside off stump. Kohli rides the bounce nicely again, straight to that man at backward point. No running.
This is good over from Ngidi so far. 2 balls to go. Let's see if he can close it out. He's bowling his 12th over and 2 wickets for 35 runs.
Unsurprisingly, Ngidi looked a bit rusty this morning when he took the new ball. He hasn't played much competitive cricket since July, but certainly getting better as the day progresses. Here he is in again to Virat Kohli. Again, that back of a length, even wider outside off stump now, and Kohli has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he with those off cutters, he caused some problems, and then took those 2 wickets with 2 consecutive off cutters, and that LBW had to be referred. It looked like it might have gone down leg, but ends up hitting the top of off according to Ball Tracker. Top of leg stump. Sorry, thank you, Ken.
Ngidi in again, and this one is straighter, and Kohli just defends it back down the pitch. Well, what I liked about Ngidi was that he switched to off cutters. Things weren't going very well for him. It's the end of the over, by the way, 199 for 2. but I think he realised the pitch perhaps was a bit damp, and perhaps cutters would gain a bit of purchase, and they certainly did. The ball that got the LBW certainly came back a long way into the right-hander.
Yes, it did. It pitched outside off and hit the top of leg stump. There's a change at the Henops River end. It will be Marco Jansen replacing Keshav Maharaj. Jansen has been a little bit expensive in his debut match.
But I think it's sort of the role we expected him to play, where he's just going to come in, bowl some aggressive, almost loose stuff.
Mm.
And whether it was him or Don Oliver, I think it would be that similar bowling role.
Yeah, with the left arm fast bowling sensation that is Marco Jansen into the team, fast tracked into the team after a good performance against India A. Yeah, a little bit expensive, but other than that, he looked really dangerous at times. He's bowled 12 overs for 43. He comes over the wicket now to KL Rahul.
That was very wide outside off stump, and Rahul is on 90 now. He's not going to be tempted by that one.
Indeed, start of the 68th over. Run rate achieved by India now up to 3 exactly. Rahul on 90, Virat Kohli on 35.
Rahul does have 60 centuries already to his name. He has Jansen again into him and defending and off the inside edge back onto the pad, and then away it goes for a single. Jansen getting that one to shake back into the right-hander again. That's
So Mark,
pretty much been his stock ball today.
So he's got the man at square leg on the boundary. Nobody else on the boundary. 2 slips in, gully, backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Oh, and there's a fine leg on the boundary as well. So he's going to be bowling that leg stump line short.
Jansen in again. That's a lifter, but it's outside off stump, and Rahul is comfortably able to get out of the way of it.
So they've got the fine leg and the square leg on the boundary for the hook shot or the pull that goes wrong. 2 slips in for the ball going across as well as the gully. Nobody else on the boundary. So trying to get once again trying to get the Indian batsman to drive at those gaps in the field.
Looks like
Looking for the mistake.
Looks like Jansen is switching to around the wicket now,
which I do like.
Mm. Yeah, so that's also going to bring the fielders on the leg side into play on the boundary, fine leg and square leg.
Jansen in again and full and driven hard by Rahul, and on the bounce straight to Bavuma at cover. No run. Firmly struck, but straight to the fielder there.
Yeah, that's a good sign for Marco Jansen if KL Rahul is willing to drive at him. That's going to bring Gully and the slips into play. But unlucky for KL Rahul, he hit that really firmly, but straight to Temba Bavuma.
Jansen has had a weakness today. It's just been in over pitching a bit, like that delivery. Here he comes again. And that's a very wayward bouncer, which I'm sure umpire Holdstock thought about calling wide.
It was very close to being a wide over the head of KL Rahul. Yeah, just missing his lengths. You're right, there, Ken. That ball that was driven straight to Bavuma was a mistake by Jansen. Cashed in by Rahul, but didn't manage to beat the fielder.
Jansen in again from the Henops River end, outside the off stump, and Rahul lets it go through to wicketkeeper de Kock. That ends Marco Jansen's first over after the tea break. It was a maiden. India are 199 for 2, with Rahul on 90 and Kohli on 35.
So Jansen has bowled 13 overs now and conceding conceding 43.
Yeah.
He's by far the most expensive bowler in the attack for South Africa.
He's
but
also bowled 3 maidens. Almost a fair proportion of those runs when it's very first over.
Yes.
Except for 3 fours.
Yeah, he had a horrible start. I think his first 2 overs went for something like 15.
Yeah.
So I remember seeing his figures there at the start of his first spell, and Gidi continues from the West Lane end. He's bowling his 13th over, 2 for 35 is his figures. He's going to Virat Kohli, who's on 35. start of the 69th over.
Kohli steers this one behind square on the offside. Mara just quickly across to cut off the single there. It's almost as if Ngidi and Marco Jansen might be in a bit of a bowl-off here for the honour of taking the second new ball with Kagiso Rabada, which is just short of 12 overs away now. I can't imagine Vian Mulder is going to take the new ball. So
You'd
it's,
imagine Gidi's favourite for it. Obviously, he opened the bowling right as the inning started. But also, it might be someone who gets more benefit from a new ball than Marco Jansen, who's spent a lot of time just bowling bounces.
a loose driven yes, by Kohli, and he's edged it straight to first slip. It's the sucker ball by Lungi Ngidi, the full wide one. And Virat Kohli again gets started. He just couldn't help himself trying to drive at that one.
He spent 110 minutes at the crease. He scored 35 runs, faced 94 balls, of which 74 were dot balls. And yeah, that one also moved away from him a bit there, Ken. There was some movement, late movement there from Lungi and Ngidi. Let's have a look here at the replay. Just leaving Virat Kohli, kept on leaving him. And he went chasing after it and through to Vian Mulder at first slip for an easy catch straight into the basket. Lungi Ngidi gets his third, South Africa's third wicket as well. And the partnership of 82 runs was broken.
Kohli will be filthy with himself.
That
It's
was
another
a very
start.
uncharacteristic flash from him as well. It wasn't a necessary shot.
No, not at all.
There were
And
concerns about a rusty Lungi Ngidi, but when he's been good today, he has been really, really good.
yes, and I was quite surprised by people who had a problem with him getting selected and getting to play again, because we know that this is sometimes he can be a bit erratic, a bit all over the place, waste the new ball. But if he gets it right, there's a very few players that we have that can match that performance. So I'm very happy for him. Ajinkya Rahane is the next one in, the next batsman for India. He's played 135 innings, 24 50s, 12 hundreds, 4,795 runs at an average of 39.3 and the highest score of 188.
So 199 for three. It's a day that did not start very well for South Africa, losing the toss and then the century opening stand. But Rahane under a lot of pressure for his place.
Yeah, very
second
similar
new ball
position
is
to-
close.
He was one of the players who's, we didn't know if he'd find himself in the starting 11. Shreyas Iyer and Hanuma and Bahari both threatening for that position. And I guess similar to Virat Kohli, he hasn't been very good in the last 2 years, but has been good historically in South Africa. He averages 53 here, but also in the 12 tests that he's played in 2021, he's averaging just short of 20, which really is low for the top six batsmen.
And especially someone with his reputation. I mean, he's when you hear the name, you think, okay, this guy's going to bat for 3 or 4 sessions, but it hasn't been his year so far.
And it does seem a lot of Indian supporters are under the impression that if he doesn't perform today or in this match, then he probably won't feature in the Wanderers game because there's so many young Indian talents biting at its heels.
Yes, that's true. Those India A players really caused some speculation among the Indian fans about who might step into Ajinkya Rahane's place and knock down the door to the Indian senior team.
2 close catches on the leg side for Rahane, but it's a bit of a double bluff because Ngidi's first ball is well outside off stump and left alone by Rahane. There's a conventional backward short leg, Keegan Peterson under the helmet, but then there's a short square leg as well. Rassie van der Dussen, which leaves Rahane in not much doubt that he's going to be having deliveries around his shoulder.
Umpire Holstock must be looking through the tiniest little gap between the two of those balls.
And then square leg, fine leg once again, the only fielder on the boundary for Lungi and Ngidi. 2 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on.
Full by Ngidi. Nicely driven by Rahane. It beats Temba Bavuma at mid-off. It's a lovely shot for him to get his innings underway. Away it goes for 4. And India have gone past 200.
200 up for India after 68.4 overs. 27 fours and 1 6, 203 for 3, and that shot does not look like a man who's struggling for form at all. Ajinkya Rahane with a beautiful drive past the diving mid-off to the long-off boundary. And now they taking Temba Bavuma out of that mid-off position and putting a little bit taller Van der Dussen in there.
It was a bit of a throwdown, to be fair, by Ngidi, and he hasn't even tried a short ball, and the field has changed. Harry's in the game. Okay, good length. Ronnie comes forward, pushes away on your side. No, run. If you're going to have that plan with the two fielders catching on the leg side, but he hasn't bowled yet to the plan, why are you changing it?
Yeah, that's some strange things happening in the field here from Dean Algar and South Africa. Rassie van der Dussen was the man there standing at the second fielder in the square leg position, further away from the batter, just about in line with the just in front of the square leg umpire, and has now moved to mid-off with Temba going to extra cover.
This is outside off stump from Ngidi and left alone by Rahane. So the end of another wicket taking over for Lungi Ngidi. He's now got 3 for 39 in his 13 overs, and India are 203 for 3.
Ajinkya Rahane off the mark with a 4, and KL Rahul still stuck on 90. Of course, the partnership 4 runs. Rate achieved still 2.9. Geez, I don't know how much time is left here. Let's see. It's 10 minutes to 4 o'clock local time. So about an hour and a half's play left in the day. 21 overs left in the day. And 11 overs to go before the new ball. South Africa would want at least 2 more wickets as Marco Jansen comes over the wicket.
Outside off stump from Jansen.
Left alone by Rahul. And India would... I think that if these two bat for India until the close of play, they'll be happy. Or at least if Rahul is still there with maybe 1 more wicket down. That should be a good first day for them with 5 wickets down. But South Africa would definitely want to get down to 5 or 6 wickets down at the end of play.
This is full from Jansen and hanging down the leg side. Rahul misses out. If you just got a little bit of bat on that would have been 4 runs to him, which would have been very welcome in the 90s.
So what do you think the plan is here? Can get Ngidi and Jansen a few more overs, and then, because it looks like Rabada will definitely be taking the new ball. He's already out of the attack.
Yeah, I think as Chris said, Ngidi will probably take the second new ball as Jansen is in the game. Good line, good length, pushed forward by Rahul. It's a quick single to mid-off, but very well judged, and they are through for the 1. Rahul will go to 91 not out. So I imagine Ngidi will perhaps bowl 1 or 2 more and then come off. We'll have Mulder from the West Lane, and Jansen will continue.
Could be an interesting one if Ngidi bowls well enough and is threatening enough. Then you sort of want to keep him on, but also want him to be there for the new ball.
Yeah, that's gonna make Algar's decision a little bit difficult if Ngidi maybe gets another wicket or something in the next 2 overs before you take him out of the attack to rest him for the new ball.
Maybe he'll take enough that we don't get the second new ball.
That's also possible, of course.
Jansen in the game. And Irani's beaten outside the off stump. It was a wonderful length that from Jansen, drawing Irani forward. He wasn't quite there to the pitch though, and it zips through the wicketkeeper, the cock past the outside edge.
Jansen is definitely tightening up his bowling. As we mentioned before, he didn't start his test career off spectacularly well, but really pulling it back very nicely, and his figures are looking better with every over that he's bowled since that first few overs of his first spell. So really happy for him.
Jansen in again, left arm over to Reani, who pushes this behind square on the offside, no run.
So still South Africa have the luxury of having 2 slips in and a gully, backward point. More of the same there. And then just like in the previous Jansen over, square leg and fine leg on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, and extra cover on the other fielders. Just checking, nobody else on the boundary.
Janssen in from the Henops River end. That was fast and straight, and Rahani positively forward, pushing it into the covers, wanting the single. But Temba Bavuma very sharp as ever in that area. No run. That will end Janssen's 14th over. India 204 for 3.
10 overs to go to the new ball. Rahul needs 9 for his 100, and hoping that Ajinkya Rahane can stick with him until the close of play. He's played an awesome innings so far anyway, KL Rahul, 91, after opening the batting for India here under leaden skies, which has cleared up quite significantly, and the prediction of rain completely falls flat on its face. All the apps that I've consulted during the past few days told me that there wouldn't be play after 3 o'clock today, but it looks like a really nice day to be outside here in Pretoria.
Lungi Ngidi into Rahul, who pushes forward, square on the offside, and he'll jog through for an easy single to the deep point. That'll take him to 92, not that, 205 for 3. I like the way South Africa have stuck to their guns today. Things haven't always gone their way. They were up against it. But Lungi Ngidi especially has kept coming in hard and chipping away. So 3 wickets their reward, and if they can just get another couple before stumps, they'll be very happy with their first day's work. Here's Ngidi in again, and that's nicely driven by Rahane, very stylish, but straight to mid-off. It was well timed.
He looks like he's timing the ball quite well, Ajinkya Rahane. So what has been his downfall in this past year? Has it been, just false shots or losing his concentration? I haven't been watching a lot of India's play this year. So do tweet us in if you'd like at OneWorldSR.
Ngidi in again, outside your stump, and Rahane will let that go through to wicketkeeper de Kock.
And if you want to advertise on our station, get in touch on www.1wsr.com. We would love to have you on board as an advertiser here, and we are the official digital audio providers for this India-South Africa series. So do get in touch with us. Tweet us at OneWorldSR, as I mentioned. Tell us what you think. Where are you listening from? Who do you support? Who do you think is going to win this match? Gidi comes in again.
The ground totally bathed in sunshine now as Rahane just steers this away outside the off stump, straight to backward point, no run.
2 slips and a gully still, backward point still, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And then Ngidi has still got the short square leg in there, hoping for the back pad or the fend. But he hasn't gone short. He hasn't gone short on the leg stump line there. Maybe he changed his mind in terms of his line of attack, that he wanted to keep it outside off and maybe try some more of those cutters every now and then. Let's see what he does with this one.
And again, full and wide, and Rahane reaches for it. He's got it out pretty much the middle of the bat. It runs away to the square cover boundary for 4 runs.
Small mistake there by Ngidi, full and wide, and Rahane had to go and fetch it. It was the same sort of line as Virat Kohli's dismissal, but Rahane managing to get enough bat on that to send it through the cover boundary for 4.
Yeah, I don't mind him throwing the ball out there every now and then.
It worked for Virat, and this one also left Rahane, but Rahane managed to follow it full enough to not clip the edge of his bat.
Ngidi comes thundering in again, back of a length, and Rahane defends very solidly back down to the bowler. Ngidi looks a little bit disappointed in his over. I wonder if we'll see him again.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Maybe that's the cue that Algar needed to say, thank you very much, Lungi. Let's have Vian Mulder in from the West Lane end so that Ngidi is fresh and ready for the new ball. Vian Mulder is sending a signal to the captain there, practicing his bowling action while standing at first slip, ready to catch another one off the bowling of Marco Jansen, who continues from the Enops River end, same field as before. Just exactly the same field. Let's see what Jansen does here.
Jansen to Rahul. It's shortish. Rahul rides the bounce well there. He's steered that through the vacant mid-wicket area for a single. Lokesh Rahul, very much the mainstay now of this Indian batting effort. He's on 93 not out. And the Proteas will be eagerly trying to think of ways to dislodge him. Chris, I do quite like the Jansen Rahul matchup. Jansen did seem to trouble him a bit at stages earlier today.
One of the few times we saw him trouble there, and then also after the quick 2 wickets when Ngidi was bowling to him, he seemed to have to reset himself.
As Jansen is in the game now to Rayhani, who turns this away to mid-wicket. Good diving stop there.
So the man from square leg, on the boundary has moved to mid-wicket and managed to cut off that shot from Ajinkya Rahane.
Masih van der Dussen, the man, he's having quite a busy day in the ring today. South Africa's catchers today have been Dean Helga, Vian Mulder and Aiden Markram. Jansen in again, this is outside off stump, and Rahane leaves it alone with Keegan Peterson. When he's not been at short leg, he's been in the gully.
Indeed. So Pavuma at extra cover, quite close to the. He's more of a conventional cover there, yeah. And backward point is Keshav Maharaj. Jansen at the top of his mark, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Rahane.
Full, and it's nicely played by Rahane. He's digged this out of the block hole. He's got it away through square leg, and that'll be another 4 for Ajinkya Rahane. He goes to 12, and all 12 of those runs have come via boundaries.
Exactly right. Partnership moves up to 15. India 214 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 72nd over.
Dean Elgar, I see, has moved himself out of the slips now. It's Mulder and Markram there. Elgar's at mid-off to possibly help his young debutant fast bowler, Marco Jansen.
Good move by Algar, I would say. It's be in his ear there, help Rabada give Jansen some guidance there.
And this is full again by Jansen. Rahane pushes forward, but not much timing this time, and it's a dot ball into the covers.
So that they haven't moved Van der Dussen back to square leg where that previous boundary was scored. So he's in front of square at mid-wicket, just about in line with the square leg umpire. Just a fine leg on the boundary now.
A lanky Marco Jansen strides and back of the leg edge on the bounce to second slip. Aiden Markram tried his best to dive forward there, but it dropped well short of him. Ajinkya Rahane rather hung his bat out a bit there, didn't he?
Yeah, so there we go. That seems to be, that could explain why he's had such a bad year by his high standards. Looks so good driving and chasing after those wide balls, and then just edged that one. Bounced about 1.5 meters or so short of second slip. So not a chance there for South Africa, but almost a chance, shall we say. And indeed now, you called it, Ken, Vian Mulder into the attack, replacing Lungi Ngidi from the West Lane end. And that will leave Ngidi nice and fresh and rested up for the new ball that's due in another 8 overs time. 214 for 3. Vian Mulder will be bowling his 15th over, 3 maidens, 34 runs and no wickets.
I think I was a bit harsh on Marco Jansen that last delivery. It was actually a very good delivery. It wasn't that wide of stump, but could almost forgive Rahane for playing at it. But there was a bit of extra bounce that found the edge. Here's Vian Mulder into Rahul on 93 short. Rahul punches off the back foot, and it's going to go to that man on the deep point boundary for a single. Rahul goes to 94.
Mulder will be thankful that the man at point was on the boundary, but the man at point who was on the boundary is now walking towards conventional point. And then fine leg is on the boundary. Still the 2 slips and a gully in for South Africa. There's a once again the mid off is just about in line with the crease on the non-striker's end, and mid on a little bit further back. Sorry, that's extra cover actually. Where Timber Bavuma is. Yeah.
Mulder again, back of the length, well outside off stump. The ball rather dies on Quinton de Kock as it goes through to him.
So mid off and mid on, about 20 meters back from the non-striker's crease, mid wicket, close to the square leg umpire. Now there's nobody on the boundary. Point is in the conventional position, 2 slips and a gully in for Jan Mulder.
Mulder in again to Rahani, who is pushing forward defensively to Bavuma in the covers, no run.
It's such a privilege and an honor to be here at the ground at Supersport Park Centurion after spending so much time commentating from our homes with only our dogs and the birds and the traffic noises and our family making background noises while we do this. It's nice to have some few fans in the hospitality boxes and then the staff.
Mulder, this is back of the length, but outside off stump again, and Rahani shoulders arms.
So at least we've got some ambient noise here that reminds us of what it's like to sit and watch cricket next to the ground. The ground is empty, as I said, apart from a few of the hospitality boxes that do have some fans in, and then the rest of the people here are all media, broadcasting and security staff and the like.
Don't forget the walkers.
Yes.
Otto, as Mulder is in the game. Short of the length, Rahani has worked this nicely behind square on the onside. And there are thoughts of a second run, but Rassie van der Dussen and Marco Jansen converge. Van der Dussen does the fielding, and that'll keep that just down to a single. Rahani on 13, 216 for 3 now.
Yeah, I think Johnny Walker, one of the sponsors, have missed the trick here. I think they could have put at least one human statue in between all these other statues that they have around the ground of their logo. The man walking firmly forward, keeping on walking. One of them should have been a human statue, really.
Mulder in again to Rahul now. Back of the length, Rahul punches this through point for a single. When was the last time Rahul had scored anything other than a single? Chris, it seems to be quite a while.
Yeah, he's plodded along from his score of 90. He's now on 95, 217 for 3 after 73 overs. And Ajinkya Rahane, he scored his first single because he's now on 13 after scoring his first 12 runs off 3 scoring shots, with 3 boundaries. Quinton de Kock is still wearing his jersey. I can't believe it.
Keshav Maharaj is going to return to the attack from the Henops River end.
So that's interesting. That'll give Algar the option of giving Marco Jansen the new ball pretty quickly, or maybe from the get-go.
Yeah, I imagine Maharaj will just bowl 3 overs or so. 3 overs before the second new ball is due. India have attacked him quite well. 40 runs off his 12 overs today, so he hasn't quite been able to do the holding role he would have liked to.
No, not really. 4 fours and only 6 of the innings off his bowling. He's got mid off, long off and long on back on the boundary now, where Rahul hit him for that 6 over long on.
Rahul on a strike to Maharaj, who bowls it back of the length. Rahul punches off the back foot, but Bavuma quickly across towards point to do the fielding. No run. Rahul on 95, not out, of course. Patiently going through the 90s.
There's no other fielders on the boundary. Fine leg is close in, a backward point, third man-ish type of fielder. And this time, Rahul just guides it to the man at long on for a single.
He will go to 96 now, so just a boundary away from his 7th Test century and first in South Africa.
So we see again the short extra cover, as well as cover, and then okay, now they've taken the second mid-wicket fielder out and put him at a silly mid-off or a short mid-off.
Maharaj in again, it's back of a length. Rahani cuts this beautifully. He's found the gap between cover point and the short third man. 4 more runs to Rahani. He's not playing like a man under pressure.
No, once again, he's looking good. Just that edge that Marco Jansen found, the only blemish on his innings so far, he really doesn't look like a man out of form. Exquisite timing so far in his innings. His 4th boundary, 17 runs he's got now, 222 up.
This is a better length from Maharaj, drawing Rahani forward, and he just defends back down the pitch. No run.
222 for 3 in the 74th over, 2 balls to go there.
As the foul chain goes past, if you heard the hoot, and just a replay of the last delivery. Rahani defending back to Maharaj.
So now mid-on has come up. Long on has come up to mid-on, and mid-off, long off still on the boundary.
As Rahani flicks this past the diving man at a short mid-wicket, but Kagiso Rabada is quickly across from mid-on to cut off any thoughts of a single. So India will go into the afternoon drinks break on double Nelson, 222 for 3. Lokesh Rahul is on 96 not out. Ajinkya Rahane is on 17 not out. Do stay with us on One World Sports Radio. We'll be having a change of commentary after the drinks break with Tepo Tayela, David Midgley, no, not David Midgley, Simon Gear, and Otto Simon.
And me. Thank you so much. See you soon.
We're back here, Supersport Park. It's the final session of the first day. My name is Tsepotela. I'm joined by Otto Simon and Simon Gear. Simon and Simon.
That's right. I've often been called Simon. So,
But that's
Yeah, I always find that if I'm referring to your surname when we're on air, I have to put a little bit of a skank on the Simon, so that we don't lose it. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. This is the first chance I've had to get behind the mic today, and what a fantastic and special day it's been. I've been so proud of the team.
Bjorn Mulder coming in from the pavilion end. Pitches this one in full, an inside edge and mid wickets. picks that up. No run there. 2-2-2 for 3R India. Ajinkya Rahane on 17 and KL Rahul 4 away from his century, and he's at the striker's end.
Yep, we're going to do our best to jinx him by talking about the century that's coming up.
Oh, no bias at all. None whatsoever.
Chris was telling me in the break that if he gets his century, he will then have scored 100 against every opposition.
That is very special. Vian Mulder coming in. Pavilion end. A little full. Played to the mid-wicket region. He gets himself to 97. And he's being cheered by his teammates. Ever closer to that century. And that's quite a record, that.
Yeah, I remember Gary Kirsten getting to it and it being quite a big deal. And there was surprisingly few people who managed to achieve it.
I think Amla has that distinction as well.
I wonder if anyone in this current South African side has a doubt. Actually, I mean, we're actually quite great. It would only be Dean Elgar, anyone, wouldn't it?
It would only be maybe De Kock.
Doesn't get many centuries from that low in the order.
That's true.
He's probably done it in ODIs.
Yes.
This one pitched a little shorter, a bit further outside off, and well left by Ajinkya Rahane.
Getting good carry there is Vian. Really sort of pinging it into the pitch and flying through to Quinny, who's due to become a father during the series, isn't he?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed, we're just chatting about that dad scruff that he has going. A little bit of an unkempt beard, but not quite big enough to be a Buffelsfontein Bart Oli.
Like
this one, a bit straighter, kept out, no run.
I can tell you that ninth month feels like 3 months. So I wouldn't blame him if he neglected his shaving regime. Mulder is in his 16th over. He's conceded 38 runs so far, 223 for 3.
In setting this broadcast up, obviously I was having sleepless nights, and one of the big companies we were dealing with is a big listed company that has shut down over December. I'll tell you why the story is relevant at the moment.
This one left once again outside off.
And one of my mates is a manager there, and he's just had his wife has just had a child, 3 weeks ago. So I was able to be having these discussions with him at 1 a.m. while he was feeding his child, and I could sort of worry about
your baby,
the taking my baby exactly.
Only fielder on the boundary is fine leg now for Vian Mulder. They brought the man from point boundary into conventional point.
Mulder continues. This one short and punished through the offside. The man brought in from the boundary seems to be a mistake, because that was just sent straight to that now vacant region for a boundary for Ajinkya Rahane.
Really good shot there. Just standing tall, punching it through the offsides. Very safe looking shot as well. I mean, he was playing it under his eyes. He wasn't reaching for it outside the off stump, and really looked good. So that's the end of that over. 227 for 3. Mulder has bowled 16 overs, gone for 42 runs, no wickets in his wicket column. The only person who has taken wickets today, of course, is Lungi Ngidi, who, looking at our chats before this match, we were all saying is going to be green, is going to be rusty, and yet he's the one guy who's actually had breakthroughs.
Yep, happy for Ngidi to prove the critics wrong. It's always nice to do that if you're a professional sportsman, I would imagine. If you have all these people giving you flack.
Keshav Maharaj continuing from the Hinault River end. This one driven to long on for a single. Rahul on 98 now.
And then you walk onto the field and deliver for your team. So that's good for him. So we used to have a long off who's coming closer now to the wicket, but sort of dangling there in between mid off and long off.
Maharaj continuing. This one kept out, no run.
Almost silly mid off there, I would say. Maybe it's a sort of wideish silly mid off. He's a couple of strides away from the pitch and about 2/3 of the way up. That's Rusty van der Dissen, who always likes our tweets, which is nice.
He's a nice guy.
Lovely.
This one driven back to the bowler, no run.
So if you want to tweet us, by the way, we are at One World SR. That's at one world SR for Sports Radio. Always keen to hear what you guys think of the broadcast and the way the game's going.
This one a little bit close to the pads, chipped off straight to the man at a short fine leg.
So once again, they've got this silly short mid-off kind of position that Simon described. Then there's an extra cover in line with the non-striker's end. So that one is just defended by Rahane, and then conventional cover. So sort of forming a cordon of sorts on the offside, as well as a third man and a first slip.
The last two balls have both been blocked. Fired in quickly by Keshav Maharaj. He does fly through his overs. That ends the over. 76 done. At the total 228 for 3. India sitting pretty here. Have really been controlling this game. Dominating batting performance, one could argue. You'd be surprised to see that none of the South African bowlers except Lungi Ngidi have got some wickets today.
Yeah, I wonder what odds you would have gotten on that before the start of this match. So
This is why I'm not a betting man.
There's 14 overs left and about 70 minutes left of play today. So the over rate looks good. That's a good thing because that's something that South Africa has been struggling with of late.
Yeah, we've certainly had some. We did the SAA tour, of course, down in Bloemfontein, and over rates were a constant problem there. I think we ran over by about half an hour every single day for 12 days.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And not just that, ran over, still didn't get the overs in.
Speaking of running over, Vian's coming all the way down to right underneath our commentary position here because someone threw the ball to him and he missed it, which is not a great sign for his form at second slip.
Just as we talked about the over rate being so good, now that's gonna cost South Africa some time.
So it is going to be Vian Mulder from the West Lane end.
But it definitely helped that Maharaj was bowling on the first day.
Yeah.
That would definitely have made a difference.
No doubt about it. He's coming in. This one, a solid front foot defensive, straight to Vian Mulder. Looks like he's going to shy, but thinks better of it. That would be unnecessary.
228 for 3 after 76 overs. They've been going along fairly nicely at 3 runs and over. It's felt like a game that's ticked along. There was a period, I think, when South Africa certainly was drifting towards the end of the morning session. But then those 2 wickets in the middle session, bang, bang, getting Mayank Agarwal and then Shea Pujara out first ball.
This one, major one outside off, and a preemptive leave from KL Rahul. He was already on the front foot quite early, but left that as it went through to Quinton de Kock.
So
just the 2 slips and the gully in place, and then a defensive off-fielder right away out at sweeper on the offside. The only other man back is it's Mark Janssen down at a fairly square fine leg. And they hoped that maybe someone might spoon one out there. They got close earlier.
This one bowled a little bit close to the body, tickled to the leg side, and KL Rahul goes ever closer to his century. 1 run away.
He's on 99.
Round of applause there for that single. I thought for a moment that maybe he'd actually got to his 100, but no, it was just really, really good cricket. Dropping the ball into the offside, and Ngidi had to, run forward a good 10 to 15 meters to get his hands on it.
Yep, that's it's been the story of the day for India. Good running between the wickets, good decision making.
This one bowled on the pads and punished to the leg side. Just chipped that to a vacant square leg region, and he gets himself a boundary. Does Ajinkya Rahane.
Such a class batting order this, and such a good shot. Just picking it on the half volley and hardly any effort at all. Pinging off the bat and away to square leg for 4. That takes him through to 25. The total to 233, and the partnership has already rattled along to 34 now.
Well, if Rahane was aware of the fact that he might have lost his place here, he's definitely...
This one left outside off stump.
Just reminding everybody of his quality and his ability. Because he doesn't look like somebody who's out of form at all. Except for that edge off Marco Janssen, but that was good delivery, you could say.
Yeah.
But other than that, Rahane has been looking imperious.
I mean, this is such a class batting order.
Yeah.
You look at that top 5 or 6 guys, and then you have Rishabh Pant coming in, to smash the ball around as well a bit. But I think, South Africa really urgently needs to take another 2 wickets tonight, I think, to feel like they've got anything out of this game.
Oh yes, most definitely.
This one a little bit back of a length, played to the man at cover to end the 77th over, 233 for 3.
India definitely dominated the first session. The second session, I would give that to South Africa because of the 2 wickets and the slow run rate that they managed to pin India back during that time. But now, once again, India, with only the 1 wicket down in the session so far, they're sort of edging ahead now.
It wasn't terribly slow because we went to lunch at 87 without loss. And then I seem to remember we were about 182 at tea, I think. So they got nearly 100 runs in that for the loss of those 2 wickets.
Yeah, but I think keeping the run rate under 3, pulling it back to under 3.
No, for sure, yeah.
So maybe a balanced, a shared session there, the second one.
Of course, the really big wicket in this session was Virat Kohli, who had a bit of a flash at one well outside the off stump. He was really irritated with himself.
No, and he should be. He
Yeah.
really should be. Just looking at the way the Indian batsmen have been approaching this innings, haven't been looking too aggressive unnecessarily, and it was uncharacteristic of most of the lineup to flash at one outside the off stump. Unnecessary loss of a wicket there after building tons of pressure on the South Africans. So he'll be very disappointed as the captain to miss out on big runs here. Rahul gets 99. Agarwal, he got 60. Pujara unfortunately went for a ducker. Great delivery inside edge. But yeah, 35 he'll definitely be disappointed. Keshav Maharaj continues off River End. Looks like they were thinking about a single, but thought better of it as the man at Gully picks that up.
Yeah, there are lots and lots of fielders converging on that ball. There's
Actually not Gully.
a slip in place. What is he sort of backward point, but quite a long way back is Vian Mulder.
Like a backward gully type of region as this one.
He's certainly walking in. He's not standing as a catcher.
True. Inside edge to the man at mid wicket. There's someone on the leg side in a very similar position, like a 45, a short third man in a short fine leg.
No, nobody covering the boundaries, so dangling that carrot.
Of course, the man is on 99, so that's exactly what they're doing. They're not giving him a single. So he's really going to have to try and pierce this field. Good captaincy by Dean Elgar, I think.
Yeah, and they've had the same field to Maharaj's bowling in this spell of Maharaj. So saying to the Indian batters, if you want some runs, you better go over the top and take a chance.
Interesting tactics here. A little bit of a conversation between Dean Elgar and Keshav Maharaj, and we're seeing a few fielding changes mid-on and mid-off for going to the boundary. The man at that silly mid-off moved to silly mid-on, and Dean Elgar came in
being
from
brought back
Calv.
again. So I think
this is interesting.
they clearly changed their mind at some point there. I think they forgot the 99 situation, and that's
Ooh! Straight to a man at short cover. It's Dean Elgar who just moved himself there and looked like there was a run-out opportunity. He was very sharp to pick that up.
Trying to build pressure here in the mind of KL Rahul.
It's good to see.
Yeah, that's
Rahul not rising to the bait at all, is he? He's looking fairly staid with it.
Yep.
Plays this to the offside
he's gonna
and
get
beats
it.
the man on the inner ring to get himself a century. He could get a little more as it runs to the boundary. A dive to save it from going there, but a dive in vain. And that is KL Rahul's 7th Test century.
Well played, KL Rahul. What a job he's done for India today after winning the toss. His captain gave him the job to do, and he's done it. He's got to his 3 figures. Excellent work by KL Rahul.
I feel like Chris has sold me a bit of a dummy there, because if it's his 7th century, there's no ways he's scored hundreds against all the Test playing nations. There's 9 of them, or even 11, I think.
Well, we will find out.
So
I think Chris's words were all the opposition that
He's
he's
played
faced.
against.
So all the Test nations that he's actually played
I
against.
see, yes. Okay, so he might not have played against India, for example.
Yeah.
Oh, not India.
Was that the stat, eh?
Ireland. As well.
play? Yeah. So in every country he's played, he scored a century.
Right, let me give you
Right.
his
Okay, cool.
numbers.
Got that cleared up.
KL Rahul scored that century in 218 balls, He had 14 fours, and the 1-6 that's been hit so far today was off his bat as well. Strike rate a smidgen under 3 runs per 6 balls faced, and is now halfway to his highest score in Test matches, which is 199.
Also, 2 overs to go, to the new ball. 78 overs gone, 238 for 3 is the score after 78 overs. Rehane is there with Rahul on 104, Rehane 25. And Marco Jansen replaces
Jan Mulder.
Jan Mulder from the West Lane end, or the pavilion end.
The very long Marco Jansen, we could say. He's about 7 foot tall and looks like he weighs about 23 kilograms.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a lanky man.
He's still a young man. I'm sure he's going to fill out that frame in the next few years, as we've seen from other athletes in the sport of cricket in the past. But geez, if he builds some muscle around that frame, he's going to be a really frightening bowler to face.
It's interesting. He's not a whippy bowler.
No,
when you see him, he really muscles that ball through.
He does, yeah.
He bowls like you'd expect a much shorter, stockier man to bowl.
Yes, sort of a low action through the crease.
He bowls now. This one a little bit too straight, played to the leg side. 2 fielders converging to that to get 2 runs for KL Rahul.
The partnership, meanwhile, is snuck up to 41. 240 on the board for India. What was the last 10 over scores? Have we got the stats there?
I'll bring it up to you now. So
Because it
India
feels
at the
like
moment-
they've been accelerating a little bit here, India.
India 240 for 3, and the last 10 overs, I will tell you, have produced 41 runs
For
the
the
loss,
wicket.
for the loss of Virat Kohli.
Left arm over the wicket.
This one a lot fuller, played straight to the man that's mid-off. Throws that to the stumps. No run there. Good York delivery there. A good Yorker.
Yes. Jansen strayed a bit in his line. Had a bad start to his Test career this morning, but has pulled it back really nicely. He's got fine leg and square leg on the boundary. 2 slips in and a gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on.
He went for 13 runs in his first over.
Something like that. Yeah.
This one a little bit short over length. Played off the back foot by the Centurion Rahul. And speaking of Rahul, gents, what do you think he's done right today? I mean, you don't just get to 100 by luck only. Sometimes luck is required, but did a lot right.
I think leaving the ball was key for him and Agarwal at the top of the innings. And he's been doing that ever since he walked out there this morning.
Oh, flashes at this one. Gets a thick top edge as he plays this cross bat. It goes over the slip cordon, bounces twice, and hits that third man boundary, which is vacant. Gets himself another boundary. 110 now.
Yeah, that's
Rahul score.
I would say a bit of a streaky shot. I don't think he was in a hell of a lot of control of that.
Yeah, he tried to cut that to point.
And landed up getting the top edge. But the old adage, if you're going to slash hard, and he got the runs for it.
Yeah, India 244 for 3. An hour's play left. 8 balls to go before the new ball is available.
I must tell you, I just had a weird experience with Crick Info, where we usually, of course, do this commentary off the screen, and Crick Info and the screen are often out of sync.
Ooh.
Plays and misses outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper, no run. And I was looking at Crick Info and wondering whether maybe it was ahead of what we were watching, and then, of course, remembered that we are actually here live.
Yes, we are very privileged and very happy to be here at the ground today. After doing this assignment set from our homes for so long. A lot of us have never actually met in person.
Actually, that's true.
I'll explain a little bit about what 1WSR is all about, maybe during the break in the over.
This one, full delivery blocked out back to Marco Jansen. That ends the 79th, 244 for 3.
Now, so for a lot of folks listening to us for the first time today, we've been in this game for about 3.5 years now. We started in 2018 for the Zim tour that came out in about August. And we're an offshoot of an alternative cricket commentary setup called Guerrilla Cricket in the UK. But we've become much more mainstream than I think Guerrilla Cricket are. They're sort of very proudly Pirates.
And worth a listen, very entertaining.
Very, very worth a listen. Especially at the moment, they are so miserable watching the Ashes. Oh, they're fantastic.
Love England misery.
Yeah,
I really do.
enjoy. Yeah, they really do revel in the agony, do the Guerrilla Cricket guys. So, but we've been gradually doing more and more work for the CSA and for a bunch called Pitch Vision, who do a lot of second-tier cricket. So we did that SAA game, for example,
That was a
against
treat.
India A. Three 4-day matches down in Bloem, 2 of which you were there for for 8 of those days, Chapo.
Keshav Maharaj continuing from the Henops River end. This one blocked to the offside. Yes, I was. You were there for one of them as well, Simon.
Yeah.
Don't be so modest.
Didn't overlap with you, though. I was Dave and I did with double-headed commentary for 4 days.
Maharaj coming in again. This one short, wide, punished to the offside, but
Nice
Keegan
work.
Peterson with some acrobatic fielding to save a certain boundary.
Yeah, it was his misfield that actually allowed the single for Rahul to get to his 100.
Oh, very interesting.
In fact, they were taking the single anyway. In fact, but the misfield allowed it to go for 4.
This one tickled to the leg side. Marco Janssen there to pick it up. No run there.
Maharaj has missed his length a few times today. Yeah, Simon.
Yeah, he's gone for 51 runs in his 15.2 overs.
Him and Janssen over 50 already.
Yeah, both of these current bowlers going for over 3 runs and over.
This one played to that short mid-wicket region. Short mid-off region. It's like a steam mid-off. It was Rassi van der Dussen there. And we're just seeing a quick field change. Dean Algar without the helmet. Very, very close. Rassi van der Dussen going to cover now.
It's not a proper silly middle.
I bet you Mrs. Algar is going to have a comment about that. Because if he's not wearing a helmet, I can assure you he's not wearing shin pads or a box either.
No. There is no helmet on the field for the South Africans
Come on,
at
Dean,
the moment.
there's no prizes for bravery, mate. Oh, and
This one driven through the offside. It seems like it almost beat 3 fielders. But the third one just stopped at KG Rabada at mid-off. So it's
That's
looking giddy. My
Lungingiri,
mistake.
yeah, with
It's
the
very
arm
difficult to see
thing.
from here.
And the new ball is coming onto the field.
Bongani
Looks like.
Jele bringing the new ball on. I think it's Bongani, isn't it? Yeah. And he will be handing the ball to Maria Rasmus.
See if they actually do take it now. Marco Janssen is ready to resume.
Now the old ball is still being shined,
Yeah,
and
okay.
it's about to be tossed to him by Dean Algar himself. So it doesn't look like we're taking the new ball just yet. A very interesting move, especially since it looks like the South Africans would be fiending for a wicket. You're only 3 down this entire day.
Yeah, South Africa do need a wicket. India, if they can make it to the end of the day and lose maybe just one more wicket, they'll be very, very happy after winning the toss and choosing to bat first.
Well, they're probably not looking to lose any wickets, Otto, with the way they've been leaving.
Certainly,
Even-
3 to 4 down at the end of day 1 would be excellent.
Excellent, absolutely.
This one, Marco Janssen pitches in a bit full, blocked to the man at cover. No run there.
Still the old ball in use. 245 for 3. Rahul on 110. Ajinkya Rahane on 26.
If KG was bowling,
Partnership is 46.
or Anderson or Broad or Cummings or any of those sort of guys, I'm sure they wouldn't still be bowling with the old ball here. But this youngster is not going to be shouting the odds about which ball he wants to bowl.
No, he's being told what to do.
Yeah.
No, don't worry about that.
This one a little bit outside off, driven just past the man at points. Some acrobatic fielding from Keshav Maharaj, shies at the stumps, but the batsmen make it safely for 2 quick runs. Keshav Maharaj unlucky there.
A little uppish there, and he didn't really get very much of it either, did he? It could so easily have spooned to that man at point, to Keshav. He wasn't.
I think
terribly
Rahane was
far
pretty
away.
much in control of that. Yeah, he might have wanted it to go a bit more in front of square to beat the man at point. But no real danger there for Rahane. Good shot.
And good running as well. They made 2 out of that misfield. Keshav was diving to his right, got a hand to it, saved what could have been a boundary.
Definitely saved 2 runs there. Square leg and fine leg are on the boundary for Marco Jansen once again. He's bowling from the west line end, or the
This
pavilion
one a
end.
little bit backish of a length, driven straight to the man in the middle.
Exactly the sort of drive that you do when you're getting throwdowns. You know, that sort of really a defensive drive, really.
And the new ball's being taken.
New ball's been taken with all of 3 balls remaining in this over.
It's very
Great
interesting.
stuff, Marco Jansen, in your first test, getting the honor of bowling with the new ball.
For a moment, I thought that the crowd were cheering, but it was just the Gaut train just
Which makes
going
a lot
past.
more noise here than it does on TV, doesn't it? You really do hear it coming past. I don't remember it being this loud in Centurion.
No, it's very
Well,
loud.
we do sit outside here and not inside a booth.
Oh, outside off and absolutely dispatched to the offside behind the man at points. Absolutely decimated that ball. Wow, and that brings up 250 and brings up the 50-run partnership between these two.
Yeah, 52 in 55 minutes, 74 balls. Rahul has scored 20 of those and Rahane 32. But that's that shot from Rahane, it was just a thing of absolute beauty.
Yeah.
Probably overpitched a little bit by Jansen. I think he had fantasies of catching the outside edge there. But Ajinkya Rahane very, very much had the measure of him.
Yeah, that ball just flew past point there. No chance of stopping that for the
2
point
slips
fielder.
and the gully.
Came off the bat pretty fast. This one, a good lead from Ajinkya Rahane. That was quite a shot, that. A little bit overpitched, as you guys said, and literally wasn't far away from Keshav Maharaj, but the pace at which it traveled gave him absolutely no chance. Gotta love that about the new ball. Comes great for pace bowlers, great for the new bowlers, but also great for the bat because it's very hard.
Yep. So who's going to get the new ball from the end of survey?
Oh, it's KG.
Got to be KG.
Yes.
Oh, well, actually, maybe Lungi. He's the one with the 3 wickets.
You know, this one goes down leg, and that should end the 81st over. India 251 for 3.
Lungi is jogging up with a fair degree of purpose, and he even gave a bit of a shadow bowl. I think that is.
Yeah, it's him.
No,
Is
it's
that Lungi?
Rabada.
It's Rabada, sorry.
Lungi is wearing the white sleeve on his arm, so that's how it's easy to tell them apart from a distance.
And there's also 20 kilograms more of it.
Yes.
There's
But
a
they're
man
both
who
wearing the
who
white
should have been
hat.
jumping lock for the Springboks.
Yeah. They're both wearing the white hat, so
Fluffy hat, yeah.
they do get me confused from time to time.
I remember the first time I really saw Lungi close up, and I could not believe how big he was.
He's a proper athlete.
Yeah.
It's
He's
very
got the
powerful.
fast bowler's build.
That's KG Rabada, one of 3 Sicilians boys in this squad. Never took a five foot at school level.
That's very
2
interesting.
slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid off and mid on.
This one, full gets an
where did it
inside
go?
edge,
Oh my goodness,
and it
yeah.
goes to the man at fine leg, confusing Simon. All ends up. He was squared up all the way from the commentary box. So a KG Rabada coming out the gates with pace.
And no sound to that either. I mean, it
Yeah.
just
Very faint inside edge. Let's look at the replay here.
very faint edge.
Oh,
But
just Vatican slice there through the legs.
So about to say.
No, just very lucky to miss leg stump there.
KG
Actually went in between him and his stumps there.
Kagiso will be really happy to see that. Not quite milling the ball. This one outside off, well left by the former stand-in captain, Ajinkya Rahane.
yeah, KG really banging that one in and sort of back of a leg rather than the ball previously where he had encouraged the drive. Still only 2 slips and the gully and the backward points in place for KG. We haven't really had 3 slips in place at all today, have we?
We had them in the first session.
Did we?
KG Rabada continuing outside off stump. Yeah, we had 3 slips in the first session. Looked like there was a little bit of nip, a little bit of movement. Variable bounce, definitely.
Yeah, that one looked like it kept a bit low or didn't bounce as much as the other deliveries have. Yeah, so rather lack of the extra bounce than a keeping low kind of delivery. But well left by Rahane, left on line.
This one tickled to the leg side. The man at mid wicket will pick that up. Quick single there. 2-5-3 for 3.
2 balls to go in the 82nd over. Rahul facing now on Nelson, 111.
Rabada's bowled well today without too much luck. And he's been very economical. Gone for just 2.3 runs and over. 41 runs in his 17.4 overs. Bowled 5 maidens with it as well.
This one a lot straighter. Solid block from KL Rahul.
Dot ball.
Another one. DJ Khaled.
That's it.
Your cultural references are lost on me, I'm afraid, TT.
You're lying. You know
Yeah.
DJ Khaled, another one, Simon.
Haven't got a clue. Haven't got a clue.
Wow.
Probably have heard it on the radio driving somewhere, but wouldn't be able to pick
What are
him
the,
out
what are
of a
the
lineup.
chances that the sort of radio stations that I listen to, unless Guerrilla Cricket have created a jingle with it, I will not have heard it. That's the end of that over. And
Dot ball.
So
Yeah.
dot ball, 253 for 3 after 82 overs. Rabada has bowled 18 of those, 0 for 41. It will, I'm assuming, no, it's going to be Lungi and Gidi. That was a rather odd thing for the captain to do, to give 3 balls of the new cherry to Marco Jansen.
Oh, why not? I think he's deserved it. Yeah, he hasn't necessarily been economical, but he's definitely been creating opportunities for the South Africans. Got dropped.
Yep, he had that drop catch in the first session that really could have changed.
That was the most awkward
Things-
I have ever seen when he looked behind the stumps.
True.
Go with
He was,
two hands sort of at a funny angle. It was very, very odd.
Now he was going to his right. Was thinking
Yeah.
that maybe because it was his weaker hand, he wasn't quite
But
comfortable.
I've seen him take many catches that are much more difficult than that one.
But could you argue that they're cold though? His hands
Yeah,
are
it could
probably
be
cold.
just the ring rustiness,
He's in Pretoria in December.
Well, it was
Lungi Gidi's first ball driven to the man at
Muggy
Longhorn.
muggy and cloudy and windy this
Mm,
morning.
mm.
It wasn't typical December weather here in Tshwane.
For a day that we thought was going to have rain in the third session, it's already been actually quite a peach.
Mm.
That's
And
a peach indeed.
fine leg, again, the only boundary fielder. There's what I would say forward square leg, just next to the square leg umpire, mid off, mid on, extra cover, point, gully, and 2 slips.
This one a solid defensive shot from Ajinkya Rahane. No run there. 2-5-3 for 3.
Yeah, when he started his career, Rahane reminded me a lot of Rahul Dravid. They sort of look similar sort of facial features. I think Rahane is a bit shorter than Rahul Dravid, but there he showed his exceptional defensive capabilities there, getting in behind the line. Doesn't look like a man who's struggling for his place in the side at all.
Just saw some interesting stats as this one pitched in short from Lungi Ngidi. They were looking at KG Rabada, fastest ball of 141 today.
That's he has gone faster than that in the past, but that's right up there.
That's still fast.
That's
Look,
still fast. Yeah.
you'd expect him to average high 130s.
Yes.
Looking like he's slowed down a little bit from what some would say was maybe not quite his prime, but when he was really hitting his straps 2 or 3 years ago.
I think
Yeah, he's doing the Sean Pollock. He's just getting more and more accurate and more dangerous, even though he's losing a bit of pace. Not as much as Pollock did, but still not.
Oh, this one left outside the off stump by Rahane.
Yeah, I think he probably bowls with a fair degree of pain as well.
Pain?
Lungi, yeah. I think he.
Oh.
I think he's had consistent injuries all the way through his career, and I wouldn't be surprised if so not injury pain, but sort of little niggles and that because he's a big guy. I mean, he's a real proper unit, and you imagine the shock that's going through his knees and his ankles when he comes in. But he is maturing into a very, very decent bowler.
Oh yes.
No doubt. So the crowd's feeling something as they clap Lungi Ngidi in for his run up. This one, Fuller, an inside edge, and the man at mid wicket, or maybe a straighter square leg picks that up.
Those claps often led by the wives and girlfriends box out to the right.
And mothers.
And mothers.
Probably Marco Janssen, the youngster, probably brought his mom. Mom, come check me on test debut. How's it?
Are you allowed to bring your dads to the WAGS group?
I don't know.
Just another way where dads have to grin and bear it. Eh?
Probably.
Don't dads go to like Castle Corner or something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
well,
is very empty today. Of
there's
course, there's
nobody
no
there.
official crowd allowed. But a lot of the hospitality
This
boxes
one,
do have
back of a length, played off the back foot. They look like they're going for a run, but decide against it, do the Indians. That ends the 83rd over, 2-5-3 for 3. Was that a maiden?
I think it was, yes.
Yeah,
So
good
2
work.
5 3 for 3. The two batsmen in. KL Rahul is there on 111.
Chicky Nelson.
Ajika Rahana is on 33. So between them, we've got some Nelsonish type stuff going on. The partnership 54.
7 overs left in the day for scheduled play, and really happy that we could get them all in. It really, according to the weather predictions, we shouldn't be on the field right now, but the sun is shining, lots of blue skies, excellent weather for cricket. KL Rahul, the right-handed batsman, will now face Kagiso Rabada, the right-handed bowler from the Hennops River end, over the wicket.
This one a bit full, just outside off, driven to the man at cover, no run there. Kedge would probably be expecting to strike now with the new ball. It's probably why he's been given the new ball. He's been leading the attack quite nicely. He's been economical, but hasn't really been threatening, hasn't really been creating any as many opportunities as you'd expect him to create.
Yeah,
He's decent, but not.
except the short balls that he's been
Yes.
bowling. Those were awesome.
Oh! As you said, also a short ball finds the edge, and a despairing dive from Keegan Peterson at gully just misses it. It goes through the gap and it goes for 4. Shoo, that was looking pretty venomous. That's my mouth.
And for the second time, we've had Vian Mulder come and collect the ball down. Is it?
That's
Vian
Aiden
Mulder?
Markham.
Is that
No,
Aiden
that's Aiden
Markham?
Markham,
Okay.
yes.
Geez, Aiden's got chunkier since the last time I saw him.
He's really I want to say thickened out, but
Yeah.
it's not quite thick. He's
No, I mean,
more
muscular
chunky.
guy.
Yeah,
It's muscles. We're not insulting in any
No,
way,
not
but,
at all.
but he definitely to my eye looked the same shape as
Bulked up a
Vian.
bit, yeah.
I'm just looking at that last delivery, or we'll discuss it after this. KG powering in this one a bit fuller, blocked. Sort of rushed KL Rahul.
Yeah.
Got the brand of the bat, so it wasn't quite an edge. It did hit the middle of the bat, but it wasn't a control shot at all. And
No.
Keegan Peterson was very keen on getting that catch, diving to his left, but to no avail. It was
And
airborne.
Kagiso has been able to extract some extra bounce from this wicket all day.
But also, you've
Every
got
now and then
you've
you
got
see
your premier fast bowler bowling with a new cherry, with 7 overs left in the day, and you've got 2 slips in the gully. Where's that third slip, chaps?
Oh,
Yeah, good question.
yeah,
Still not there. This one, solid forward defensive straight to KG.
yeah, that's a good question, Simon. The third slip would have jumped a little bit to the right and caught that ball.
It would have been at such a catchable height as well.
Yeah. Gully, they made a good effort, almost got a finger to it, but no chance.
Yeah, really. It was just
Yeah.
coming too quickly.
It was too fine for Gully.
Would you say that as KG comes in, solid forward defensive? Would you say that this is a defensive field set by Dean Algar?
I think it's surprisingly defensive, especially considering they really do need another wicket tonight. And it's not like the Indian batsmen are in full out attack.
Yeah.
They're batting sensibly and are happy to go along with 3 runs and over without any real fireworks. So I would definitely say maybe get the man out of cover and put him in slip.
This one a bit short. Rahul tried to pull this, to the leg side, but didn't get hold of it at all. Got bottom edge, went straight down to the ground. No run there. 257 for 3.
I think he got it right on the toe of the bat. And it sort of stunned it. So that is the end of that over. 257 for 3. Rahul is on 115. Rahane is on 33. And that partnership is 58. The two men bowling at the moment, KG Rabada, he's just finished his 19th over, Nord for 45. And Lungi Ngidi, who's about to start his 16th, he's taken 3 for 44. Wouldn't he love to add a couple to those to that tonight?
Most definitely. Really shut the mouths of the critics that have been questioning his selection and his fitness. Well, his fitness remains to be seen. But then again, none of these guys, none of the South Africans, have really played a lot of cricket in the past year or so. And that includes Lungi and Gidi. They're all pretty much in the same boat in terms of time out in the middle in test matches.
In test matches, yeah. I mean,
the other guys have played some short stuff, but
when I was reading, I think it was probably for those from Cricket Info this morning, the sort of summary before the game, and she was mentioning that 15 matches have been played by these two teams this year, and I think 11 of them by India. So we've only had the 4.
Solid forward defensive from Ajinkya Rahane. Lungi Ngidi bowled that one a little bit full.
So we saw with Kagiso Rabada bowling square leg and fine leg on the boundary set up for the short surprise delivery. Still just the 2 slips, the gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, close to the square leg umpire. It's almost a conventional short to mid-wicket.
This one,
square leg, sorry.
Good length delivery, played off the back foot, hits the slice of the bat. Looked like it just got big on Rahane there, but controlled very nicely.
But with this field, you want to stay outside off stump on that 4th stump line, try to get the batsman to play at every delivery and get the edge. Inviting the drive with no protection on the boundary on the offside, and then maybe sneak in a bouncer to try and get the top edge down to fine leg.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on all of those.
That's the plan, it seems.
Ngidi banging this at a good length, goes to leg side because the cock has to move to his left to pick that up.
I think that's an excellent leave. I think that, we look at the replay just now, but that must have been not very far from the off stump.
Well, I think...
Oh, wow, yeah. Coming in off the pitch from Lungi and Gidi.
Good
leave. Excellent leave.
It was actually very nearly not a good leave at all.
Yeah.
It was not a hell of a long way from that off stump. When you have a guy like Marnus Labuschagne as the number 1 ranked batsman in the world, who's basically got there by leaving, I wonder whether that filters into the rest of the sort of top batsmen in the world as to, a reminder of how important leaving is.
Yep.
Yet another leave here. No, it certainly is. That's definitely something identified and earmarked in KL Rahul's batting, as he got his 115. Did not play a lot of deliveries outside the off stump, only dispatched the bad deliveries. If it's on the pads, that's also sent to the stands. And I mean, just play the deliveries that need to be played, and you'll be surprised at how long you'll stay there. You don't need to be unnecessarily aggressive. Put pedal to the metal too badly.
Because, of course, he was, if you look at that opening partnership, when Mayank Agarwal was out for 60, I think he was only in his 30s.
Yep, that's correct.
This one, over pitch delivery, a big drive to cover, and great fielding from Themba Bavuma out there. That was definitely going to the boundary, but he dove to his left and stopped it on the bounce. That was incredible.
Saved 3 runs there, Themba Bavuma. Good work.
For a moment there, I thought it was possibly a catch, but I think he played it into the pitch. And he really got a lot of it. And it required an acrobatic goalkeeper-esque save from Themba.
David De Gea-esque.
This is the only time that I think Themba would ever be linked to goalkeeping.
Yes. 1 ball to go in the 85th, 258 for 3.
Hard to be a short goalkeeper.
Yep.
It really is. Don't find many of them.
Or any, in fact.
There was one. This one, looked like it's just jagged there, just beat the bat.
You
of
find,
the Centurion.
you find a lot of them at school level where the short fat kid gets
Wow.
I was one of those. Under 9 C goalkeeper was the Stillions.
Yo, Simon Gear showing us his personal life, his finest hours in school days. Some school memories there.
This is always it's always the kid who isn't good enough on the ball to
Let him use his hands.
to play out. Yeah. And I hated
We'll,
diving as well.
we'll just outscore the opposition.
Exactly,
Don't
yeah.
mind the goalkeeper. 5 overs to go in the day's play. Rate achieved is 3.0 on the dot. Rahul on 115 and Rahane on 34, 258 for 3. And Kagiso Rabada from the Henops River end will continue.
Clock has just struck 5, so we'll probably get ourselves half an hour for these 5 overs. Over rates hasn't been too bad. We'll definitely be able to get the 90 overs in today. KG Rabada coming in. This one, good length delivery and picked up by the man at backward point. 2 slips, a gully, backward points, cover and mid-off on the offside. And on the leg side, we have the one field on the boundary at fine leg, a man at square leg, and a man at mid-on.
So the square leg Marais Erasmus is now standing at point, but I guess that must be because the sun is now at his back as opposed to into his face.
So this is definitely a thing that all umpires will do at this time of day, is go and stand with your back to the sun.
Sun, yeah.
Yeah, good move there and a good leave from Ajinkya Rahane.
Because what
Yeah, but this is exactly the same field as what Lungi and Gidi had, as what Rabada had since he started the spell. Just fine leg on the boundary, nothing else.
what happens for the umpires there is it's not actually the sun in the sky that's the problem.
It's the
But
eyes.
you're standing on the square of if you're out at square leg, and it reflects that
The line.
just off the very bone pitch or whatever, and that is what causes the stress.
This one, good length delivery left outside the off stump yet again.
There's a little bit of a sense of going through the motions at the moment, I think.
That's what the leaving does to you. You're putting it in that line where you'd expect the batsman to try feel out for the ball. But if you're a good enough batsman, if you're dead set on leaving, you're asking the batsman, hey, you bowl to my legs and we'll talk. Steve Smith did this very well as well.
And I mean, these batsmen will look at that scoreboard. 258 for 3.
Perfect.
They'll take that as a end of first day score.
Yeah, they'll go off now if they can.
Short length delivery, pulled to the leg side. The man at square leg didn't stand a chance. That raced away to the square leg boundary. And Ajinkya Rahane gets himself yet another boundary here.
Beautiful shot by Rahane.
Such a class shot indeed.
Yeah.
It didn't controlled it completely, got himself nicely over it. It was past Rassie van der Dussen before he could even move. And van der Dussen has now been pushed back to that square leg boundary.
Getting defensive now are the South Africans. Jens, where do you think the South Africans will be getting a wicket share there? You'd expect them to be desperate for wickets, but now maybe leaking too many runs, erring on the short ball length, not rushing the bowler enough. Oh, sorry, the batsman. My mistake.
Not sure about a wicket, but I
Batter.
can imagine the Indians edging another one through this vacant third slip region.
Yeah,
In that
that's
sort of day for South Africa.
That's definitely a possibility. Let's see.
Oh, this one just passed on the offside.
Well left once again by Rahane, left on line this time because it whizzed past the stumps.
I forgot to mention that boundary was also a no ball, so 5 runs off the last delivery instead of just the 4. Another no ball by KG Rabada.
They've bowled a lot of those today. I think that's the 7th or 8th no ball that they've had today. And that brings the total to 263 for 3 now, after 85.4.
This one a bit close to the body, blocked out some man at mid on. No run there.
The long man at mid on. It is Marco Jansen.
True that.
70 on his back. Why would he have 70 on his back?
Because he won 7, but it's probably taken.
Seven for naught.
No, so I think for as far as wicket taking options here, Kagiso's got to use the surprise short ball maybe.
But I think he tried it.
He got pulled there, but there was no protection on the boundary. He goes again.
Not so surprised short ball here. Didn't really get over the batsman's hips. Played to the man at deep square leg. Rassie van der Dussen fires that in. 200 265 for three. Sorry, it's 264 for three after 86 overs.
Partnership is 65.
We see that the 12th man, who is George Linder, I think,
Yes.
is bringing on the pads and the gloves. Well, not the gloves, the helmet for Keegan Peterson, who has his pants around his ankles while he's putting them on.
And
Those are a lot bigger than
Yeah,
I'm usually used to. I mean, those are just about full keeper's pads.
just about.
No, anyway, pants are back up, and
and he's got
two
some ski
helmets.
pants on underneath his
Yes,
cricket pants.
It was not nearly
it's,
as titillating as one would expect.
no.
Oh, Simon, you filthy man.
Can you? I mean,
Jan Mulder replacing Lungi and Gidi now with the new ball from the West Lane end,
the things we
pavilion
miss out.
end. And Keegan Peterson's got the pads on, but he's not going underneath the helmet quite yet. Quinton de Kock has got two helmets behind him.
I can tell you that definitely means that Keshav is going to be bowling from the other end. I think.
What about
That would be a surprise.
Van Mulder
to
coming
me.
in? This one played off the back foot to the man at cover. What about being a catching square leg, like a silly square leg? Bangs it in short, does KG Rabada, and then possibly gets the catch there.
Could be. Jan Mulder has got point on the boundary, as he has done before. Fine leg on the boundary, mid-wicket. This time, actually in the middle of the wicket, further away from the square leg umpire, mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, gully, and two slips.
This one a little straight, and the man at mid-wicket will pick that up. No run there.
No, we have of course had a wicket go to that forward short leg today.
Yes.
The first ball that Pujara faced, he edged it onto his thigh pad, and it's wobbled in a good catch diving forward. Was it Peterson or was it
It
Bavuma?
was Keegan Peterson. He
Peterson,
was
yeah.
very woke to that one.
So let's see if Jan Mulder can make this new ball talk a little bit. It doesn't look like this new ball has posed any significant danger to India's batsmen yet.
This one banged in short of a length. Didn't
That's
get too
why.
much bounce.
That's
I mean,
why.
that's not really going to do anyone any good at all.
It was a nothing ball, that.
Yeah. So 4 overs remaining for Kale Rahul to have batted right the way through this day. Number one on his back, he'll be very, very pleased with that.
Yeah, I mean, even if he loses his wicket right now, he's done an excellent job for his country.
Yeah.
He's taken them to a very strong position at the end of the first day of the first test in the 3-test series. So, job well done, Kyle Rahul.
This one driven. It's a little bit over pitched or a little bit fuller in length. Driven to the man at point, a deep point for a single. How much is it?
Rohane up to 40.
How much is it good Indian batsmen and how much is it ordinary South African bowling
No,
that
I
we
think
find
you've-
ourselves here?
You've got to give it to the Indian batters who left well.
I think the guys have batted very, very well today. I think there have been periods where South Africa looked like they might be getting on top. Marco Janssen particularly bowled a very nice spell in the middle of the day. But just, balls going between second and slip and gully and that sort of thing.
This one goes to third man.
No,
Played
just
off the
dropping
pads.
short, using the soft hands. No, India have,
Fine leg it's gone to, of course.
Yeah. India have batted really well. I mean, Virat Kohli, bad shot. Agarwal and Pujara, excellent deliveries that they faced.
I'm a little bit concerned that we only got 3 balls each from our new ball pairing before Vian Mulder was brought back into the attack. And I hope that doesn't mean that these guys are carrying injuries of some description.
I think it might just be that Algar wanted some variety just to give everybody a shot with the new ball to see what's what. See if somebody can pry a wicket out here.
Right, so the helmets are coming out. Who do you think is going to be batting here, chaps? It looks like it is going to be Keshav. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, he's got the ball in his hands from the Henops River end. 3 overs to go in the day. Run rate achieved is now jumped up to 3.1 for India. Maharaj bowling his 17th over. He's conceded 52 runs so far in his 16 with 6 fours and a 6, and he has bowled a single maiden.
He's going to be bowling to Kale Rahul. There is a man at a very short on the offside. What do we call that? It's a
Short points or
Silly
silly
point.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah, silly point is in, slip is in, third man, extra cover. Then they've got a shortish mid off in line with the non-striker's crease, and then a long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, mid wicket and fine leg.
Maharaj fires this one in a little bit full, punched back to the bowler. Has to do a little bit of running to stop that, but stops that in. He does, Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, good fielding of his own bowling, and sprightly enough to stop any thought of a single.
Left arm around the wicket.
This one played off the back foot. The man at cover does a little bit of fielding, bobbles it to the man at extra cover, and good teamwork there to save all the runs. No runs off that delivery. 266 for 3.
Once again, the train giving us a nice. Well, is that a train whistle?
I was wondering
Or is
whether
that just
it was,
a
I'm
honk?
sure it's not. I don't think the car train has whistles.
It does.
More's the pity. It does not have whistles.
This one finds the edge. The man at backward point dives to field that one. Vian Mulder did very well. Was he a short?
Surely it
short
must
third
have.
man.
It's a train.
Sorry.
Well,
No, the car train doesn't
maybe
have whistles.
Steam engines in Western movies have whistles, but I don't think. Well, it doesn't have any crossings for a start,
No.
so there's no reason to.
The
The
hard train.
only reason it would have a whistle is to use it when it was coming past test matches.
This one a little bit close, a little bit too close to the pads, tickled to the leg side, and the man at square leg, the man actually at mid wicket picked that one up. Square leg was also converging towards that, decided against it. No, it's not a whistle. Sometimes the train just makes
a
some
horn.
strange sounds.
Yeah.
No, not even a horn, like a
Oh,
strange
yeah,
sound,
just
like
shaking on the
on the tracks,
rails.
yeah.
Oh, you're right.
What it's doing is screeching around the corner.
Yeah,
Indeed,
that could be.
It's not a spring chicken, the car train. This one driven. Keshav Maharaj looked like he thought he was on the money, but
11 years old. I mean, that's not terribly old in
Train
in
years.
train terms. Yeah, in
but
train
it
years.
is not a spring chicken. It's
It's the
not.
conversion for train years.
This one played off the back foot. It was dragged down by Keshav Maharaj. Timba Bavuma is chasing, but chasing in vain. Sends to the boundary. Give me from Keshav Maharaj. Just dragged that one down a little bit too much, and
Spoiled a decent over there.
it really did.
272 for 3. 2 overs left in the day. 88 overs gone. Rahul, 122. Partnership is 73 with Ajinkya Rahane, who's on 40. So, over rate plus 1.5.
I don't know if that's 1.5 to the good
It's-
or
so,
1.5 to the bad.
Actually asked an umpire about this, and he, without having seen this, said you always talk in minutes for overs. So they are
1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes over. Yeah.
Over
But,
plus.
but as long as you start the final over inside the time, then you're fine. So 1.5 is actually absolutely fine. It's no problem.
Lungi and Giri back into the attack, replacing Vian Mulder from the West Lane end, and that one outside off stump defended by Rahane for no run. And once again, exactly the same field as before for Kagiso Rabada and Lungi and Giri. 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and fine leg on the boundary. Only fielder on the boundary is fine.
A little bit odd that we just had the one over from Vian before we had Lungi back up. 2 slips, a gully.
Maybe trying to give him the new ball. He, as this one played to the leg side, straight to man and mid wicket. He does have a little bit of a golden arm. We saw in the West Indies series, didn't have a long spell, but got his best figures of 3-4-1. So he can produce something, and especially with the new ball, it does have that potential. So maybe looking to try something there, maybe to manufacture a wicket with a little bit of change.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's in Algar's mind. Just trying, giving everybody a chance to see if anybody can do something. Gidi in again, right arm over.
This one back of a length, well left outside the off stump. So, gents,
Chill descended on the ground. Yes, there's some clouds in front of the sun all of a sudden. Sunshine gone, cloud cover back, still no threat of rain.
Fielder's dream. Fielder's dream that.
Mm.
But just thinking about the South African performance, how would you say that maybe because there's a young side, because we have a relatively fresh captain, hasn't had many series with the armband, that South Africans are still learning about themselves, still figuring things out as things go along, or is that just a cop out?
No, I think it's just lack of game time.
Yeah, as well.
I think there's been a selection mistake, to be honest.
Ooh, spicy, Simon.
I think that Dwayne Olivier is probably
Ooh,
kicking holes in the dressing room door at the moment.
even spicier. This
Who would
last
you have
delivery. This last delivery is just left outside the off stump.
It's tricky, isn't it? I think before this match, we were all a little bit concerned about Lungi.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't argue with 3 for 45, can you?
No.
So do you drop Janssen, who was brought in for Heinrich Nokia?
I mean, Janssen's been fine, hasn't he? I mean, yeah. Look, I think retrospect is a great teacher, but
Oh, an inside edge and then hits the pads here. South Africans thought that they were in the business just for a moment. Oh, but nothing in the end. No run either. 272 for 3.
I mean, Quinton's drop catch.
Yeah, that could have been Marco
You
Janssen's
know,
first, eh?
Yeah. And then
I mean, that would have.
some of the deliveries from Rabada has been good, but Rabada and Gidi and Janssen, here and there missing their lengths, missing their lines, giving that release shot.
Who was batting for the drop catch? Was it Agawa?
Yeah, it was Agawa. He was on 36 as this one played back. Solid defensive shot. And that ends the 89th over. Last over coming in now.
Keshav's going to bowl it.
Get that over rate going. Ample time. We'll have made good time. Got all 90 overs in, which is a good sign. Love to see that as a cricket fan. Get all the cricket in you're supposed to get in the day.
Definitely advantage India. Two sessions to one in the day, or maybe 2.5 sessions to a half.
2.5, yeah, I think so.
Maybe that second session was shared. But definitely how do they say, which dressing room would be happier? Definitely India.
270 for 3 at the end of the first day. That is what you expect your score to be if you're eyeing 450 in total.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So Keshav had the same field as before, but long on and long off, coming into mid on and mid off, bringing them up. Silly point in.
This one blocked out to the man at cover. Keshav has the new ball. I just noticed Keshav given the new ball here. Not really a conventional thing to do. You'd expect the pace bowlers to be operating, all 4 of them.
Well, this is why I'm a little bit concerned that there might be injuries in the KG and Lungi universe. They wouldn't have brought Lungi back on if he was injured, I suppose.
What about Marco Janssen? This one blocked out back to KG. Keshav, my mistake.
Yeah, actually, giving the debutants a bit of a whirl at the end of the day with a new ball would have been great.
Been interesting. Not a bad bowler, the left-handed Janssen. We're just seeing a delay in play. Ray Rasmus preventing.
Nobody on the boundary for Keshav Maharaj.
It's Adrian Holgate.
Sorry about that.
Hold stop.
Sorry.
Ooh, this one looks like it just beat the batter. Rahul not offering a shot. That's that leave where he looks like he's about to drive, but keeps the bat very close to his person.
I was at varsity with a Claudia Holgate, who was a fencer and went to the South Pole.
Oh,
wow, that's
As 2 separate things she did. Not.
oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
She didn't go
she didn't go to the South Pole for fencing.
gotcha. Okay, cleared up the confusion there.
Thanks for a very random look into your life, Simon. So never.
Rahul facing the left-handed Keshav Maharaj. He's on 122.
This one blocked the man the man under the lid at Silly Point picks that up.
All
That was
defense.
the
All
penultimate
defense
ball
from KL Rahul.
of
He's
the
now going to
over.
go across onto a more conventional catching forward short leg. for is this the final ball? It is the final ball of the
Final
day.
ball of the day.
Dean Algar coming into the Silly Point region. He's no helmet Algar.
Yeah, he doesn't need pads and helmets.
Man,
He's nuggety.
Exactly.
mango nuggety. Keshav Maharaja pitches this one in very full, kept out by KL Rahul, and that ends the first day. India sitting on 272 for 3 after the 90 overs. KL Rahul still in the middle on 122, the only centurion of the day, and Ajinkya Rahane on 40 not out.
Right, so let me give you the summary. As Tepo's just told us, 272 for 3. Kale Rahul, 122 not out. He's carried his bat right the way through the day. Mayank Agarwal was his opening partner. He was out for 60. LBW bowled in Gidi, having been dropped in the 30s by Quinton de Kock off the bowling of Marco Janssen, which could have been his debut wicket. Chiteshwar Pujara came in and was gone immediately. Only the second first ball duck of his career. He was caught by the forward short leg, Keegan Peterson, and bowled also by Lungi Ngiri. And Virat Kohli, after a really sparkly 35, is managed a total of 35 before he was caught. Mulder bowled Ngiri slashing at one outside the off stump. Ajinkya Rahane is the other man in. He's not out on 40. So after the 90 overs, 3 runs and over almost exactly, India are 272 for 3. The bowlers, only Lungi Ngidi got any wickets. He's 3 for 45, having bowled 4 maidens as well in the 17 overs. KG Rabada, 0 for 51 of 20. Marco Janssen, 0 for 61 of 17. He's been reasonably expensive, 3.5 runs and over. Björn Mulder, 0 for 49 of 18. Keshav Maharaj, 0 for 58 of his 18 as well. It's definitely, I think, honours to India so far today. We will be back again tomorrow. Thank you very, very much for joining us. There is rain forecast for much of tomorrow as well, I'm afraid. So, but we will be here to watch it fall, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of cricket in. From all of us at the One World Sports Radio team, and from Chepo and Simon and Otto in particular, thank you very, very much for joining us, and have a wonderful evening.